Heroes, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. I'm Sean Sharif. The injury bug that has hit the Dallas Cowboys has now hit me as I am out today with explosive diarrhea after eating gas station sushi. What a poor decision. But Bobby and RJ are live from Enis, Texas at the fire station. Take it away, boys.
All right, thank you, Sean Sharif. I hope that's
a true story right there, too.
That is a very true story. That is not a Bobby bit. That is a very true story. We are playing a man down today.
Yeah,
playing
we are.
A man down.
Look, he's not built for it. He heard we were coming down to Texas. He knew how real it was. He knew he wasn't built for it. Knew he couldn't come into it. We're here at 1700 West Lake Bardwell Drive, RJ Choppy, but we are without Sean Sharif.
We are without Sean. If you are coming by, it's right next to the public safety building, the police station. I do have to say, the fire department keeps their grass very, very neat. The police station, not so much. Okay, a little overgrown.
Well, they got the
there.
water. So they can
water.
Yeah, the police don't have the hoses.
Right. So
they can always sneak in an extra water.
Yeah, but it's growing. It's growing over there at the PD. So that's that. But we are down, Sean, today. We'll make it through.
We'll try. There's no Sean today, but we do have Brian Schottenheimer today, and
8:20.
Yes, and we are here. We got
Babe Laughenberg at 9:20.
It's a big deal now. Babe Laughenberg 9:20 on Fridays. It's been all that anybody's talked about.
Well, listen, you got me for 9 more minutes.
That's it.
Then the Ryder Cup starts.
Oh, yeah, but we're not. If we were in studio, I'd be more concerned about that.
That's true. Well, we don't have a TV here. I bet you. I'll bet you one of the guys could roll a TV out. I mean, they rolled out a thermos.
That's true.
Coffee. We haven't had that happen before.
That's true. Now this is actually you mentioned that the growing grass and how nice it looks. This is a growing area, man.
Mm-hmm.
This is. I remember when I first moved here, Enis was not like super big. So when we first moved here, it was 1996, I think it was. And when we first got here in 1996, I remember it just was not like kind of like a booming place, but it started picking up, and they're up to now 23,000 residents here in Enis. Fun fact, did you know that Enis is home to the annual National Polka Festival?
Polka, polka, like that?
That's the one. Yep.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know what the connection is exactly, but...
What goes on at a polka festival?
I mean, things that you probably can't repeat on airwaves, I would imagine. Those are dirty dogs, the National Polka Festival guys. But they have a lot of fun here when that comes to town. But Enis, it is a I had a drive this morning. You had a drive this morning. Did any part of you think Sean Sharif is pulling like the fake hammy pull? Like, I got the fake hammy pull.
No, I don't think so. Because he has had farther.
He has said farther, and,
right?
he likes being out here, and he likes interacting with everybody. And
do you listen to this radio station show ever?
We were in Burleson, right? We went to Burleson Fire. Yeah. That's much further for him. That's like twice as far.
Did he go to Burleson? I think he may have missed Burleson. I bet if we start looking at like the map.
He was at Roanoke. He was there. He was at Denton. He was there.
No, this is actually Enis is a big listening area for us here at the station, and so come on out, come see us. We got free Whataburger. We got the we got the bacon, the potato, the sausage taquitos. They've also got the honey butter chicken biscuits, and we've already got a couple listeners out here hanging out with us as well. Elliot and Maybank, Justin and Gary from Enis. They're both out here, and then show us what we got there.
And on the fan cam, if you're watching, we have the Tolo winter hats, the tukas, the toboggans, the beanies, whatever you called them growing up, we have got them available here. Right here, baby.
Yeah,
this is going to be good.
We're trying to keep you ready. We're getting you ready in advance. It's coming. It was 95 degrees on Wednesday or whatever it was. But this soon, very soon, next week. I mean, honestly, it could be next week. You could be looking at needing that thing. So
I don't know if you noticed
exactly
this.
How it works.
I saw I'm a big Farmer's Almanac guy, and they said it could be unseasonably cool this year.
I heard you're a big Farmer's Daughter guy.
Yeah. And a big Farmer's Only guy.
Have you ever told that story on the air, by the way?
Which one?
The one about the farmer's daughter and then the farmer himself.
The farmer himself?
Yeah.
Is this the paycheck one or the take out the cow one?
The take out the cow one.
I'm not.
We might do that in junk drawer.
Yeah, we might have to. I don't know. I don't know that I want to do the paycheck one, but the take out the cow one we can absolutely do.
Now squeal like a pig.
Bad segue here, but someone needs to take out the Arizona Cardinals from all primetime NFL football games.
Michael Dixon puts it down. Jason Myers, the kick is on the way, and the kick is up, and the kick is good, and the Seahawks win the game. They beat NFC West foe, the Arizona Cardinals, on the final play of the game.
That is Seahawks radio with the call. Do not, I repeat, do not let that score, that finish fool you. What an atrocious game that was.
It's an atrocious game, but, as has been the case lately with a lot of these games, there's been a lot of late-game dramatics, even in the instances where the game hasn't necessarily been played at a high level. You're getting a lot of late-game heroics and a lot of, games that look like they're a waste all of a sudden turn it around. Because, I was trying to see what the time stamp was. It was 20-6 under 6 minutes to go. And then they get those 2 touchdowns and, those 2 long drives that were engineered. And then Seattle just gets the ball right back. Landing zone. Kicked it short of the landing zone.
Yeah.
And then you end up getting the ball placed where you did. Then Darnold makes that pass. And, it was a crazy finish there at the end. But the Seattle Seahawks now sitting at 3-1. And Sam Darnold, the first 2 weeks Sam Darnold did not look very good at all. But this is now like the last 2 weeks or so where when he's been out there, it's like, okay, maybe Kevin O'Connell managed to tap into something with him here that he's now able to extrapolate a little bit further and actually carry with him for a little bit.
Look, Kyler's played several football games in his career where he forgets the game starts on time.
Yeah, he forgot his football career started at a certain time.
Right, like the playoff game. And I wonder, you got to ask yourself, did Siege 7 come out this weekend? Is he thinking about Siege 7?
That's the video game.
Yeah.
I'm not a gamer.
My kids play Siege 6. I don't know if Siege 7's coming out or not, or maybe it's already out. But you got to ask yourself that with Kyler Murray.
Have recent events in the news caused you to just look a little sideways at the boys gaming so much?
Is this a political question?
I'm just screwing you. Keep going. The adults not here to stop.
They have,
today.
Of course, they have. It's like, what are you guys doing? Like, I don't want you to go down into the meme lord, whatever they are. Is that what it's called? A meme lord?
I guess so.
Let's not go down that road. But also the shooting thing, it's just like it absolutely probably desensitized them. But it's also like you got to be able to teach your kids there's a difference between real life and video games.
Yeah, I didn't actually mean for you to get into that topic. I was just trolling.
All right, whatever. I'm not going to fight you on it today. I can barely walk. My back is still killing me. So,
that was the first thing Justin asked you when you walked up.
He's like, you limp the whole day, and I'm like, yeah, man, I am. Yeah. Probably all weekend too.
He's like, yeah. He was asking what's wrong with your back because you are hurting. You're limping.
I'm hurt. I've gone to the chiropractor like 5 times. Not really 5, maybe like twice.
I don't know if they have like a deep freezer here or something. I would think they have some sort of freezer. I've got that little ice wrap in the car.
Really?
I brought it with me today because I knew driving over here. I was like, I got to ice that thing.
I'm going to need to get that. I'm going to need to get my hands on that thing because it's not working. It's not working well. But thank goodness this football game is over, and now we get you set for the NFL weekend. But is Seattle a team we got to worry about?
It's an interesting question because last year, they were not a bad football team last year. They're one of these teams that over the last 15 years is generally competitive. Last year, they were what'd they go? They went 9-8 last year. I think they were above 500 last year. But they've been solid. The biggest question was just going to be what is Darnold? Like if Darnold is who he was in Minnesota last year, yeah, you got to worry about Seattle too. And worrying about Seattle is also relative to the question of how much do you think you have to worry about the things that concern making the playoffs? Because you may not. You have to show that you're a certain level.
Are you alluding to the Cowboys not being a playoff contender?
I'm just alluding to the fact that you're trying to find that out right now. You're trying to get the answer. And Sunday will be an opportunity, and we'll do the film study on the Packers a little bit later. I will say 7:20 when that rolls around, little bit of vulnerability there with Green Bay. I still think Green Bay is going to win, but there are aspects of Green Bay that are not clean. Green Bay last. I'm going to do this now because we're going to have so much other things to get into with the Packers. Last week, first off, they're one of the most penalized teams in football, aggressively so, and it's the timing of it. Green Bay. The timing of these things. They had 8 penalties last week on third down.
Oh, that's
I mean,
wonderful.
you're talking about 3rd and 1 false start, 3rd and 2 false start. Late in the game, when they're getting into position, Micah jumps off sides when they then when they're getting closer to get the field goal. They've got a lot of really poorly timed penalties in Green Bay.
So when can you start to because it's only three games in? When can you start to use those numbers? Or you think it's too early?
Well, I mean,
one game can skew it.
Yeah, it absolutely can. But I mean, you look at the fact that. To me, it matters what kind of penalties you're committing. And so Green Bay, the pre-snap penalties, which you remember those were Dallas's bugaboo the last couple of years. Dallas, by the way, is tied for the 5th fewest pre-snap penalties in the league this year. So if you want some little silver lining of something that's been a little better, because Lord knows there's a lot of other things that haven't been better so far, then you can look at that. But Green Bay is the 4th most penalized team pre-snap in the NFL right now. And that's the problem, is that it's stuff like their very first road game, they get 3 false starts on 3rd downs. That's not good. And then that also gives,
it kills your chance of 4th down, really.
It does. And it gives AT&T Stadium an opportunity, as long as that is not a split crowd, as long as there's enough of a Cowboys presence there, it gives AT&T Stadium an opportunity to affect 3rd downs on Sunday.
You said yesterday, and this threw me for a loop, that you thought it was going to be 40% Packer fans?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's. I
listen. I know most people think I don't listen. I listen.
No, I think that's reasonable. Because I mean, just when you look at it's like the way Dallas travels, or the way, for instance, Chicago. We talk about how well they travel and what a loyal fan base they are. Dallas still had 35-40% of the stadium last week. They're a handful of teams: Pittsburgh, Dallas, San Francisco, Green Bay, Chicago, like Denver. Denver, for some reason, those ones travel really, really well.
Do they travel well, or they just move here?
It's not just here in Dallas. Denver shows up everywhere. I genuinely cannot figure that one out. Why Denver is
because they have the entire time zone. They're the official team of the time zone.
Their time zone is it's a little sliver though.
I think Mountain Time Zone's a rumor as well, but they got the entire damn time zone.
I'm just saying it's a very narrow area, cross section of the country. I talked about this with somebody at one point, and I was like, isn't it weird how well the Broncos travel? And their theory for it was the weirdest thing I'd ever heard. They were like, well, you got to think, your peak earnings are going to be, into your 40s in all likelihood. And so you got people who are in their 40s today would have been growing up with the Elway teams and Terrell Davis and John, the Broncos winning Super Bowls. And so those were, probably the fans who just didn't have a team. That was their team to follow as the Broncos. I was like, I think that's way overthinking it economically, but I respect
Tebow year.
I respect the way you're thinking about it a little bit differently.
Yeah, no, they're the official team of marijuana. That's what it is. They're the official team of weed. If you're a pot smoker, you want to have, they're your team. They're your team. Well, all right. So Bobby's not worried about Seattle. He also doesn't think the Cowboys are a playoff team. That's the exclusive I got for him today. I am a little bit worried about Seattle, only because I think Sam Darnold has officially turned it.
Man,
I think he's officially turned it.
That would be. So I talked to somebody.
I don't know that he's turned it like Baker. I don't ever think he'll be as good as Baker. I think Baker's legit better. But I think he's kind of turned it. At least he's going to be somewhere between Geno and Baker.
So there was, you remember last year we were trying to ask early on in the season, what the hell happened with Bryce Young?
Yeah.
Bryce Young, who was supposed to be one of the most pro-ready, who knows what the ceiling is, but floor, this dude's going to come in, he's going to be ready to play football. When we were talking about that, I had mentioned to you guys, I had asked around a couple different people that I knew around the league, and I was like, hey, what do you think has gone wrong with Bryce Young? And one of the people who got back to me was like, that's a broken organization in Carolina. And they specifically circled back and they said,
Jets are broken.
They said, look at Baker and the way Baker's played now and the success that he's had. Carolina was not his developmental area, but he was in Carolina.
He was there. Literally right before, right?
Yeah.
It was the stop before Tampa.
So he goes, Carolina broke him. He goes, Darnold had the Jets, but he also had Carolina, which was something that was broken. You see how many times Mingo, people talk about, was Mingo broken that quick in Carolina? And so some of those things that happen. But bringing that back to Darnold, they brought up Darnold as one of the examples of Darnold is that guy you would build in the lab. If you want the arm and the size and
thick square head.
Yeah, exactly. He looks like a heat miser from Year Without a Santa Claus. I'll show it to you during the break.
I don't know.
It's a good reference, I promise.
I don't get it.
This is why we need Sean. Sean's the one who catches all the pop culture references.
Yeah.
You know?
That's the pop culture guy.
But no, when you watch that, he had talked about this guy that I was talking to. And said Darnold is a guy who, and this was before he'd really exploded in Minnesota. He's like, I really hope Kevin O'Connell can help him because that's somebody who still has all the talent in the world. And so if he unlocks something and he becomes the latest quarterback to just it clicked. Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, Brian Tannehill, Sam Darnold. It clicks later in your career. Then that all of a sudden becomes a really good get for Seattle.
It is Sean and RJ here on 105 to the Fan, live from the Enis Fire Station, 1700 West Lake, Bardwell. We were here all morning. Sean is out. Big tummy ache. He will not make it to today's show. We've got Whataburger here on site giving away these wonderful beanies, toboggans, tukas, winter hats, whatever you want to call them. It's just me and Bobby rolling with you all week.
And Brian Schottenheimer.
And Brian Schottenheimer at 8:20. And Babe Laughenberg at 9:20. And Mike McCarthy next on the Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece.
here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and a high drive, well hit left center field. Hellman going back to the track, to the wall. It is gone. It's a 3-run homer for Buxton. He's driven in all the runs in the game, and it's 4-0 Twins.
Eric Nadel with the call. Final home game of the Rangers regular season. Rangers lose 4-0. That ballpark looks good with the roof open.
That's what we're salvaging out of
that game, man.
Gosh.
I was like, ooh, that roof looked good. I was surprised they actually opened it because it was like still 90 degrees yesterday.
You think Boch was like, this is the way I wanted to see my guys respond right here.
That was it.
I called them out.
And this is it.
How they responded.
And they, it happens. You are. I was talking to a former major leaguer yesterday.
Well,
and he was like, dude, this time
how is Mike Adams?
It was not Mike Adams. This was a position player.
Oh,
a position player. And he says, dude, we're up there just hacking. The moment we're eliminated, it is like, let's get some stats. Maybe I can get another home run, get me some more money. We are up there hacking. That's how you get games like you had the other night where they saw 110 pitches and didn't walk a single time. Because walks aren't paying your bills right now. They're trying to hit home runs, get doubles. Stuff like that. Drive runs in. Problem is you're not getting anybody on base. Only 3 hits.
I get this season is now over.
No, there's 3 games left.
You know what I'm saying? Why the hell did they make the call in the final 10 games of the season? Go let's have Jock Peterson be our leadoff hitter, a guy who just has not been able to hit water if he fell out of a boat.
Why not?
Because he can't hit water if he fell out of a boat.
Oh no, I know. I was being sarcastic. It's like. Yeah, that's the time where you start somebody who would, let's get this kid more at-bats, right? Put him as a leadoff spot. It doesn't make sense. But, a lot of things get squirrely this time of year. They'll throw guys at certain parts of the lineup so they hit bonuses. They don't hit bonuses. They'll have pitchers get taken out of games. Didn't that happen with Rowdy last year, right?
Yeah.
Was it Pittsburgh?
What bonus was he earning?
He was in line for
Speaking
a
of big
$250,000
guys,
bonus.
That's a lot of brisket Sandos.
It's a lot of brisket Sandos.
Yeah, for sure.
But they were like, oh no, we're just gonna DFA him with 4 at bats to go. And I was like, what? What's the matter with you? But and some teams, you'll see.
But now you get it.
Now I get it. You'll see this pitcher. He'll go out there. He'll throw 3 innings in the final game. It's like, if he gets to 5 innings, it triggers $100,000 bonus.
Yeah.
So you see all that crap that goes on this week, but. The Rangers lose. Now they go to Cleveland, and they got a chance to play spoiler. Cleveland finally lost a game. They hadn't lost a game, I don't think, since, before my birthday and Peyton's birthday.
Goodness.
But they lose to the Tigers 4-2, and they are back tied atop the American League Central. Seattle's already wrapped up the West. Blue Jays and Yankees tied atop the East, both the 3 to play. Toronto has the tiebreaker in that one. And then the only thing else out there in the National League is wild card spots because all the divisions have been clinched. Phillies in the East, Brewers in the Central, and the Dodgers 3 up with 3 to play, but they have the tiebreaker for San Diego.
No home run for Cal Raleigh yesterday, by the way, like you pointed out. But I would like to point out that
did Suarez get one?
I didn't realize he was up to size. Suarez is up to he's damn near 50 home runs already.
Okay, so he's got
49.
He's got 49. If he gets one more, this would be the first year in the history of the sport we have 5 50-homer players. You got Judge, Raleigh in the American League.
That seems stunning to me.
Shohei and Schwarber in the National League.
Shohei homered again last night.
Yeah, so the most we've ever had is 4. 4 happened in 98. I think 4 happened in 01, something like that.
May happen in 97.
May have happened.
I think McGuire, Griffey, Sosa. Now, I was about to say, would Suarez be the only guy traded to hit 50 home runs in the season? But then I remember McGuire did it in 97.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if they counted McGuire because back then they separated the league.
Yeah,
numbers.
where they said, it doesn't count.
This
the league.
would count.
Yeah.
This would count. So, but you got, you're going to have a ton of the Tigers. If they don't clinch by Sunday. This is the interesting thing for them. If they don't clinch by Sunday and they don't have the division in hand, they have to throw Skubal. which means if they lose that game or they don't win the division, he's gone for the wild card round.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't even pitch in the wild card round because it's only a 3-game series. That is, like, they have to do it. Or do you just bite the bullet and say, hey, we'll take our chances?
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. I guess it depends on what, like, the matchup they get looks like. And if they think they can
play in Boston.
But I mean, it depends on like who is he pitching against that day. If they feel like, all right, we can,
and Boston might not need it.
Yeah,
they might not need the game.
So, well, we'll have to see about that. Some quick shout outs real quick as we are live from the Enis Firehouse. Sean Sharif on his toilet this morning, not able to be with us. Thoughts and prayers. We have Steven from Maybank that's out here. Brandon from Enis. Ruben from Enis. Demas from Enis. This is a very Enis heavy crowd. Like, I know we're in Enis, but you know how typically when we're out here, it's like kind of a cross section of people that have come out here. Enis has shown up big so far. It's a lot of people. And then we got Jim J, or as you call him, Cardio J.
Cardio J, yeah.
That has shown up this morning. And then we mentioned last segment, Gary from Enis was here. And Gary brought us donuts, and he gave us a very nice note. This is the little picture on the fan cam there.
It's a card.
And it says,
it's a card he made, and I don't know how he printed that because I couldn't figure that out.
It says, hi, Sean, RJ, Bobby, and Peyton. I've been a listener to 105.3 The Fan since it started. I'm a Tolo and enjoy listening to The Fan in the Enis area. You'll make my retirement years more enjoyable each and every day. Your morning show is very informative with sports news and so entertaining. Keep up the good work. I hope you'll come back to Enis. Thank you for being on the airways. Gary from Enis. And then this is the big reason why I wanted to read it. It says, P.S., Peyton is a no-talent hack. Why do you guys have him on your station?
Whoa, Gary!
He should be anywhere near a microphone. What an effing loser.
Gary!
That was my favorite part.
Gary.
There.
It's personal,
that was my favorite part.
Gary went
right there.
See, Gary had such a well-articulated, letter.
Yeah, and then it just dropped the F-bombs in the postscript.
Jeez, man.
Gary.
Peyton makes people that angry.
Man.
I can't blame them. Let's talk about somebody who makes me angry, Mike McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy was on Pat McAfee, as he is, every week. And
just yinsing it up.
They are yinsing it up, man. And it's funny when they have him on, like, Pat really dives into the yinzer accent even more.
Yeah.
Which Mike doesn't really have that.
It's like a Hillary Clinton stump speech. Go.
I don't know. So he was, and look, Mike's got a unique situation to be in because he didn't coach both of these teams, but most recently, obviously, the Cowboys last year, and he was talking and asked about the Cowboy defensive woes.
I think like a lot of things. I think September football has components that you see each and every year, and I know having being grateful to being coached before the CBAs and post CBAs, you have seen a change on how you're able to train your team and some of the things you experience in September that you didn't in the old days. So I think you definitely have some of that. And when I look at Dallas's defense, and obviously, having personal knowledge and relationship-wise to the men in that locker room, I just think you got to look at it. They're on their third defense in 3 years. So, you go Dan Quinn, Mike Zimmer, and now, a new coordinator. So there is a difference, particularly in the coverage component, as far as their base philosophy, how they're playing. So they definitely need to correct what they need to correct, especially the last 2 weeks. But it's week 4. Clearly understand the magnitude of the Cowboys versus the Packers on both sides of it. But they just need to stick to what they're doing. It's an excellent coaching staff, really, really exceptional locker room. I would say that from firsthand. And it's week 4, and I do believe that there's a lot of football left to be played.
Do you buy that? The first part of that, really? Mainly the first part.
That is just like anything or whatever he said at the beginning? God, it.
No, the September football, CBA, just this is kind of how it is.
To some extent, but you got to remember, again, this is the thing where when McCarthy used to talk about, well, we didn't get the COVID year. Like, the COVID year doesn't really count as a year. And it's like, yeah, it does because everybody else had it. This isn't just you. So whenever it's like, yeah, it's September football. Yeah, September football, there is a little bit of that. No doubt about it. But September football is something everybody else is playing too. Green Bay's looked pretty good during September football. Like Buffalo's looked pretty good during September football. These are teams who are looking just fine.
Yeah.
And so there is still a difference. Does this mean you are who you are? Not necessarily. You got to find out what your team does well. You got to find out the character of your football team, what it is that you need to polish up, what you need to succeed at. Matt Eberflus talked yesterday. They're already looking at things they need to change. Eberflus mentioned, he said they had one of the simplifications they've done. They're going to one-word code calls for play calling to try and simplify and streamline. So they're just going to single word.
They're saying blitz. He's just yelling out blitz.
No. Like they're going to have basically
press.
No.
Interception? Is that just doing that?
I mean, those are three things he would never run. Okay. So blitz, press, and interception would not be in there. Maybe they could be code words because of that. No, but he said that they have made they're going to single word in making calls, and it's in an effort to simplify and ensure that all players know the play call. The Cowboys have a league-high 13 pass plays of 25-plus yards in 3 games, according to Ed Werder. But, again, so some of those things you are ironing out. You are ironing out communication. Dallas was not the same team throughout the entire year that they were the first month of last season.
Right.
It does happen like that, but you're generally only going to be able to go up after the first month. Like there is an essence of you are who you are. First month, like maybe you can just go up or down either direction, like a step or 2.
Right.
But otherwise, I don't think it's like, well, it's the first month. Don't worry. By October, they're going to look like the 72 Dolphins.
Yeah, right. I get it. I mean, they're going to be better defensively as the year goes on. They have to. I can't look at Eberflus without thinking about Will Chambers. He looks just like him, especially
they're both
with
Chicago guys,
especially with that hair. But this is.
They both feel like Justin Fields ruined their life.
I can see that. I can absolutely see that. I buy what he's saying, again, to an extent. There's a talent level that has to be met. I don't think it's been met. The coaches aren't dumb. They're not rubes. Like they got to these positions somehow. But is it the combination of a lack of talent and a complicated scheme? It's not a complicated defensive scheme.
2-1-4.
It's pretty straightforward.
2-1-4. Bobby hates McCarthy so much. Mike could say Bobby is the most talented person on the fan, and he would find a way to dispute that. Well, look, Mike is not a great talent evaluator. That would make me feel bad about where I was at as a broadcaster.
I think he's fine.
I mean, there's a lot. Eric Chiafalo's here. We got RJ Choppy. I do think Peyton is good at what he does. So I mean,
Gary doesn't.
Gary was goodness. I mean, I tried to defend you to Gary. Gary just was like he is seething over there.
469 says worst take of the week is Gary so far.
There we go, Gary. 9 o'clock this morning.
Now I might have misread that, actually, in Gary's note. In fact, he might not have had a postscript at all. I might have just completely hallucinated that, but no point. My point is that if Mike McCarthy told me you're the most talented person in radio, then I would probably hang it up. Listen, because I'd be like, I need to find a new career because he can't evaluate talent.
I have no doubt that you would go, you're that petty. I have no doubt that you would do that. It is Sean and RJ here, live from Enis Fire Station, 1700 West Lake Bardwell. It's just off 45. You bang a right, and then as you bang a right, then a left at the light.
You're right here, just dropping in. And we've had a bunch of people come through already. We're going to run out of these beanies pretty soon. So if you want a beanie, come out to 1700 West. What's the street?
Lake Bardwell.
Lake Bardwell, 1700 West Lake Bardwell. Come on out and see us. And be sure to tweet your thoughts and prayers for Sean's bowels on Twitter, please.
Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Big show to get to still. We're going to have preview Green Bay with the little degenerate as well. We're going to go through the Ryder Cup. That's starting. They are on the course right now. But a little bit of NFL what ifs coming your way next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next Gag Nation, a Football Friday.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Sean out today, a little sick, a little tummy ache. But we still made it. We still made it out here to Enis, Texas. Great crowd already on hand. And where are we, Bobby? What do we have for the Tolos?
Yeah, let me get my mic on. We're at 1700 West Lake Bardwell in Enis, and we still have, barely, I think, we have some of the Tolo beanies left, but those are starting to go as more and more folks are showing up here from Enis. We've got Whataburger breakfast for you. I see Fraser Roofs and Gutters is out there. They've got all their giveaways. It's a good time to get your roof checked out with all the hail that's been going on lately, all the storms that we've had. It's been it's pretty rough last weekend, so you can check them out. But, yeah, come on out, hang out with us here in Enis. I was talking to Jim J during the break. He said that this is actually an important area for Mansfield, which is where he's from. Yeah. Because the Lake Bardwell, that's the water that feeds into Mansfield. So he's very aware of the Enis agriculture and everything that goes there. And then I was just talking to Andrew, who lives in Waxahachie, and Andrew is, if you look on the Sean and RJ alternate YouTube, he's the one that's in our picture on the profile picture.
Oh my God!
So yeah, we got Andrew up here. So it's been a good morning so far. A lot of people coming out, and a lot of Enis local. So this is a big area for us.
Sun looks like it's peering up. I had not seen a fire station with a boat, but we got a boat.
Where?
Right back there.
Oh geez, yeah, that is.
Yeah, that's a boat.
Because it's Lake Bardwell.
Yeah, that's a boat. I hadn't seen one with a boat before. It's like one of those kind of whitewater rafting boats with a motor on it.
We also know that they have a freezer because they were able to take my ice pack, and we were on freezer watch for the next 40 minutes as RJ Choppy is.
We're gonna get there.
Looking as old as he's ever looked.
We are gonna get there.
This back issue.
We are gonna get there. No doubt about it. All right, it's Sean and RJ here on the Fan. Let's go through some NFL what ifs. What if this happens this weekend?
Hit me.
I throw them at you. You give me your answer. What if the Chiefs lose at home to the Ravens?
Ooh.
Man, these are going to be good. I am going to take your breath away with half of them.
Please do. You do that all the time. Yeah, man, if they were to lose and they are already sitting at 1-2, this genuinely is a really big game for both these teams.
Both of them, yeah.
I feel better about, if they're 1-3, I feel better about Baltimore's ability to come back from that. Just because I feel like they've been a good football team. They just, they've had a couple of issues, like, the game late against Buffalo.
And they played two good teams, too. Like, really good.
Yeah. If Kansas City falls to 1-3, Kansas City misses the playoffs.
Woo!
So this is their
dove call.
Yeah, this is their season right here.
Okay.
People got to remember, this is not the same Kansas City team we're talking about. That's been around for the Kansas City team that was like 2019 to 23, yeah.
They did go to the Super Bowl last year. But.
Yeah, but that was a team last year that, like, when you look at that team, should have been like 10-7.
They sleptwalk.
They had so many fortunate. They get the pass interference on Cincinnati on a 4th down to get into field goal range to win the game. They had the block against Denver.
The Isaiah Likely toe on the line.
There was the Isaiah Likely toe on the line. There was the Raiders fumbling the ball away at the 30, driving, just trying to kill clock so that they could get in a position. They had so many fortunate breaks last year.
They did. I think they'll be in trouble. They will be in trouble if they lose. 1-3 is tough to come back from. I don't know why the 0-2 stat plays when 1-3 is just as bad.
Yeah. It's worse in a lot of ways.
Yeah, you're later in the season. You got less time to make it up.
You're later in the season. It puts you in a serious hole. And Kansas City right now, we already know they've lost one game. They've already lost to the Chargers, which was a game within the division. They've already lost to the Eagles. Now that's not as consequential a loss, losing to the Eagles, because it's just the only thing that it can potentially affect is your tiebreakers in terms of common opponents. But otherwise, that one doesn't affect you like conference tiebreakers or division record tiebreakers or anything else. But they've already got a loss against the Chargers on division record, and if they were to lose to Baltimore, another team that is trying to scrap and get back into position, then that would not be good for them.
Man, it's so early in the calendar, but so late in the NFL season already. We're week 4.
Yeah, I hate how fast this goes.
We're week 4. It's still like it's still September. I would think week 4 should be like October. I don't know. The baseball season started at Sweet 16, and now it's going to week 4. That's how long that stupid season is. All right, next up. What if Carson Wentz balls out again and beats the Steelers on the road?
That's a wonderful thing for Carson Wentz, who grew up a Vikings fan, and he can ride off into the sunset to the bench.
So no thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
No thoughts.
Nope, not.
You're going right back to JJ.
Yeah, Carson Wentz is the dude who he has shown. Now, I know we've seen some guys who have revived their careers, and Tannehill, and we've talked about him already. Tannehill, Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, all these guys. That has typically not occurred in year 10. So that would be a little bit of an unprecedented flip. So, no, I would say J.J. McCarthy's the guy you drafted for a reason. I would not want to do anything to kill his confidence or his belief in his standing with the team. And you saw week 1 what he did. He led them on a magical comeback against the Bears. So, no, I would say J.J. McCarthy, that's his job.
I would bring back J.J. as well. It's you got to play him. You got to play him regardless of what happens the rest of the year. What if, NFL what ifs, what if the Colts go to the Rams and win and Daniel Jones has another really nice game?
Now we're talking about that team is. Now we're asking genuinely, like, is that team real? And then you can't just dismiss it very easily. Because, I mean, the Rams are not a bad football team, and it would be on the road. As much as on the road, that canopy in L.A. can be considered. But, no, I mean, that would be at that point we're talking legitimately. And if Daniel Jones plays really well, then Shane Steichen has saved his job. And Shane Steichen has done more than saved his job. He's saved his reputation.
Well, I also think it throws Daniel Jones squarely in the MVP conversation.
Which is early.
Through a quarter of the season.
Darnold was in there early on, too, and then we all moved on from it pretty quick.
We did. All right, what if Michael Penix doesn't play great and they lose to the Commanders? Do we know, is Jaden playing or is he out?
It sounds like Jaden's going to play, but he's got to be cleared by the doctors, but he says he feels good.
All right, so what if Penix doesn't play well and they lose to the Commanders, regardless of who the Commanders start?
Man, he has been...
Because, Kirk played a little last week.
Yeah, which was concerning, which we're going to have the Falcons nominated for Worst Take this week.
Well.
After the report comes out that they're going to deal Kirk Cousins. They're willing to, but they are still waiting on a premium pick to do it. Thinking Kirk Cousins and that contract is worth taking on a premium pick too is pretty bad. But, no, I mean, that would be concerning. And now you'd start having questions if you just made the wrong choice. Not about him as a franchise quarterback, but as a team that wants to win right now.
Yeah.
If you made the wrong choice for making sure your team was in a position to compete right now, because that's what they're supposed to do. This is Raheem Morris's second chance. Mm-hmm. This is supposed to be a group of players that
could have had Bill.
That was ready to compete. Yeah, I mean, they could have been 0-3 and have red and black balloons over their press conference room, but they passed on that.
Okay, I bet you this: Jordan Hudson isn't a thing in the NFL.
I disagree. Jordan Hudson makes sure she's a thing everywhere.
Well, that's fair.
You will feel her presence. She's going to make sure of that.
All right, what if the Giants' offense with Jackson Dart looks worse than the Russell Wilson one?
Then Brian Daboll should be fired. If the offense looks worse, I mean, take the Dallas game out of it. That doesn't look like a functioning offense.
No,
that does not look like an offense that can win a game. And so, I mean, if they were to the Dallas game, the defense was just terrible, and that's a veteran picking apart concepts that he's seen before and knows how to attack. So, I mean, if you were going to say that Jackson Dart somehow looks worse, not just as bad, but worse, Brian Daboll should probably be fired right now.
That's going to be tough. Now, I don't think they go back to Russ. I mean, they might.
I don't think you can now.
If he's getting beat up, you can. If Dart's getting, if he's getting David Card out there, then I think you can.
I still think about Drew Henson here, where they threw Drew.
God, why would you think about that?
Because they made the swap for Drew Henson. Bill Parcells finally went, fine, I'll take Vinny out, and then he put him in for a half.
Yeah,
it was like, Vinny, back out there.
Get back out there. Get back out there. NFL what ifs here on 105 to the Fan. What if the Bucs beat the Eagles?
So Philadelphia has not been super impressive the first couple weeks. I mean, some of the things they do are impressive. So the fact that they were able to sustain drives against Dallas, and I mean, that's not impressive in and of itself. But the fact that the offense looked like it was a well-oiled machine in week one, and the fact that, they had their comeback like they did against the Rams. But if you look at all three of these games, I think a lot of people would say, were those performances in each 3 weeks that you would say contribute, like you would normally think that's going to lead to winning football? And I think the answer is no. And so, I mean, if If Tampa Bay were to get a victory, I think it calls into question Philly. And if Philly were to get a victory, and on the flip side of that, and I know you didn't ask that, but if Philly were to get a victory on the flip side of that, I think now we're starting to say, like, okay, well, Tampa's definitely one of the phony 3-0 teams, as their point differential is 6. They've won their games by an average of 2 points at 3-0.
Wow.
I mean, so they've got in their first. I know we had met.
Oh yeah, they trailed right in the final.
Yeah,
minute?
they have trailed at the 1 minute mark of the fourth quarter in all 3 games that they've won.
Wow. What if the Dolphins lose to the Jets to go to 0-4?
You have to fire Mike McDaniel, don't you? Like even if it's not then, you have to. Like when I say it about
what is the earliest you could fire a coach in the NFL?
I mean, Atlanta did it 4 weeks in, didn't they? To Dan Quinn.
They were 0-4. Yeah, they had started slow for like several years in a row.
Yeah, and I mean that one had just started to spiral a little bit. But I think Dan Quinn.
I think it was either 0-4 or 0-6. It was one of those.
Because it was very early in the season. Because I remember the Dallas game was one that really kind of pushed 0-5. So he got fired after week 5. So I don't know. I mean, McDaniel's been on the hot seat. McDaniel's somebody that there have been concerns about. My question is McDaniel at this point doing too much damage to his reputation to instantly get a coordinator job somewhere?
Yeah, this you know what this reeks of? This reeks of this would be a Nick Saban rehab center project of Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, that's not the case. There's no Nick Saban unless he comes out of retirement. But that's what that reeks of if McDaniel loses his job.
I mean, let's just run under a hypothetical.
I love him. Jerry does not.
Brian Schottenheimer decides, you know what, that's a lot that's been on my plate. And I think I just want to manage the game at the end of the season. And Mike McDaniel is out there. Would you want to call McDaniel for here?
Yes, I would. Mid-year, though?
No, not mid-year. I'm talking about at the end of the season,
yeah, sure.
if you evaluate it.
Yeah, I think it's still a good football. Just because you can't be a head coach doesn't mean you're not a good coach.
No, but I mean, there were questions, because when he got hired, a lot of people made a big deal out of the fact that he was not calling plays in San Francisco. I mean, it wasn't Eric Bieniemy situation, except for Mike McDaniel didn't have the difficulty getting interviews in a job like Eric Bieniemy did.
Ooh, all right, final one. Let the best one for last for you. What if the Dallas Cowboys give up another 40 spot to Green Bay? It necessitates changing starters, and it necessitates having a hard conversation with Matt Eberflus about this can't keep happening, or else we will make a change during the season. I mean, you have to communicate that. You have to start having real world repercussions for those sort of failures, and so players got to start being held accountable by losing their jobs. Nate Newton said this on Wednesday night when I was out there. He was like, that game that happened out there, he's like, 1 or 2 guys are losing their jobs, not just their starting jobs. They're getting cut probably by Jimmy back in the day. And so you've got to perform at a certain level. So I think you got to show players they're on notice, and in turn tell Matt Eberflus, this needs to get fixed. It needs to look better in 4 weeks. Otherwise, when we get to about bye week, you may be out. NFL What Ifs here on 105.3 The Phantom, RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. We are live in Enis, Texas, the fire station, 1700 West Lake Bardwell, right across from the football stadium. I didn't even know the football stadium was there.
It's beautiful. Look at the
lights are on. The kids are probably practicing right now.
Hell yeah, those Friday morning lights.
Yeah, absolutely. Sunrise, that's looking good. I'm a sucker for a good sunrise. Big 7 o'clock hour. We got the Degenerate next. We got Ryder Cup preview next. Film study at 7:20. Junk drawer at 7:40. Shoddy at 8:20. Sean and RJ rolls on with a little Degenerate getting you paid next on 105.3 The Fan.
That's very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean Sharif here, coming to you live from my toilet in Sunnyvale, Texas. It's made out of crystal. I'm so rich, but I'm also so sick. And so I'm not able to be there today at 1700 West Lake Bardwell at the Enis Firehouse for the Firehouse Tour. But Bobby and Chop here, they're right now to take things from here.
Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, I'll be sure to send your thoughts and prayers to Sean. Just tweet him, say sorry about your butt.
I really hope he has taken my advice, that he's no longer a Neanderthal, and he uses baby wipes.
Does he flush every single time?
Well, Jade's letting the drops fly this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. That's good. That's good. 1700 Westlake Bardwell.
I like how many of you are tweeting at Sean already about his bathroom issue, so keep that going. We've got sorry about your issue and then an exploding liquid gift.
Man. So. Poor guy.
Very
Poor
good.
guy. Baby wipes. Hope he's using them. Flushable or not, either one. Got to get something down there.
Yeah, I'll be looking at all your tweets you're sending, Sean. So whoever has the funniest tweet to Sean, I'll send you some sort of prize. I will contact you through Twitter.
We'll do this later. I'll do this right at 7 o'clock. It's a peak hour. I don't want to talk about this at 7 o'clock, but I do have a question about the bathroom that I'll have to ask y'all
Okay.
a little bit later on. It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the fan. We used to do this at 9 o'clock, but I've been preempted now by a worst take of the week.
Yes.
So we are going to have to make you money now at 7 o'clock with a little weekend degenerate. Yeah, we have stumbled out of the gate.
Oh, no.
The first 4 weeks. That's normal. First 4 weeks are the most difficult in the world because there's no data. There's no data yet.
Sound like McCarthy explaining the
There's
Cowboys.
no data. So we are 15-14 for the year. 3-6 last week. Not great. But this week, let's go. Now I had a fight, a legitimate fight with my handicapper over one of these games. Over Bama and Georgia. He is taking Bama +3 all the way at Georgia, saying that Georgia is not impressive, and if the quarterback by Bama plays well, they win by 10. I don't know that Bama is 10 points better than air.
Ooh. I mean, look, Bama has responded the right way these last couple weeks.
They played Wisconsin.
Yeah, they played Wisconsin, but I mean, they've come out there, they've beat the hell out of who they're supposed to beat the hell out of. But yeah, I would not take Alabama to cover really any amount against Georgia.
Not
reasonable
at Georgia.
amount. No.
So I'm taking Georgia -3. Oregon, Penn State, I like the under 51.5.
Yeah, absolutely.
UNT -12.5 against South Alabama.
Okay.
Illinois, USC under. It's like 61.5. All right.
You think they're going to lose 51-10 this week?
There you go. And then Ole Miss -1.5 against LSU. I'll tell you, everybody loves LSU, and they're good. Their win over Clemson looks like doo-doo. Looks like Sean's toilet. And their win over Florida doesn't look very good either.
Dude, they've got...
And they only won those 2 games by a combined 17 points.
You said everybody loves LSU. ESPN does not. So ESPN is giving Ole Miss a 73% chance to win this game. And then if you go to the further weeks where you're like, okay, well, they got to be fine against some of these other teams, right? So you go to South Carolina right now. South Carolina and LSU. LSU only has 74% chance to win, which against South Carolina at home, that should be higher.
Uh-oh, Vandy. Give it to me, baby.
At Vandy. They've got Vandy 65% to win on their predictive analytics.
Oh, my God.
I mean, let's see what the Bama game is here in several weeks. And that's at Alabama. That's at Bryant-Denny. 77%. So, I mean, the ESPN analytics do not like LSU
All right.
at all.
I am loving that line then.
I don't. Garrett Nussmeier, baby. Marcus high school alum.
He's a good player. Very good
player. Could be a top 5 pick next spring. I still believe in Nuss.
All right. NFL. Tampa +3.5 against Philadelphia.
Okay.
I like the Washington Atlanta under 45.5. I like Chargers Giants under 43.5.
That might get under 4.5.
Green Bay Cowboys over 47.5. I think Green Bay
might score 48 again.
And then Denver Cincinnati under 44.5.
Okay, I can see it.
All right.
You got a good Denver defense, and you got Jake Browning in there.
There we go. So there's your little degenerate for your NFL and college football weekend. Okay, it is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the fan, but it is also Ryder Cup Friday. The Ryder Cup starts today. Ryder Cup, of course, Bobby, is a golf match. It is Team USA versus Team Europe. Now,
yes,
they do different formats each day. Today, we have a morning session, which started at 6:10 a.m., and then we've got an afternoon session, which will start just around lunchtime. Okay? Mm-hmm. And it's different formats. So,
is this the same Ryder Cup that the pace of play guy tried to warn President Trump not to stand near them for tee times?
Yeah, that was the one where he was like,
I can't believe there's a pace of play guy at the Ryder Cup. It's not really. It's whoever's there. But he's basically like, hey, we know you delayed stuff at this. Not here. We got to tee off at a certain time.
Yep.
Don't care about you, Secret Service. We have pace of play here.
Where
I'm going to bring that up in junk drawer, by the way. How a couple weeks ago when I did go out to the golf course, actually. And I was introduced to the absurdity of a pace of play guy and how that is an actual job. The
marshal, the
little retired
ranger,
the retired tattletale.
There's actually so they're on the course right now, And right now, Bryson DeChambeau and Justin Thomas are 1-up through 4. That means they have a 1-hole advantage through 4 over John Rahm and Tyrrell Hatton. Rory and Tommy Fleetwood are 1-up already through the first hole on Harris English and Colin Morikawa. The other one is Oberg and Fitzpatrick are all square with Scheffler and Henley. And then we have not seen Hovland and Rory versus Cantlay and Schauffele tee off. Kudos to Keegan Bradley for putting Patrick Cantlay, the slowest golfer in the world, as the last group. So we don't have to worry about slowing up the entire thing. He should be in the last group every single time this weekend at the Ryder Cup. There was talk that so the president's going to be there one of these days. There was talk that he was going to walk through the tunnel with Bryson. Like
a Morgan Wallen concert entrance,
like it's a WWE, like they're coming out.
I would, if I had access to large sums of money, I would pay Bryson DeChambeau lots and lots of money to please walk out to Broadway Girls by Morgan Wallen and do the hype video entrance just like
good.
that.
So the way the format is today, the morning is foursomes. Foursomes is also called alternate shot. So you and I are playing on a team.
Yep.
You hit the drive, I hit the next shot, and then you hit the next shot, and then I hit the next shot. So you would tee off on all odd number holes, and I would tee off on all even numbered holes.
I got you.
All right, and then in the afternoon session, it's going to be what's called 4-ball, which is we both play against those other two guys, and the best scorer wins the hole. And then on Sunday, you've got singles, which is just man versus man. That's the machismo. That is the testosterone day. That is the day where boys become men and men become boys, and that is that day. And that's
the machismo in their
golf
and their ironed khakis as they go. Please do not talk in my back.
I went and took a look at the some of the drinks they have here. They have got the Mulligan, which and by the way, the PGA Frisco when the PGA Championship comes to DFW in 2 years, they'll probably have all these drinks. These things are like $25. Their goal is to outsell the U.S. Open tennis, which sold $17 million worth of beverages. All right, that's their goal, is to outsell the tennis U.S. Open.
How much do you think 2 vodka sodas in Chicago cost me last week at Lou Malnati's?
Did you get doubles or singles?
Singles.
2 of them? Mm-hmm. I would say you paid $39 total.
Close, 36. The soda water alone was $5 a drink. I'd never seen it broken out that way.
It's just water.
I know. Well, no, it's water with fizzy bubbles in it.
You can make it. You can get one of those CO2 things. You can make it yourself.
Yeah. But that's how much they were charging for club soda.
Wow. So I mentioned Rory McIlroy. Now, Rory is on the course, and he is 1-up. He is teamed up with I already put it away. I already who he's teamed up with. But listen to this. Your mind tricks, Rory, are not going to work on me. They're not going. He's teed up with Tommy Fleetwood. Your mind tricks won't work on me. This is Rory McIlroy talking about the United States of America.
Everyone wanted to make it in America. It's the land of opportunity. I still believe it's the greatest country in the world, and if you come here and you work hard and you dedicate yourself, you can be or do whatever you want. I am unbelievably grateful and lucky that I got to come to America early on, and I think success is celebrated here. I think there's a wonderful sense of work ethic, and yeah, as you know, I live here. My wife is American, my daughter is American. You know, I have a lot of affinity towards this country, and I think everyone that lives here should have that same affinity, because it is a wonderful place.
So what are you not
First
buying?
of all, he's 100% right, but your mind tricks aren't going to work on me, pal. Okay, we're still coming for you. These fans are still going to be all up your butt.
That's
okay. He's trying to butter up. He's trying to butter up the American fans, and it's not going to work.
It
is not going to work.
Isn't this Rory though? Because Rory's Mr. I hate live, and he's Mr. Pro PGA.
Yeah.
And he's Mr. He's shown all these sort of tendencies before.
But yes, he has. But it's not going to work. It can work on the PGA Tour. It can work week to week. It can work at the Greater Greensboro Open. It can work at the Greenbrier. They don't even play it there anymore. I don't even think they call it the Greater Greensboro Open anymore either. But I'll tell you what, it's not going to work. you could try to butter us up all you want, but you're scared and you're shaking, and you wouldn't be saying this stuff, and you wouldn't be trying to appeal to authority and appeal to the Americans because you know Scotty and Bryson are coming. They're coming, baby, and they're coming after you. And I don't know if you thought this was going to work, but we're not falling for it. At least I'm not.
So
now, someone might, but I won't.
You know, in the Olympics, generally everybody they're pulling for Team USA, but there's also the people become suckers to the stories. It's like, oh man, I heard this story about this one guy from Australia who's like he's doing archery and like he was blinded by bleach when he was 5 or something. And that story then all of a sudden everybody like starts cheering for that guy when they're watching the TV stories. That's why NBC News comes with all those sad pianos and their little storylines with it. So which would you say is more likely to occur? Somebody roots for the underdog story in the Olympics for somebody who's not from the U.S., or somebody roots for their favorite golfer who's not from the U.S. in the Ryder Cup?
Well, I don't believe you're allowed to have a favorite golfer that's not from the U.S. if you're from the U.S.
Really?
No, I root for any and all Americans.
But don't a lot of people Rory is their favorite?
They do like Rory, yeah. They do like Rory.
My favorite is Henrik Stenson.
I know you like Henrik. Henrik's a good guy. Henrik's a good guy, but you can't, I saw right through this. I saw right through this facade, right through this charade. We're not falling for it. They're going to boo the hell out of him today, and I hope they are. All right, that's my little Ryder Cup rant. You guys don't have to hear me talk golf the rest of the day. I apologize for that. Thank you for indulging me.
Some of the tweets towards Sean so far. Mike, get better, Sean. I know how the Cardinals' uniforms were designed. They just looked at the inside of your toilet.
Those were awful. You showed me those a couple of weeks back.
Yeah, Miguel tweeted, "Hey Sean, if your O-ring blows out completely, they're on sale at Harbor Freight for your information." And then somebody went, Chris said, "Get well soon. Hydration is a must." And then he posted this picture of a shark clearly having just bathroom issues on the toilet. So be sure to send tweet your thoughts and prayers for Sean's bathroom problems this morning. He would really like to hear from you about it.
I will have to say, there is also zero chance Sean knows what an O-ring is used for.
No.
Zero chance.
Does he know what a C-ring is for?
All praise to
Allah. That's Tampa Bay. That's the catwalk that always gets hit in Tampa Bay.
And RJ here on 105.
That's the catwalk. Stop freaking out.
The junk drawer is 740 and a Cowboys-Packers film study coming up next here on 105 through the Fan.
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some folks' fault?
Brought to you by the on-time experts and the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Snap to Murray, drops straight back, looks left, short throw to the left, caught DeMercado 5, breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown with 28 seconds left. The Cardinals a point away from tying the game.
Cardinals radio with the call. What a stinker that ended up as a competitive game late from a score standpoint, but the Seahawks do prevail. After that touchdown, the Cardinals did not kick it into the landing zone.
Yeah.
And then so they were able to get it at the 40-yard line. Seahawks go down, kick a field goal.
They got iron domed there.
Iron domed?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what that's called?
Yeah. That's what that's referred to. Keep going.
All right. So Cardinals lose 23-20. Cardinals radio with the call.
Yeah, and it is, I mean, the fact that Arizona was even able to competitively get back into that game surprised me because I thought that was going to end up being a blowout. But
they had 6 points with like five and a half to play, 6 to play.
Yeah, it was we ended up getting a competitive finish, though, and then that ending where they take it short of the landing zone, then you get the review on the catch, and Sam Darnold has another really, really strong performance.
Should they have gone for 2? wouldn't have mattered.
No.
They would have won.
No, you're at home. You're at home.
Oh, you buy that. You play into that. Huh?
You're at home, and there's time left for them to get into field goal range. It's not worth potentially missing, and then you lose.
Then you're screwed.
Yep.
Yep. All right. Well, it is time. It is the Expressway, the commercial-free Expressway. We have the junk drawer coming up at 7:40. But right now, let us go inside the film room.
Let's do it. We do not have an open for this yet.
What?
As Sean complains about everything.
I need a new intro.
Yeah, there we go. That can be the intro moving forward. We'll just have it be Sean going, where's the intro? Why are you making G-Bag intros and you're not making intros here? I can't mock Sean this morning or poke fun at him because, of course, he pulled an Elvis, died on the toilet last night, and he is at home in Sunnyvale.
You going to get some audio?
With bathroom issues. So like I've said all morning, you guys just tweet your thoughts and prayers to him and his bottom this morning. All right, we're out here at 1700 Westlake Bardwell in Enis for the Sean and RJ Firehouse Store. And, yeah, let's take a look at these Green Bay Packers. Before I do that, I did see a Packers fan out here a few minutes ago who was very nice, but he did say, like, hey, can you give a shout-out to Big John working at Methodist this morning at the hospital. So shout-out to you, Big John. All right, the Green Bay Packers. This is a team that is really, really good. I have them second in my power rankings still, and I think they're one of the better teams in football. But this is a flawed time with the NFL, and these are flawed teams right now. And the Packers are no different. There are vulnerabilities here. So we're going to go through it. We're going to start off with the offensive side of the ball. Matt LaFleur will do a lot of stuff before the snap to play with the eye discipline. So all that stuff we've seen historically from Ben Johnson and Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan of just, let's move this guy here, let's move this guy here, let's try and confuse things before the snap, move guys around. He does a lot of that. And it's usually just something to play with your eyes. Nothing. It doesn't lead to a flea flicker or, whoa, they ran this insane route, or look at this crazy concept they're doing. It's usually just to run something very basic out of it. But you're just trying to do a lot to trick it up, make it look pretty on the outside, and start messing with guys' discipline.
And that's what I do myself every day.
He is going to put receivers under center. He's going to run the Wildcat. He's got a whole bunch of other zany stuff he likes to do in the run game. He likes to run a lot of jet sweeps. He ran back-to-back jet sweeps with 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter against Cleveland last week. Just jet sweeps to Matthew Golden.
How did they work?
They actually got to the 3rd and 2. They picked up 4 yards both times.
Okay.
But then they ended up just throwing the interception there on 3rd and 2. But this is, at the end of the day, he wants to run the football. I know a lot of people think of the McVay, Shanahan, LaFleur type of coach and think, oh yeah, they're really forward thinking and change the game. All of those guys do like running the football in a particular kind of way. And a lot of what the games that he's doing and playing in front of the defense, Matt LaFleur is just trying to get a favorable look in the run game. That's what he's trying to do. So it's not just saying let's line up the ball and let's run it and we're going to be in 23 personnel and we're just going to outmuscle you and manly and anything like that. He is trying to run a modern run game that can pick up 8 yards a chunk, and that's the kind of offense that he likes to run. The passing game is a lot of quick strike stuff. So smoke routes, which the smoke route, snap the ball, wide receiver takes a step back, takes a pass, and gets some blocking in front of him. A lot of out routes, a lot of slants, a lot of passes to the backs in the flat. Josh Jacobs will line up at receiver at times and play off of there. But Jordan Love is a big fan of throwing the go ball, which means the safeties better be on their S this week. Because he has thrown – Cleveland did an effective job taking it away from him. He only got to throw one pass over 20 yards in the game. But if you look at what is considered a deep throw in the NFL, which is 20 yards or further, Jordan Love has thrown the second most pass attempts through 3 weeks, and he didn't even throw but one in week 3. So that means he was throwing a lot in week 1 and 2, and he's had success with it. He's been one of the more successful deep passers in the NFL. So similar thing to what you were facing with Russell Wilson a couple weeks ago of just a guy who knows how to throw the deep ball. So that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I'll say.
They like to spread the wealth around. No one on the team is even averaging 4 catches per game right now. There is not a single player on the team who is averaging 4 catches per game for 3 weeks.
That's
Tucker Kraft, the tight end.
They got too many guys.
Tucker Kraft, the tight end, who is one of Aiden's favorite players, our video producer back at the station, big Green Bay Packers fan, Aiden Butler.
Man, Aiden would like a guy named Tucker.
Yeah. Aiden looks like he could be a Tucker.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it. But
he could be a Tucker.
But Tucker Kraft is their leading receiver with 11 catches.
Ross could see it. He sees it. He's shaking his head.
11 catches through 3 games is their leading receiver in Tucker Kraft. He's the top target at tight end, but at receiver, Romeo Doubs, Dontavian Wicks, Matthew Golden, who there was a lot of chatter that he could have been the pick for the Cowboys in the first round if they didn't have the board fall the way that they wanted to. Those are all really good options, and they all do different varying things. Doubs and Kraft are the third down targets for Jordan Love. Wicks brings a little bit more electricity. He's a really dynamic player. He's somebody who they like to get the ball in space to do some different things. And then Matthew Golden's the vertical threat and a little bit of a gadget player because, like I said, they'll run the reverses to him or the jet sweeps. The concern this week, you know how last week I was like, I'm terrified, or 2 weeks ago I was like, I'm terrified what it'll look like if Malik Neighbors out there, if the Giants can block things up. And I'm terrified what it'll look like when Roma Dunze can just run free out there. And we've had those issues. This week it's Matthew Golden, who does not have a bunch of stats, but he is a ridiculous burner. Like the kind of acceleration that he has off the line of scrimmage to be able to get vertical and really stress some of their coverage issues. I'm going to say this. I'll put it on the line, RJ Chappie.
Whoa.
Matthew Golden will have a touchdown of at least 40 yards or longer in this game.
I mean, that's not a hot take. The Cowboys do that all. That's all they give up.
40-yard touchdowns is not a common thing. You know that if you're a betting man and you know the odds, you know that saying
I know the odds
by guaranteeing there will be a 40-yard touchdown is that's not a small guarantee here.
So I was asking my my handicapper this morning.
Mm-hmm.
He was texting me at like 4:30 this morning from Vegas.
What a guy!
I know. He said Cleveland is the best defense in the league by far, especially at home. Green Bay held Detroit to nothing, ran roughshod over the Commanders, and the Cows almost gave up 40 to a guy who doesn't have a job anymore. I don't know how to tell you how this game's going to go. But he did say that the CeeDee Lamb injury does make it only 1 point by the numbers. Right, a 1 point difference. So he had him winning by 7. Now it's 8.
Yeah.
So by the numbers, he goes, but we've all seen how this offense devolves without him. So obviously the numbers don't bear out his actual impact. So if you're going to bet, if you're thinking of taking the Cowboys, remember, CD might not move the betting line more than a point, but the way this team operates, that offense devolves without a key piece. Throw in 2 guys on the offensive line being injured. And
2 guys struggling.
And 2 guys struggling, and this thing could get ugly.
Yeah, and we're about to switch to the defensive side of the ball. You're not going to like what I'm going to have to say about how the Cowboys offense should play over the next few weeks.
Oh, boy.
But we'll get to that here in just a second here as we take a look inside the film room at the Green Bay Packers. They design a lot of runs for Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Like it's not just scrambling. It's designed stuff for him. He will scramble, too, and he will run if necessary. He doesn't look to bail out and get out of there quickly, but I mean, if he needs to run, he'll go, and he can absolutely hurt them with his legs. So some of the stuff we saw with Jalen Hurts in Week 1, where it's just like, my gosh, he's just scrambling free, they're going to have to watch out for that. The offensive line is not great in pass protection, and when Jordan Love is pressured, he has problems. Like, he still looks like a young quarterback when pressure gets in his face. So there's a lot of vulnerability on the interior in particular, which means Osa Odigizua, Kenny Clark, Matt Eberflus and your scheme that says get the defensive tackles upfield better be this week. This is the week where you need to see the defensive tackle presence show up in the passing game, is getting up the A-gap and really stressing things. Elton Jenkins, who's been a center that a lot of people have liked for the Packers for the last couple of years, he had a hell of a time blocking Malik Collins last week. He couldn't do it. Malik Collins was just consistently wrecking shop. And I don't know if there are Cowboys fans who even knew that Malik Collins was still in the NFL.
I did.
This is, as I said earlier, a very undisciplined football team from a penalties perspective. They are one of the most flagged teams in the league, and there are a number of pre-snap and procedural penalties. That's the problem, is what kind of penalties they are. They're dumb procedural execution penalties. It's not just grabbing a guy with pass interference when he runs by you. These are just stupid execution penalties that the Packers have. All right, let's take a look at the defense. This is a really good defensive team overall in the Packers. I absolutely love the guys that they have at linebacker. Edgerrin Cooper, Quay Walker, Isaiah McDuffie. Any one of those guys would be the best linebacker that Dallas would put on the field this weekend. The secondary's really versatile. They've got playmaking ball hawks back there. Xavier McKinney is one of them. What surprised me is, outside of Micah, the lack of a pass rush, especially with a guy like Rashawn Gary who's out there. And they've got Lucas Van Ness, who's supposed to be able to rush a little bit. But I suppose it makes sense why they felt they needed to trade for Micah, because when you see it, when it's not Micah, they have had some problems being able to get to the quarterback. Speaking of Micah, he's as good as he always has been.
As he should be.
When you watch him these 3 weeks, he is wrecking shop the way that he always has. Nothing has changed there. It's the same. He's still getting held, it looks like, on every other snap, and it's not getting called. But he's going to be a nightmare on Sunday night. That is a guy who does not seem to feel any ill effects from the back injury, unlike you, Chop.
I'm definitely getting ill effects. That's for dang sure.
Their corners are a little grabby in coverage. The physicality has gotten them flagged on a couple different instances. And, again, they're bad timed penalties. They've allowed illegal contact on 4th down to, carry a drive over.
Mm-hmm.
They've had pass interference, defensive hold. They have those sort of things on 3rd and 4th down all the time. There does seem to be a little bit of panic in the secondary, and they lose their discipline a little bit. I think they're a good secondary, and they've got an ability to take the ball away. But, man, they seem to panic in that secondary in big moments on 3rd and 4th down. And the same thing on the offensive line with the false starts and some of the things we've seen, like we talked about earlier. Green Bay is very, very fast on defense, and sometimes it's too fast. They end up playing a little bit out of control. They can start over-pursuing. It's a good week to have Jaden Blue active. In fact, we need to ask Brian Schottenheimer about that at 8:20. Having Jaden Blue active this week, because with no CeeDee Lamb and
you want some
lack of
speed, right?
Real playmakers out there. I mean, you've got George Pickens, but George Pickens is like, there's a step up now.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a real need for guys who can break the game open and might be able to take advantage of some of this team's aggressiveness, the Green Bay aggressiveness, and be able to get vertical really quickly. And Jaden Blue's a guy who can line up a receiver, he can line up in the backfield, and I've given them a pass for not having him active the first 3 weeks.
Right.
A lot of people have been upset with that and frustrated with it. I understand why they haven't, so it has not bothered me that Jaden Blue hasn't been active. This is the week where you probably need him, because even if he's not ready to do all the things in execution that you want and consistency, you need a playmaker. You need somebody else out there with some electricity now that CeeDee Lamb's not there, because we've seen, like you said, how the offense can regress. Dallas needs to be really physical in this game. What you see on tape with the Packers is that the more you turn it into a brawl, they wear down and get exhausted. That was really on display against the Browns last Sunday. Cleveland was a very physical team, and by the time that 4th quarter rolled around, they looked just tired.
Now, let me ask you this. Do most teams crater when they lose a major piece? Or do we crater more?
I mean, anecdotally, I'd just be thinking this over in, like, small instances. I can't think of large data sets, but, I mean, Buffalo was fine when they got rid of Stephon Diggs. I know that. I'm trying to think of other instances of it. Like, I know of guys who have gone out, but obviously I don't remember how it impacted their offense the same way like it did with Dallas. But, yeah, I mean, they need guys to step up. They need guys to make plays. And that's one of the reasons you went and got George Pickens. In theory, this is supposed to be the guy that steps up. Even with that said, and this is the final note here in the Packers film review, the Cowboys probably need to run the football for the next 4 weeks, Chubb. This needs to be a Bill Parcells, Otis Anderson offense.
Well, look, I mean, their best defense is their offense at this point. Like, just control the clock, right?
I don't think they can win this game passing the football without CeeDee Lamb. Maybe you can throw the football and have some success in future weeks against a team like the Jets or Carolina. I don't know. I haven't watched them yet. But in this game, you're not going to be able to. And in general, you've been a good running team so far.
Mm-hmm.
You've been able to run the ball efficiently, and your offensive line, which cannot pass protect very well at all right now, is pretty good in the run game. Terrence Steele and Tyler Guyton are panicking a second after the snap, it looks like, when they're in pass protection. When they're in run concepts, they're bulldozing and clearing guys out of the way without a problem.
Wow.
And it's not been an issue for the offensive line to run block on this. So to me, this needs to be a run first ball game from the Cowboys, and probably needs to be a run first offense for the next month.
There's your little film study. Run first. Cover your ears. Cover your eyes. But because that's the thing. You're paying $60 million for the quarterback. You would think that you would be a pass-first team, but this defense can't do that. You have to keep. What you got to limit. Green Bay can get no more than how many possessions in this game for the Cowboys to win?
9.
I'm not counting kneel downs.
9, 8 or 9.
8 or 9, and usually it's about 11 or 12 is
against
the number.
This defense.
Yeah,
yeah,
8 or 9.
Yeah, they held Philly to 8 in Week 1. For example.
That was their best performance.
Yeah, and that was the game where they kept things the closest. A couple notes before we get to the junk drawer, though, Chop. Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs, both full participants Thursday at practice. That seems to be trending the right way for the cornerbacks to be healthy. And then we talked about Dak Prescott, George Pickens, the connection that they're going to have. Communication's obviously been a problem in the secondary. You hope that's not the case with the offense, especially when you've got a new quarterback and receiver connection. And Dak was talking about this yesterday. George Pickens and Dak Prescott both spoke to the media, and the question was up between both of them, just like, where's the communication at? And Dak was talking about how communication's always an ongoing process of growth, so you're always getting better at things, and there's always things you can fix. But where they're at right now, he likes where they're at. But specifically, he gave this anecdote yesterday. He said a conversation we just had out there today was one that was needed after a couple of incompletions on a certain ball. Just getting back at it and us having the same mindset of how we're going to attack that route. He's a great player. I told you all that from the time he showed up. These receivers, guys like George, CD, they make it easy for that chemistry to grow. They do their job, and I just talked to them a little bit about what I expect here, what I expect there, and they go make plays. So I'm looking just to continue to build on what we've only started. And so that's the thing with Pickens. I think the chemistry's been decent between him and Dak so far. He's still clearly learning, where do I put the ball for you? And Pickens is still learning, how do I adjust to the ball that Dak is going to throw. There's still some adjustment period there, and you've seen that, I think, on tape the last 3 weeks.
I had a guy who's from Pittsburgh. I was on Pittsburgh radio.
Well,
and he said to me that in the press box last year, they were at a game, and one of the media members who was at every game said, I could tell you exactly if it's going to be a run or a pass based on George Pickens' body language leaving the huddle.
He's tipping pitches.
21 straight. Correct.
Damn. Tipping pitches.
Correct tips, I guess.
So we mentioned it earlier this week, but on the Pickens route where he scored in Week 3, some Pittsburgh writer quote tweeted the film copy of the touchdown. He goes, this is the most George Pickens touchdown ever. Like, not really trying or carrying on the route because he doesn't think the ball's coming to him. And then when it does, makes a miraculous play. And everybody's like, oh, what a play.
What a play. All right, it is 7:41 on a Friday, and that means it's time to empty out the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
All right, I'll start here. And I saw this, and it really hacked me off. Now, occasionally we do...
You said doo-doo. Shout out to Sean.
Yeah, shout out to Sean. We do ticket giveaways. We have a ticket giveaway next week. Are we allowed to mention it, Peyton, or we can't mention it, right?
Yeah, it's Friday. You can do it.
Bobby, next week, do you know what our ticket giveaway is?
No idea.
The commercial-free expressway?
A trip to Sean's house.
Ed Sheeran tickets.
Oh!
Ed Sheeran.
That was, we took Addison. That was her first concert she ever went to. We took her to AT&T Stadium the last time he was here. That was the day... Oddly enough, the last concert he did at AT&T Stadium was the Allen Outlet Mall attack.
Oh,
that was the same day because we were getting all that while we were there. But we were there sitting at that in the seats watching the concert, and her looking down. It was Addison's first concert, and she's just like tears streaming down her face, like getting so emotional with the music and stuff like that. So it's a great concert. It's a great show.
I've heard he's fantastic.
Great performer.
So she's a Galway girl.
She is. She loved that song.
Okay.
My pretty little Galway girl.
All right, so speaking of concerts, Michael Rapino. Do you know who Michael Rapino is?
I swear this dude, Michael Rapino, is boosting my ego.
He is the CEO of
Fanatics.
Ticketmaster.
Oh.
So
that's Michael Rubin.
You know, they obviously, there's been a lot going on with ticket prices and just how out of hand they are. Well, he said he was doing some kind of a, symposium. And he said, music has been underappreciated. I joke, it's a badge of honor to spend $70,000 for a Knicks courtside tickets, but they beat me up if we charge $800 for Beyonce. And he says we got a little bit of runway left. Right now, the average concert price is $72. Try doing a Laker game for that cost. The concert is underpriced and has been for a long time, so expect concert ticket prices to skyrocket. And he is getting absolutely dragged for this by music producers left and right.
Yeah, this is. I didn't even think of it as a political issue, but
is it?
I don't know. You said left and right. I was. There's the thing to me is that I think people do get on sports teams for the cost.
Yeah.
And I think in a lot of instances, you're also talking about. There's a million games. Like there in basketball, there's 41 opportunities to get to the game. Beyonce's going to be here once a year, once every 2 years. She may not even come to your city. You may have to travel for it. All that sort of stuff. I get it. I get supply and demand. I get, charging what people are willing to pay for it, everything else. This is just, I think it is a little... It makes me sad, not from a what makes sense economically or from a business standpoint. It does make me sad from the standpoint of like what I was just talking about with Addison, where she's so emotional sitting at a concert like that. It's a bummer to me that that's something that a lot of people get priced out of.
Yeah,
like having
really
that experience. That's a bummer.
It really is. All right, this is the junk drawer here on 105 to the Fan.
Yeah. All right. Would you ever take? You're gonna have to have a probably. I'm gonna imagine both of us will have to have a liver transplant at some point, or something. Like there are all sorts of organs that could get jeopardized.
I mean, just put me on the list now.
Are you an organ donor, by the way?
No,
I am not either. How would you feel?
Are you, Peyton?
I am. I don't think I remembered signing up for it, but it's on my driver's license. So there you go.
I've just heard too many horror stories, and they already start harvesting you when you're still alive. if someone's already there,
We've got an amazing feat. A U.S. man. This is from Nature.com. A U.S. man is still alive 6 months after a pig kidney transplant. It is the longest that anybody has lived with a genetically modified pig organ, which is what he got when his kidney started failing. He needed one. He had end-stage kidney disease, been receiving daily dialysis for more than 2 years. He underwent surgery in January, and it is a genetically modified pig kidney for a 67-year-old man who's still living and kicking with us. And this is, I guess it's easy for me to say when I'm not actually faced with life and death, but I don't think I could take a genetically modified pig organ for a transplant. I think that would just mess with my head. Like, I think when I come out, I would just always be aware of, like, I have, like, pig organs in me. That's a little.
You would start smelling bacon randomly, and you'd be like, yep, that's because of it.
You guys would never let it go. You guys would never let it go.
Wouldn't. No.
Like, oh, my gosh, the nicknames that you guys would give, the fact that, like, you guys would probably just, like, oink at me whenever I was making a point or I was getting worked up. Like, I wouldn't.
Pork belt? Yeah.
I don't think. Pork belting, spending. Yeah, I don't think I could get over that. That'd be a really difficult thing for me. But I'm glad. Modern science, fantastic. I'm glad this guy's still here for his family. I'm just saying, for me personally, if that option is what I was facing, I might just say this might just be my time.
Bobby Bacon would be a good name, though. Bobby Bacon.
Bobby Bacon.
Name. And for you, it'd be Piggy Payton. So.
Oh, wow, that's quick. I don't know.
You have the nose for it.
There's a lot more animals. Why a pig though? Like, are their kidneys closer to ours?
I guess so. DJ's over here saying yes, but it's genetically modified. They said too. So they're like the GMOs in our food. They're doing that to the kidneys, I guess, to make sure that they're good to go.
I have heard there are some animals that have organs that are very close to humans. When I was working on the farmer told me some certain things.
Yeah,
it happens.
I have, I know. I like, for instance, I know I have one very similar to a horse, like
the brain.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah, one of the dumbest animals ever, isn't it? It is a junk drawer here on 105.3 The Fan. We want proof that California is the softest state. 2 people have gone to the hospital after squirrel attacks.
Oh my gosh, they don't have that pig in them.
And these squirrels did not, I repeat, did not have rabies. It is being known as the attack squirrel. And it's a Bay Area town north of San Rafael. My sister just moved out to this area, back to this area, I guess. She moved out there. She wants to be close to wine country. Well, this gold-colored squirrel, a pair of them, they are public enemy number 1 in this area. Brutal attacks, forcing 2 people to go to the emergency room to seek treatment for bites and claw marks, left them covered in blood. So when I played Derek Collins' golf tournament, It was at Diamond Oaks. I had played at Diamond Oaks a lot when I was a kid,
Right.
late teens. And the squirrels there are super cool with humans, right? They will come into your golf cart, take your food,
Just
take
a chill
crackers.
guy, yeah.
You could feed them out of your hand. So I was feeding these squirrels out of my hand.
You're like Snow White.
I was holding up the golf course, just feeding these squirrels out of my hand, and they would take their little hands, and they would grab onto my hand and try to eat the cracker out of my hand. And those claws are they're sharp. Okay, these things are sharp, but you cannot go to the hospital for a squirrel injury, and not just one, but two different people. And this squirrel did not have rabies.
That's my favorite part of this is that they didn't have rabies. These two squirrels sized up the human and went, yeah.
I got you, man.
Hell yeah.
The same animal that
take that
runs,
guy.
the same animal that sprints away at the slightest sound. You could pass gas 30 feet away, that squirrel's running up a tree. Yet these people got sent to two of them, sent to the hospital for a squirrel injury.
That is that's a brazen squirrel, and I respect it. It's just built different.
I get it, man.
All right, this is Junk Drawer on 105.3 The Fan. All right, Chop, this is a story I saw over on SciPost recently, which is they take a look at all these just different psychological studies and different research areas, and this is one that I thought was a good point to base most relationships off of when I saw this. It says love doesn't thrive on ledgers. So it says people often say relationships should be fair, right?
Yeah, so not transactional.
We need to be fair. New research suggests that keeping score may actually backfire. A long-term study of couples found that when partners expected something in return for favors or sacrifices, their satisfaction tended to decline over time. Relationship researchers have long distinguished between two broad mindsets, communal and exchange orientations. Communal approach involves caring for a partner's needs without expecting direct payment. By contrast, an exchange orientation involves a sense of keeping score, and that one leads to relationship dissatisfaction. I think this is huge because when you are keeping the ledger, when you are keeping the scorecard, that can turn toxic really fast.
Yes, it can.
Because you always feel like somebody's ahead,
right?
And you always feel like, oh, I've got the power of it. I've said this before. We don't have this issue anymore, but I'm fine talking about it. There was back in the day when Chris and I would argue about things. If I was, or not even argue about things, if I would say something that was bugging me, for instance, Shop. So like, tell me something that bugs you about me. Hit me like you're Kristen.
That you wear hoodies when it's 106 degrees outside.
Well, you remember you didn't say I looked pretty last week.
Oh.
It's like, okay, sorry, my bad. I should have said you looked pretty last week. Now, can we talk about this thing here? Well, you did and it was like, all right, so are we just gonna like keep upping each other until somebody finds the trump card?
Boy, that is toxic.
I'm telling you, I got and we've worked through that, and we understand now. Like we got to just acknowledge what each of us is feeling. We're like, yeah, I accept that. I need to work on that. Now, let me tell you about what like I didn't like or something that bothered me or things like that, instead of that back and forth. Because to me, that is the quickest way to things going sideways, is that sort of scorekeeping.
Yeah.
Whether it be in arguments or in favors or whatever else, that'll get you.
There is, I mean, look, the difference in men and women, I mean, just look at how you argue. Like when a guy argues with a woman, the woman typically will bring up a conversation that was had months ago, and we're like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even know what conversation. But we think in the very macro.
Yeah.
And they think in the very micro, and it just that's why you can't be scorekeeping. All right.
Never love conditionally, says 817. Keep scores unconditionally. That's one of my favorite quotes. Sinclair Ferguson had the quote. He said,
I only have one last name.
Or no, not that one. It was a different one from a guy named Paul Washer, where he said, how would you ever learn unconditional love if you were married to somebody who met all the conditions?
Huh.
It's supposed to grow you, Chop. Think
about it. So settle.
No, not settle.
Yeah.
You're supposed to learn unconditional love by growing
being with
them.
someone flawed.
See,
that's why most people hate me, because I'm not flawed. It is the Junk Drawer here, 105 to the Fan. One more thing here. Charlie Sheen says he had coitus with 47,000 women,
and one guy, right?
At least
that's what he said. That's not a joke, people. He really said that.
I don't know if you could. Would you have done? I don't even.
I could. Would I do?
You
what?
messed
What's your question?
47.
Oh, I thought.
First of all, there's no chance, right? There's no chance. There's no chance you could do that. That's
No.
too mad. He hasn't even been alive 47,000 days.
What was the claim from
Wilt Chamberlain?
Was 10,000?
10 or 20,000.
Yeah, and they did the math on that. And they're like, it's literally impossible.
It's like 5 a day.
So
you can't do that.
No,
47,000.
There's no chance. Maybe if he's like, see, that's the hard thing. He's saying 47,000 women. Even if he was saying, I've done it 47,000 times.
I don't even believe that.
Like that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's a big one right there.
Like he's 4 a day.
He's like the little 90s Energizer.
Yeah, there's no way.
Going,
I would not. I mean, it's also disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, it's gross.
There's not 47,000 attractive enough people.
It's just hilarious to me that the only people who are making claims like this right now are like all these OnlyFans models that are doing challenges, and then Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen and OnlyFans models. They're one and the same.
So that OnlyFans thing, did you hear about this? They're all from like the same city in Europe, in England. They're all from like North Derbyshire. Derbyshire, as they say.
Gosh.
They're all from like 1 square mile area.
They are heading for a future of really effed up genetics there in Derbyshire.
Derbyshire. All right, it is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Sean is out today, as if you can't tell. A little tummy ache. He will be back on Monday. But it is time for the 5 things. Let's pick the game. The 5 things I want to see and how the referees, are they going to screw us or are they not? That's all coming up next. 8 o'clock hour. Brian Schottenheimer, Cowboys coach at 8:20 next to the Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, me, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's not your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. What do you mean?
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth, and Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. I'm Sean Sharif. The injury bug that has hit the Dallas Cowboys has now hit me as I am out today with explosive diarrhea after eating gas station sushi. What a poor decision. But Bobby and RJ are live from Enis, Texas at the fire station. Take it away, boys.
All right. Thank you, Sean. Get well. We're here holding down the fort. Where are we, Bobby Belt?
We are at 1700 West Lake Bardwell in Enis, Texas for the Firehouse Tour 2025. We're stopping here in Enis, and got a couple shout-outs that we got to get to. First, I got to pull up the Enis football schedule because I know we were looking at the lights earlier.
Midlothian Heritage, right?
So, yeah, it's Midlothian Heritage tonight against the Enis Lions. So if you're around Enis and you want to take in some football, go over there to that lovely stadium over there. You can take it in. Speaking of Midlothian, that's one of our shout-outs. Shout-out to Tristan from Midlothian in what I thought was a Saquon Barkley jersey. It is a Miles Sanders Eagles jersey.
Okay.
He's coming up here rubbing Eagles champ stuff, and then it's Miles Sanders instead of Barkley, which made me laugh because I was giving him S about it. I was like, what's wrong with this running back? And he's like, I don't know. And he showed me
I had met him before in Canton.
Yeah.
At trade days. We like to go out to trade days in October, November because the weather's better.
He said he felt very disappointed that Sean was sick. He said he was really hoping that he'd be able to see his hands up close. He's really been dying to know how small they were. So I told him it was like right up to about here on me.
Just put your hand up next to ours and just shrink it in half.
Yeah. Just here. In fact, we got Big Richie. We got Big Richie and Little Richie over here.
We got some kids over there. They can take a look at the hand. Same size.
We got Big Richie and Little Richie, not to be confused with Little Richard. Little Richie, if you go put your hand up to his, it'll probably like an inch shorter than Little Richie is what I would imagine. And then we got Von Rico from Enis. They decided to get up early this morning. They're homeschooled. They decided to get up early this morning and come see us because they're such fans. So the boys came out here with us.
They had to get their hands on a Tolo beanie.
Yes.
Which I do believe. Are they still out? We have any left?
I think. I mean, we've got a couple. Like we've got two up here with us that I would give away.
Yeah.
There's they're gone away from the desk.
We're on to G-bag stuff. We're on to giving away G-bag.
We're on to G-bag.
So, all right, Brian Schottenheimer coming up in 15 minutes. Peyton is called. Peyton is confirmed. So he is good to go. All right, let's get you set for this Cowboys game. Let's pick the game.
And that's all he said. He said he was good to go.
He didn't say anything else. Let's pick the game here. Okay. I'm going to give you 5 things I want to see for the Cowboys in Week 4. Number 1, I want for Dak to be the better quarterback on the field. So far through 3 games, has been really good, but I was surprised to find out that per QBR, make what you want of it, he was the lesser of the quarterback in all 3 per QBR. That surprised me. That surprised me quite a bit. And in 2 of them, the Bears and Eagles, his QBR was more than 30 points lower than his counterpart. If they're going to beat Green Bay, I think he's going to have to be the one to have a better game than Jordan Love. I was surprised by that, though. It's making me curious about the stat.
Yeah. Well, because, I mean, I don't think it's going to factor in a lot of the stuff with the drops.
That's true.
And so, we know what he's done in a lot of instances, and it's not actually translated to guys doing anything.
For George Pickens to give you a no slacking off, no skipping running plays, ball out, be the one, get paid type game.
Yep.
They're going to need that if they're going to win this game.
No days off.
No days off. Number 3, anyone, to have some idea of what they're doing on defense. I don't even care if they stop the pass. I wanted it to look like you were doing the right thing. If you get beat, you get beat, but just look like you're doing the right thing out there. Number 4, do not use Brandon Aubrey unless you have to. We talked about this from last week's game, right? 4th and 2, 35-yard line. They elect to go for the field goal instead of going for it on 4th down.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the one they burned a timeout, too, right? They burnt the timeout on that very same play.
Yes.
All right? So he's a last-ditch resort and not a fallback. And number 5, for the love of God, shut Micah up. I don't care if Dak gets sacked 36 times by the other 10 players. He cannot eat. Micah Parsons cannot eat in this game. Those are your 5 things.
It's good. I agree with all of them. I think those are all important things that the Cowboys have to accomplish. And now We get to pick the game. And I guess we're going to hear if you think they're going to accomplish these 5 things based on how your pick is. How do you see this game playing out on Sunday, Chop?
All right, well, I have some referee statistics for you.
Oh.
So, since 2016, this is Ron Torbert is the official of this game. Since 2016, home underdogs, that's the Cowboys, are 16-36 against the spread. That means 31%. So 70% of the time they don't cover the spread.
That is not league average.
If you're an underdog and you don't cover the spread, that also means you lose the game. The Cowboys are 1-5 in Torbert officiated games in the Dak Prescott era.
They could be better than that.
Yep, that includes 2 losses to the – whoa, my voice cracked. 2 losses to the Packers at AT&T Stadium, including the 2023 wildcard game. His crew's consistently calling
I will say, I don't think Torbert was why they lost that game.
I don't think it was why they lost that game either. They call an above-average percentage of offensive penalties, and the false start offensive holding combo continues to make up a higher-than-league average percentage of this crew's overall penalties assessed. Now, I don't think that you should count false starts as penalties called.
Yeah, to me that's just black and white. Did the guy jump or not?
Right, it is what it is. It doesn't matter who the crew is.
Yeah.
They are 3rd this year in special teams penalties.
Now the only catch I'll give on that, by the way, is if you're going to call a false start on the Eagles during the tush push.
Yeah.
That tells me what kind of
or Lane Johnson.
Yeah.
Now, if you like scoring,
I love scoring.
He's also not the guy. 58% of his games since 2020 have hit the under. But it is worth noting the Cowboys-Packers game at AT&T, both of them have gone over the total. So that's some nuggets for you. A little bit of information.
Those are some danky nuggets
that you can use at your disposal. I do like Green Bay to win this one. I like it 34-20, 34-21, somewhere in that. I think it hits the over. I bet the over, and I think it hits the Green Bay and the points. 6.5 is a good number for a favorite. So I like the over, and I like Green Bay to cover.
Yeah, I'm struggling with this one. So watching them back yesterday, and we did film review at 7:20. Watching Green Bay, there are limitations to what they do, and they're not right now anyway. They don't look like one of the more explosive offenses in football. They're a complete team. They can beat you down. There's a lot to really, really like about them. I don't know that Green Bay's the team that's going to put up like 50 on you. But then again, I didn't think they were going to put up 48 in a playoff game. So, but
I also think that they're only going to put up 10 against Cleveland.
That's true. But Cleveland is one of the better defenses in the NFL. I'm picking Green Bay in this one. I'm going to go 28-13. I think that you're going to see them take advantage of some of the stuff down the field, but Matt LaFleur also stubbornly does like to attack with the run game and likes to establish that. And right now they've been decent against the run. So I think it's going to click at some point. He's going to realize, I can just throw the ball over the top, and then they'll take advantage of that, and Matthew Golden will take advantage of that. Dallas, I think, is going to have a bit of a hard time in this game because it'll reach a point. It's one of these games where I think it could be, something along the lines of 14-10 at halftime, and you're feeling pretty good about it. And then they'll reach a point where Dallas is going to need to throw the football when the game starts expanding, and I don't know if they can pass protect and do what they need to do with CeeDee Lamb out. So I'm going to go 28-13, Packers beat the Cowboys.
Let's see. Franklin, injury attorneys fan text from the 201, Green Bay 33-9. 38-10, Green Bay. Cowboys will cover. 38-10, Green Bay.
9-4-0. They're definitely capable, or they will definitely be capable to put 40 on this defense. Absolutely, they're capable of it if they want to play the game that way. Green Bay just hasn't shown any willingness to play the game that way. Green Bay does not throw the ball 50 times and try to put 60 points on the board. It's not. You look at the first few weeks. They're not one of the higher scoring offenses in the NFL. They scored 10 against Cleveland, and then what was it, 27 and 28 the first 2 weeks? It's not like they've been exploding for 40 every game.
Right, that's true.
So, Peyton, what's your pick for this game?
I really thought about doing it. I really thought about going against y'all, but I have the Packers winning a close one, 31-27. I think the Cowboys play this game very closely. I expect George Pickens to have a big game here. With CeeDee out, but the Packers are 5-0 against the Cowboys at AT&T Stadium. So I do expect the Cowboys to keep it competitive, though.
They've never lost here
Nope.
And they're 1-0. They're 6-0 if you count the Super Bowl win. So
I'll tell you who's painfully aware of that is Aaron Rodgers. There was the I can't remember which game it was. One of these games at AT&T Stadium that he played in. I think it was one in like 2017, where they beat him like 34-31 or something like that. And I was at the Packers locker room as they were walking in, and Aaron was just chirping, and he goes, "I effing love it here. I love it here. I never lose here. I love it here." He just he could not stop talking about it. 2017 was kind of a mess, but he could not stop chirping about it.
With the ball.
So I know that they've had their struggles there. Which would make you feel worse, if our predictions are right that they get throttled, or that Peyton's prediction is right that they lose a close one? I think them losing a close one would make me feel worse, because like there's opportunity there.
If they lose a close one, I have a suspicion that we're going to have some, like, I don't want to say inexperience on Shotty's part with some game management stuff, but like that's, close games generally come down to one or two plays.
Right. Sure.
And that brings it into play. And
But
I don't want to think like that.
But I would think that more your risk there would be, in Peyton's scenario, for instance, 31-27. Like that could be a 27-24 game where you just can't stop them going down the
right.
field.
That could absolutely be it. I'm going to give you a quick update on the Ryder Cup. I said I was done talking golf.
60 seconds on Ryder Cup.
I lied. We are getting mollywopped. I mean the Americans. By Europe.
Is that who it is? It's just Europe? I don't know who they play.
Yeah, it's Europe. Europe is the Ryder Cup.
So it's not the world. This isn't like a bunch of world teams.
So the President's Cup, which is next year, is the
very beautiful cup.
It's a very beautiful. It's the U.S. Team USA versus everybody in the world but Europe. So you get a lot of the South African golfers, you get a lot of Australian, New Zealand, a lot of the Asian golfers. But in this one, it's just Europe. So you got to be a member of the EU to play in this. Tyrrell Hatton and John Rahm 1 up through 9 on Justin Thomas and DeChambeau. Rory and Tommy Fleetwood absolutely taking Morikawa and Harris English to the woodshed. They're 4 up through 7. Matthew Fitzpatrick and Oberg, they are 3 up through 8 on Scotty Scheffler and Russell Henley. And then the only guy I didn't want to see win is Patrick Cantley. Cantley and Schauffele are 1 up over Hovland and McIntyre through 6. But we got that's session number 1. Each one of these is worth a point. If they tie, it's a half point. And then we go to the afternoon session around noontime.
Can he or Cantley?
Cantley. I can't say, he's so slow.
That's an awful way to end this segment with that awful pun.
It is an awful way to end the segment. But a great way to start the next segment is by bringing on the head coach of your Dallas football Cowboys, Brian Schottenheimer, next on The Fan.
Nutmeg maidens? No. Nutmeg maidens? I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. Haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
Kids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Enis in the fire station, 1700 Westlake Bardwell Drive, hanging out with first responders, and it is time for the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Brian Schottenheimer, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Coach. How we doing?
And we're doing great. Hey, first of all, hey, for Bobby and RJ, man, I just want to tell you guys, I appreciate your grit, your toughness, your determination. I mean, hey, I got a little chest cold. You can probably hear it in my voice. And, hell, I showed up to work today. So, Sean, wherever you are listening, man, I tell you what, I hope you feel better. But, damn, thank goodness for Bobby and RJ leading the charge, man, because, man, your grit is real, guys.
Next man up isn't just a slogan, Coach. It's a philosophy. It's a practice of ours.
Hey, see, I love that. See, now we're doing things. Hey, well, what was it? Who was it? It was Pip, right? Lou Gehrig. Wally Pip. You know, hey, this could be the Bobby and RJ show. You know, I kind of like the ring of that. Quite honestly.
There we go. So I've always wondered this. Okay, and we're going to get into football. I promise. What happens if a coach has like something like this happen during? You throw some Imodium? What happens? I've never heard of a coach missing a game. Like, it's got to happen.
Hey, listen, we have so many trainers that they give you pills, they do things to you that just holds it in, man. And then sometimes you go in the concussion protocol tent and you just have to relieve yourself. I mean, stranger things have happened. And hey, I heard you guys were with the first responders, man. That's so cool. Appreciate you guys doing that. And you talk about some real heroes, man. That's big time.
That's awesome. Thank you, Coach, for saying that. Brian Schottenheimer joined us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, 3 games in. Have you learned more about your team or yourself as a head coach through 3 weeks?
Oh, man, I think the answer is both, man. I think, with the team, I think, we're realizing, again, the way we're built and that we do have some resilience and we do have some fight. When you look at the Giants game, that we believe we can find ways to win close games. I think we're also learning, the things that we need to do from a communication standpoint on both sides to be better. I think we're learning, that, like you guys said, all about the ball or winning the turnover battle can't just be a slogan. Like, we have to do that, and unfortunately right now we're turning it over too many times and we're not getting the ops. And then, I'm constantly learning, man. I mean, there's things I learn, every day and every game, and whether it's, game management stuff or how to best affect, the defense when I'm calling plays and being the head coach and things like that. I'm constantly learning. So, and what I would say to you guys is, when it's all said and done and we win a Super Bowl, I think we're going to still continue to be that way. And the quest for knowledge, man, and growth should never stop in anything you do in life.
Have you had a play, not necessarily a play call, but a game management decision that you made, and then as soon as you made it, you second-guess it? Or are you hey, I made it, let's go, forget about it?
No, I mean, again, I do make decisions that way. I make decisions knowing that, hey, they're either going to work or they're not, and if they work, you'll be a hero, and if they don't work, you'll be, a goat, and that's all part of it. A goat in a bad way, not the greatest of all time. But I go back to the right before the half against the Giants. I just did not do a great job of communicating to Dak the situation that we're in. We have words that we use that kind of put him into a mindset, and we did not need to have the ball get left in bounds. And that's one that pops out where, again, I need to be clear with my communication to him using that code word that tells him and puts him into the mindset that he can't throw the quick out to Jake Ferguson unless he knows Fergie can get out of bounds. So, but again, like I said, you guys usually catch me in a good mood because I've just been spending the last 30 minutes doing all game management things from around the leagues with Ryan Feeder, who's our game management coordinator.
Coach, you talk about the communication, and specifically that's been a big talking point, I think, the last couple weeks about the defense. Obviously, without getting into specifics of signals and things like that, can you just walk us through what good communication should look like on defense from the time they're in the huddle getting the call to the whistle is blown at the end of the play?
Yeah, absolutely. So, obviously the play call comes in from Flus or whoever the coordinator is around the league, and there's a green dot. Each team has a green dot that's allowed to make the call. You actually have guys that have multiple guys that can potentially do it based on your package that you have for personnel groupings. But the guys come into the huddle, the play call is made, whatever the wording is. But what's so critical about communication on defense, guys, is that the call, I'm just going to use a random one. It's not even one of ours. Let's just go base cover 3. Well, base cover 3 is going to play a lot of different ways based on the formation sets that the offense brings. And our league right now is all about shifts and motions and change of strengths and, the challenges that we create. So base cover 3 versus pro formation, which really nobody runs a whole lot of anymore, looks very different than it does in slot or versus one-back slot or versus 4 open where there's no tight end in line and there's 2 guys to the right, offensive players to the right, 2 guys to the left, and there's no tight end line. So if you do not have players that are communicating and sharing information, then therefore you are at a disadvantage. And we've had that at times at a very high level. And then we've had that at times at not a very high level. And so one of the things that I love that we've done this week is in our meetings, we've had basically everybody but the D-line in there. So linebackers are in there. I'm in there. Coaches are in there on defense. The safeties sit together in a group. The corners sit together in a group. The nickels sit together in a group. And the call comes in, and we watch the practice film, and they're making all their calls as the formation on video goes up. And why is that important? Well, it's important because if we can't communicate at a high level in a meeting room where everybody's sitting in a chair, everybody's comfortable, then how are we going to do it, on Sunday night in front of 75, 80,000 people screaming, going crazy, crowd noise and all that stuff. So I know it sounds easy, and we need to do it better. In no way, shape, or form am I saying we don't need to do it better. But it's not as easy as it seems, and that's why you have to work so hard on it. And that's why we have continued to emphasize it and make the changes that we've made in terms of making these guys have to do it at a higher level in the classroom before we ever get out to the field and do it.
Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. We got 9 minutes into this without saying Micah Parsons' name. I think we deserve a blue ribbon for that. Coach,
Pretty good job, guys. Pretty good job.
Coach, I'm going to ask you hopefully a little bit different angle of this than you've been asked before. Your first year here, you would help with mock game plans for Dan Quinn, where you kind of show him, my understanding, where you show him how to attack the defense, how you would attack the defense if you were coaching the opponent that week. So when game planning for an impact player like Micah Parsons this week, does it help at all that you've already gotten kind of a year's worth of designing practice game plans for stopping Micah that first year you were here with DQ?
Yeah, I mean, look, game planning a guy like Micah or an elite player, which is not new to any week. You got, whether it's, the Giants that have 3 guys. I mean, Green Bay has a bunch of guys. Rashawn Gary's a hell of a player. Micah's a great player. Xavier McKinney is a great safety, and the backers, the team speed's amazing. I would say the awareness of the player is a positive in terms of how to game plan them. But again, how Jeff Halford, the defense coordinator in Green Bay, is going to use them. I mean, I think they're still learning Micah. So they're going to have new wrinkles and things that maybe that DQ or Zim or Flus, might not have done with Micah. So I think that's the challenge. But that's the chess piece, and that's the chess match, I like to say, because that's what we live for. But, we all know the talent of Micah Parsons and the ability that he has is incredible. But, why they're so good is that he's not the only piece. Rashawn Gary's a damn good football player. Walker and Cooper, both inside backers, are damn good football players. And the team speed is real. And then, they got Van Ness, and I mentioned McKinney. So it's more than just one player. But getting back to your original question, I think the awareness of understanding Micah a little bit helps. But they're going to use them different ways, and that's where we have to be ready to adjust on game day.
Hey, Coach, you had gotten a lot of questions the first couple weeks about Mozzie Smith and Jaden Blue being active, both of them. Mozzie Smith was active in week 3. Jaden Blue was still inactive on the shelf. What progress have you seen from Mozzie that you're still looking for from Jaden to be active on game day?
Well, I'm going to say this about Jaden. Jaden's actually put together a couple really good weeks of practice. He has. We challenged him. We talked to him about consistency, working harder on the scout team and things like that. Man, and shoot, hey, give him credit. He's been terrific. Unfortunately, we've been a little bit heavier on the defensive side when you look at the roster construction on game day. It's usually, I think it's been like 23, 21, and then we've got the 4 specialists with CJ, and so we've been a little bit higher on the defensive side of the ball. So, again, in no way, shape, or form is Jaden doing things that would not allow him to be activated. It's been more of the fact that we've needed the numbers with some of the injuries and stuff on defense and in the secondary and things like that. And then in terms of Mozzie, man, like, here's a guy, we sat him down and we just like with Jaden, told him, hey, here's where you are. Here's why you're inactive. It's nothing that's going to last forever, but you have to do your part. And I think he's done that. And, we see him learning to play the attack front better. Like, let's remember, we're 3 weeks into, learning this new defense and trying to get everybody on the same page with it. And, it's different for Mozzie, and Mozzie missed quite a bit of time during the offseason program. And so I do think that both those players that you mentioned are doing everything in their power because they want to be out there with their teammates and they want to do what they love, which is to play football in the National Football League and to run and hit and do things like that. So a lot of times when guys are made active or inactive, it's because of things outside of their control. And I think it's a great question. It's the first time I've said it's a great question because it is a great question because you're trying to educate people. And if a guy's inactive, it doesn't mean he hasn't had a good week of practice or that we don't believe him. It just means that the league limits our ability to put everybody out there, and you have to make some hard decisions.
Coach, what did Cleveland do defensively that really kind of handcuffed Green Bay last week?
On the defense side of the ball?
Yeah, like what did Cleveland do defensively against Green Bay?
Yeah, again, I think what they did a really good job of not giving up big plays. Again, it's Captain Obvious there. I do think that they did a nice job stopping the run. This is a really good run team coming in here. Jacobs is a hell of a back, and they do a really good job with shifts and motions. But those are the two things that I would say is you can limit a team like that that's got speed with Matthew Golden and quarterback and Jordan Love that's really good at, distributing the ball around. So not giving up explosives. Anytime you hold a team to, 10 points like that, it's really impressive. And but I will say, they tried to make them one-dimensional. And, again, I think that they did a nice job with that. And, it's like I felt it last week in the fourth quarter. We were running the hell out of the football, guys, and, it just got to the point where we felt like we had to go, and we were down 17 going into the fourth quarter. And it's like when you become one-dimensional as an offense, it's hard, and I felt like Cleveland did some good things to, put Green Bay into that mindset a little bit.
Last one for you, Coach. This is kind of a football 101 type of question. You've described guys on the team before, CeeDee Lamb recently, as great practice players. Is that just about their effort level, or are there specifics that make guys great practice players?
Effort first. The way we say it is we always critique effort first, right? We really do. We coach effort, but you really critique it because if guys aren't giving effort, that's hard for us to control, Now, we pointed out we have loafs and guys that we show examples of guys really running great to the ball. But it's more than that for sure. It's the intentionality. It's a guy that when he comes out to practice, you see he's ready to work. You see that when he's not involved in special teams, he's doing something to get better. He's on the jugs. He's working release drills. If he's a defensive lineman, he's working pass rush drills, whether with his coach or on his own. And then there's a guy that also, when you see the play start and you see there's communication with his teammates. And then, every practice that we have, we've got these, basically these tablets out there that have the plays. So let's say we get done with a 5-play rack on defense. The 5 plays are over and there's going to be mistakes. That's why you practice. Well, the great practice players like Solomon Thomas and those guys, we have multiple guys, Kenny Clark, Malik Hooker, guys like that. They're going to go and grab that iPad and they're going to look at the reps because they want the corrections to be made immediately in their mind. That way, when they come in the film session with the coaches that afternoon, when the coach puts the film, like what I love is I remember this with Andrew Luck. Like we'd go practice, we'd come in, and then literally be like play 5 of 7-on-7 or something, and we'd start to read the comment. Be like, okay, hey, we're in gun truck right there. And he'd be like, yep, hey, I missed the backside safety. He was leaning to the front side. I should have given T.Y. Hilton the backside slant because it was 4 press, and I knew the safety was cheating up over the top. And you're like, okay, this guy's already seen the practice film. So it makes your ability to coach him a lot easier.
Hey, Coach, we really appreciate it. Great stuff. Thanks for taking that dig at Sean, and we'll try to get him back, toughen it out next week.
Yeah, I'm really worried about him, guys. Make sure you get to my assistant. Make sure I like send some flowers, maybe, and maybe some nothing bundt cake or something like that.
There we go, and a little lemon.
Hey, lemon cake. But hey, seriously,
there you go,
guys, man. Enjoy the time with the first responders, man.
Thank you so much, Coach. It's Brian Schottenheimer, head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. What do we have coming up next in Below the Belt?
Boy, are the Cowboys about to come into even more salary cap space. Let's talk about it next in Below
the Belt
here on the Fan.
doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
The Cowboys just freed up a bunch of salary cap space, and they're about to get some more. And they don't even have to move a player to do it, RJ Choppy. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, or Ball Knowers of the Round Table, if you prefer.
Ball Knowers of the Round Table. Wait, let me tell you something.
What?
Shotty's amazing, and he gets rave reviews every single time.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and people are even saying the fan text, they don't even care to be successful. They just love listening. They're like, that's fine. He's just that good.
Yeah, he's a great interview. He's a very look, and it is year one, and they're trying to establish something right now. I think I've said it all along. To me, his floor, Schottenheimer, to me is what Jason Garrett was. That's the floor. It will never be like he's going to be like he at the very least will have an 8-8 team that's competitive, like that type of energy around this team. They'll play hard. They'll be competitive. They're not going to quit in games. That's going to be at the very minimum. And there's potentially room to be better than that. But ultimately, I think that the floor, you could say, is a coach like Garrett, and maybe he could be something more. And we'll see about that. I think that there are positive hints of it throughout there. All right, this is Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. How could the Cowboys get some more cap space? Well, Roger Goodell may be getting a little greedy. Listen to this one, Chop. So Roger Goodell was doing an interview, a sit-down at a conference, and he was speaking to CNBC Sport, Alex Sherman. And the TV rights deals don't expire until 2030 in the NFL.
Right. Yeah.
Big-time media deals. When the league can exercise opt-outs in its current contracts that run through 2034. So it runs through 2034. They can opt out as early as 2030. Goodell is now opening the door for earlier negotiations. Goodell broached the possibility when talking to Alex Sherman. He said they could negotiate a new media deal as soon as next year. 3 years early. He says
seems early.
He says the league can capitalize on an increase in rights revenue. He said, I think our partners would want to sit down and talk to us at any time, and we continue to dialogue with them. I like that opportunity. Obviously, it's not going to happen this year, but it could happen as early as next year. That could happen. The news comes on the precipice of the NBA starting its new set of media right deals worth $76 billion over 11 years, compared to the NFL's current 11-year, $111 billion agreement. So
what
that
happens?
Explosion you get on the cap whenever there's a new media rights deal, and that sort of money that it infuses an influx of cash and people changing their spending habits. Goodell is apparently saying next year, as early as next year, they could try and go, let's go back to the market. Let's be the guy who just signed a 6-year contract extension in year 2 goes, I want a new one. I want a new deal.
So if they do that, does that mean that the remaining years of that deal get ripped up?
Yes.
And they start immediately?
Yes.
Or is this just negotiating for that day?
No, this would be a new deal that they would want done on this, which would be, I mean, if the NFL could start doing that, the NFL is basically telling you they can do
it every year.
Yeah, that they can essentially do anything. Now there's I guess a deal that they're looking at. I'd seen an article yesterday. I'm trying to find it right now. That I guess one of the avenues they're looking at they could do is that they could charge basically based off of like they could have dynamic pricing for the quality of the game. Like that they could charge a network more money for a game that was better later in the season. So the idea is like surge pricing. Because I guess the EPL has a deal like this. the soccer league, that their media deal is similar to this.
Really?
Yeah, and so that they are looking at that model. Usually it's Adam Silver looking at the European model and going, how can I make that in my sport here?
Wow.
He does. That's what he tries to do with his like NBA Cup and everything like that.
Yeah.
But in this instance, with the media rights deal, Roger Goodell is apparently looking into the idea of, well, maybe we could end up just charging more for specific games and really start raking in the dough, which at that point, NFL revenue would surge and the Cowboys cap would, and everybody else's would surge
go up.
as well.
Yeah, interesting. Well, look, I mean, now, funny, on the fan text, I said, did Goodell speak to the agents first? It's a Micah joke.
That's a good one.
It's a Micah joke. I think the obvious is the NFL can do what they want.
Mm-hmm.
They make the most popular league. They make the most money. For whatever reason, they have captivated. So, I think we all agree, college football is more intense from a fan perspective in certain parts of the country. The NFL, though, has become what soccer is in Europe. It's blown by everything else. Football in general is blown by everything else. It's just completely. It's such a made-for-TV event.
Richard Deitch wrote about this. They've had these different global games that they have, like the Brazil game and different things like that. And people are like, "Oh, they're
which
trying
I hate those. I can't stand them."
Well, here's potentially the.
I know.
Here's the underpinning.
Here we go.
Of
Let's go to Hamburg.
We would not be surprised if the league held back 4 of those 6 international games to bring to market for a global streaming player. After securing those 4 NFL Network games to repackage, the NFL may potentially carve out further games from other partners, such as CBS, if the league looks to utilize the Paramount Skydance deal to exercise its change of control clause and restructure its current agreement with Paramount. This could allow the league to create a more robust rights package to entice new streaming partners like Apple or deepen its existing partnerships with Netflix and or YouTube, setting those parties up to be more significant bidder the next time the broader set of rights comes due. So they are just sharks out here at the NFL right now.
So that's why they got rid of Colbert.
Maxing out money here.
Trying to pay for the NFL.
That's it looks like they must be trying to do that. But I mean, that's the kind of thing that if they were to start doing that, the NFL I think does run the risk of we've talked about before. Does the NFL run the risk of oversaturation?
I mean, obviously not.
But I mean, we wonder. All right, if you start creeping in on Friday too, and then
I don't think they're going to do that.
It does bring up that question, but
they will stay away from Friday and Saturday. Saturday they don't. They
at
stay
the end of the year they do.
After football, right? After college football's over.
Well, I don't know. I mean, they went up against the CFP game last year.
Right, because the NFL had already taken ownership of that day.
Yeah.
Right? So college football now it's incumbent on them to steer clear of the NFL.
Yeah. And so, I mean, it's something
So, sorry, if college football says, all right, CFP day is now Wednesday, they've now claimed ownership to that.
Yeah, but I could see the NFL going, sorry, guys, we want this one, too.
Yeah.
That's just what they want. They want the monopoly. But there's that aspect of it that we've talked about before, oversaturation. What we haven't talked about is if they start really making it more difficult to have access to these games, because one of the reasons the NFL has grown so much is because, all right, Fox, CBS, I now get AFC games over here, NFC games over here, I now get the ESPN, the NBC game, those are all knocked out. If you start fracturing it and splintering it more, in the name of let's get a little more over here. Let's do a little more over here. Let's start throwing this over on streaming. Let's start throwing this over on streaming. I do wonder if you start just killing your future growth and what made it grow the way it did, which was the accessibility and the ease of knowing what's on, where it's on, when it's going to be on. That's one of the best things. That's one of the things we run into all the time with the Rangers and the Stars that was such a problem. The Mavericks is people not knowing where the game was going to be or anything else like that. That's been an issue.
Boy, that's a good point, and that's a problem they're going to run into. But the NFL is always on network TV until now. They're going to go to those stupid streaming platforms, which, I saw a number that it's going to cost like $1,000 to be an NFL fan.
Say that again.
To be an NFL fan,
just to like $100 a month, with streaming packages and stuff.
If you get the Sunday ticket, it would be that much. That's like $300-400, but either way, it's still $600.
I mean, I legitimately only pay for TV to watch football.
If you want to get every single NFL game, it's going to be over $1,000. Now, if you don't want to get the Sunday ticket, you're still looking at you got to buy Peacock, you got to buy Netflix, you got to get Amazon Prime,
I mean, like I said, I would not pay for a cable.
That's $40 a month right there.
I would not pay for a TV service if I didn't have the NFL. Like if I didn't need to watch sports in general. Let's say I didn't even work in this. I didn't work in sports. The only thing I would like necessarily be like I gotta have it to watch it would be the NFL probably, and that's the only reason why I would have TV at that point. Because otherwise, I just keep YouTube and different things like that I have access to. So to me, it's like even my TV deal, paying for a cable package is only about the NFL for me.
Oh, man. I mean, that's live sports.
Yeah, I mean,
live
it's the reality
sports
where
in
it's
general.
at.
That's where the money is. That's where the interest is.
Yeah.
That's the only one that gets good numbers. B-Lo.
B-Belt.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is Sean and RJ. Sean is out. We are at Fire Station in Enis, 1700 West Lake Bardwell Drive. We are here until 10 o'clock. We've got one beanie left.
One beanie left. It's yours, too.
It's mine. It's mine.
You've worn it. You've touched it.
I have not worn it. I have touched it, but I have not worn it. Babe Laughenberg at 9:20. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. But worst take of the week is next on The Fan.
The more time you get.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It is fist pump hour, and Bobby and RJ are out at the fire station in Enis, Texas. I am not there. Instead of pumping my fist, I'm pumping my bowels. I'm out sick after eating gas station sushi. Just ravaged my stomach. But let's throw it over to Bobby and RJ now.
All right. Thank you, Bobby.
That's just my impression at that point. I thought I could do better than AI.
It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Fist pump time, the 9 o'clock hour. 1700 West Lake Bardwell in Enis. We're at the fire station. It's right across from the high school football stadium.
I like the way you say that. Enis. I say Enis. You say Enis?
I don't know what I said.
You say it more with like an I sound. I say it with the E. So I say Enis.
See, I'm
you
thinking,
say Enis.
I think I'm saying with an E.
No, I think you're saying it with an I.
See,
like Enis.
It's just I've got that Roanoke ease.
I guess you do.
So it's like the Roanoke accent, I guess.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Babe Laughenberg coming up at 9:20. We're going to have some trivia from him.
I'm going to crush it today.
Yeah?
I don't have the pressure.
You're gonna Google it, I'm sure.
I don't have the pressure with Sean standing there being like, you better get this right. Don't let him throw it to Peyton to talk.
Yeah, there we go. All right, but as we do, this is preempted. This gotten rid of Degenerate. Degenerate's now at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Friday. But it is time for the worst take.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week. You are made of stupid.
That's right. It is time for Worst Take. This is where we take the absolute dumbest, worst opinions, takes, comments that we've seen throughout the week in the world of sports and elsewhere, and then we vote on them. And we let everybody decide from there who had the absolute worst take of the week. We got plenty of nominees this week. I don't think it's as stacked as we had last week and 2 weeks ago. I felt like we had it was like the 1994 Best Picture, where it's like, how am I supposed to? I got Forrest Gump, I got Schindler's List, I got all these different things I could vote for.
There's not as much, but I do have one. The one submission that I will throw your way.
You hit me with it, and then I got plenty for you. A lot to do with college football too.
Oh, okay, great. All right, this goes to out to actually somebody who I do know. I've been on with her a few times on the radio. It's Danielle McCarthy. She calls herself Coach McCarthy.
Okay.
She's fantastic, but could not have disagreed more with this take. So you remember last week, Aaron Glenn, who was the coach of the Jets, did that little swimming move dance down the sideline.
Yeah.
Now he was, of course, in a jacket. It was a black long sleeve shirt and then a black vest.
Yep.
It was 120 degrees in the field there. If she had said the worst take was wearing a jacket, 100% agree. But she had a problem with the dance.
Oh.
She says, this is embarrassing. Act like you've been there before, coach, and you still lost. Has anyone asked about this stupidity? And then she got destroyed. And then she followed up with lots of mediocrity lovers, moral victory babies, and participation trophy huggers in the comments.
Goodness.
Come on, Jet fans, be better. I love the hot take. But He's literally never been there before.
Yeah, that's my biggest problem. I hate the act like you've been there before to somebody who's never been there before. He has not won a game yet.
He's never been a head coach. This is his first time. He's literally never been there before. But it's also okay to show emotion when something goes right. He wasn't doing that because they lost. He was doing that because they took a lead.
Yeah, it was an emotional moment.
Yeah, so I nominate Danielle McCartan, Coach McCartan.
That's not bad.
Even though I like her.
Let's pivot over here to one Lincoln Riley.
Yeah,
Lincoln Riley. This is USC. They are a member of what conference?
They are a member of the Pac-12.
USC is not a member of the Pac-12.
Oh, no.
USC is a member of the Big Ten. But they were previously part of the Pac-12.
I know.
What is the Pac-12 notorious for?
Pac-12 late-night football that nobody watches?
Yep, 100%. That's exactly what it is, actually.
Is it?
Wonderful job answering it that way, because that's what I'm setting you up for. On the other hand, they demanded out, basically, USC. They were like, how the hell can we get out of here? Let's get to the Big Ten. Let's run that. Now that they're in the Big Ten, the peak of irony, Lincoln Riley is bitching about start times. Lincoln Riley talking to the media the other day goes, going from the absolute latest kick in the country to the absolute earliest kick in the country has its challenges. But the challenge is, like, it is what it is. We don't make the schedule, clearly. And Kevin Clark from ESPN quote tweeted this and goes, like, Lincoln's got a point. What they should do is they should find 11 other like-minded teams that maybe play in the same time zone, and then they could just all have that later start time together. So Lincoln Riley now trying to reverse course a little bit and say, this isn't really fair that we have to play earlier in the game.
I mean, it is a 9 o'clock start time for them.
It's just you can't, demand to get out and then be like, this is not fair.
No. Yeah, if you did not want to play a potential 11 a.m. game, do not go to a conference that literally specializes in 11 a.m. kickoffs.
100%.
They have, it's called Big Noon. Like, that's their premier game is a 12 o'clock game, Eastern time.
Yeah, Pac-12 plays the big midnight.
They play the big midnight, man. Guess what? You are going to get the benefit of the doubt when Ohio State goes to play at USC, all right? And that game starts at, 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Ohio State time. It's called a circadian sleep rhythm.
Yes, it is.
It's going to be all askew.
Yeah, they tell you not to look at blue light too late in the day. In fact, don't expose yourself to light in general. Andrew Huberman says that too late in the day. He said your house should look like a den because you're trying to get sleep. But I digress. Continue.
Well, he's great.
He is. I love Andrew Huberman.
He's fantastic. Honestly, Lincoln should be happy about this. Your circadian sleep rhythm at 9 a.m. is peak.
Yeah.
That is peak. You know what you don't want to play? 2 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
That's what you don't want to play.
Exactly. You want to be fresh. You want to be awake. You want to be alert.
Yeah.
And
so
instead,
you complain about this, and I would tell my kid, my oldest. So this weekend we got baseball galore, right? We're driving to Mesquite. We got a game at 1:30, which means we got to be there at 12:45, which means I got to leave at 11:45, and I got to wake up my son to get there, right? He's in high school. He doesn't want to wake up at 10:30. He's going to be miserable.
Yeah.
But it's like it's their own fault. Stop playing Siege 6.
Oh, dude, so Jacob is, as we talked about, he's going into the Army in January is when he's off. So he's got kind of this downtime where he's back home with us, and he's doesn't really have a full-time job. He's just doing some part-time stuff. And so he is now doing high school behavior stuff again of staying up till 4 a.m. looking at his phone. So then he's just sleeping till 1. It's dude, if you're going to go into the military and you're going to be
better prep for this 5 a.m. stuff.
We should probably adjust a little bit to sleep now.
He's going to stay up so late that he's going to eventually wake up at 5 a.m.
Dude, so that's the problem. Though. He keeps he's then exhausted during the day and he tries to take naps and then he can't fall asleep at night. And so it's just been this battle last week of get up, stop taking a nap in the middle of the day. All right, our next one. Get your Aaron Judge numbers ready. Your Aaron Judge, Cal Raleigh numbers ready.
I lost it.
In general, get some of your points ready for Aaron Judge and Cal Raleigh then, because I think you're going to be disgusted by Jeff Passan, who Sean already is disgusted by Jeff Passan. But Jeff Passan was doing an interview on MLB Network or he was on ESPN, and he was talking about the vote for MVP. And Jeff Passan, who has an MVP vote, he said, or if he had one, he said on the AL MVP race, he said, if I had a vote right now, I would vote for Aaron Judge, and I would feel terrible about it.
Oh, give me a break.
Terrible about it. Now, we get what he's saying. He's trying to say, Cal Raleigh's a great story. I got to give it to Judge, but I'd feel terrible that I couldn't give it to Cal Raleigh or whatever else. But this one got him killed by a lot of people for, you feel terrible about giving the award to the player who has been the most dominant from start to finish?
So, look, I'll go back to this. First of all, you should never feel terrible about your vote. You either voted or you didn't vote, right? Have some courage or conviction. Second, you can't. Cal Raleigh leads the entire major leagues in 2 categories, home runs and RBIs. Fantastic categories to lead them in.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Judge leads the entire major leagues in WAR, runs scored, walks, batting average, on base, slugging, OPS, OPS plus, weighted on base average, whatever the hell our bat plus is, total bases, and intentional walks. He has 36 intentional walks. It's not even close. It's not even close.
No, and it's certainly not close enough for you to say
that you would feel
I'd feel terrible giving him the MVP.
Now, you want to vote for Cal because it's the better story? Honestly, I don't even have a problem with that.
MVP has become...
if that's what you want to say, the reason it is that it's a better story, again, no problem. That's fine. That's a valid argument. But don't try to say that Cal has had a better year. That is just intellectual dishonesty, and nobody is more intellectually dishonest than I am.
All right, I got 2 more nominees for you. Next up, the Atlanta Falcons. Ian Rappaport reported this week that the Atlanta Falcons are willing to trade Kirk Cousins, but not only does somebody need to take the contract, the Atlanta Falcons say they will not trade him until someone gives them a premium pick for Kirk Cousins. So you're talking about probably a second or first, and you have to take Kirk Cousins, and you have to have Kirk Cousins play quarterback for your team, which is not good at this stage of his career. So Atlanta is being nominated for worst take for thinking they could ever demand a premium pick for taking on all of Kirk Cousins' contract. Not Atlanta taking it on, saying we get off of this contract and you give us a top 50 pick, basically.
Yeah, that... I don't know that should happen.
No, I mean, Kirk Cousins is just a bad football player at this point.
I totally agree. That's a bad take.
There was when Kirk Cousins, what was it? So at the end of his last good game was against Dallas last year when Dak had gotten hurt. And if you go look at his game logs after that, it was the most pathetic showing you've ever seen. The last touchdown pass he had thrown for like the next 5 weeks was against Dallas. After that point, over the course of his next 5 games, Chop, he was 61% completions. He was averaging a little under 240 yards per game. He had 1 touchdown to 11 interceptions.
Is that what you want?
No, it's absolutely brutal. It's terrible.
All right.
All right, so our first 4 nominees here, we've got...
Coach Daniel McCartan.
Daniel McCartan is nominated. We got Jeff Passan for saying that he would feel terrible voting for Aaron Judge. Lincoln Riley complaining about early start times after he begged for them.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
And then we've got the nomination of the Falcons thinking Kirk Cousins worth a premium pick. And then the final one that I got on Twitter yesterday.
All right.
Somebody said that Jerry and Micah should both be nominated for insisting there's nothing personal between them. And thinking we'd believe that.
Yeah, that's just you're just hoping and praying that somebody buys it.
It's just to me that's no different than read my lips, no new taxes. That's all. You're just trying to get. I'm just saying you're just trying to me when it happens in a certain context, the context of I'm talking to the media about a player that I traded, or I'm talking to the media about my former employer. They're not going to say how they really feel,
right?
And so there's an expectation of a lie there. I think.
All right, there's your 5. Who you got?
I'm voting for Lincoln Riley on this one. I thought that Lincoln Riley was. I think that's hilarious that he's become one of the least likable coaches in sports.
Peyton Russell.
Who a lot of good candidates here. I'm going to go with Jeff Passan. I think it's pretty crappy that he would admit that basically he needs to vote for the feel-good story in Cal Raleigh. That it should be Judge, which it should be Judge. I think RJ said the numbers, but Jeff Passan's worst take of the week for me.
I will go with Jeff Passan as well. We can't have Jeff win when Sean's not here. When Sean's here, so Jeff's got to win when he's not here.
Okay, all right, fine. So I lose. I don't think I've won. I don't think my vote for worst take has won in like a month.
I've never won anything.
Well, you just won, and your take won worst take the very first week, I think.
Yeah, it
So,
did.
you
It
know,
did.
you
It
won
was
that.
a solid take.
Yeah, that's true.
I stand by that take. I don't even remember what take it was, but I stand by
You know
it.
a guy who would never win worst take?
Babe Laughenberg.
You got it.
And he is next. We are live at the fire station, 1700 West Lake Bardwell in Enis. Oh, man. We have given away all the beanies. All the Whataburger. Everything has been given away. We have Babe Laughenberg coming up next right here on Sean and RJ, without Sean, on 105.3. The
that you've got to forget something else to remember that the Uber Eats had frozen?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are you doing, sisters?
Basil Baby.
Is that fast one?
Not Meg Baby? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's that from Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up in 20 minutes from now at 9:40. The boys will be out on the road today for a football Friday, but as is every Friday at 9:20, this year we are going to talk on the D&M Leasing Hotline with Cowboys color analyst, the great Babe Laughenberg. Joining us here on 105 The Fan. Morning, Babe.
Hi, good morning, guys. Hey, quick question for you. How many days am I allowed to take off on this show? I mean, like Sean. Yeah. How many days where I wake up and say, you know what, I just don't feel like it?
You know, Coach scolded him a little bit about an hour ago and was like, look, I'm glad you guys are there. He's like, maybe we need to rename the show Bobby and RJ. I mean, you know.
As he should. Well, and Peyton's waiting in the wings.
Yeah.
Wally Pip.
Come on.
Yes, he is.
Quick, can I give you a worst take before we get to the trivia question?
Yes, please. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I think after the Ryder Cup this weekend, Scotty Scheffler should retire. Because Highland Park's own Clayton Kershaw is retiring, right, at the end of the season. Matthew Stafford, probably a pretty good bet that he'll retire. So have all three Highland Park superstars go out in the same year. What do you think?
Man,
I like
if
it.
Scotty retires, that is, I mean, that is talking about mailing it in at the prime of your career. Woo.
I like it. Well, you get athletes, 3, 4, and 5 in the history of Highland Park High School to retire because they're not the top two, babe. But
you don't give Kershaw in there.
No, we gotta go Bobby Lane.
I thought you were going to say John Stephen.
No, Bobby Lane and Doak Walker.
Okay.
Interesting.
Those are two legends. Are going to be hard to top.
That is.
John Kennedy. Okay. Yep. You ready for a little trivia?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
Yeah, and I love the way Sean just ducked me. The way, batters, they used to call it the Nolan Ryan flu. When Nolan was pitching, I don't feel good. I don't
feel good, man.
Sean's Embiid and then Bates Jokic.
Okay, so Matt LaFleur is in his 7th season as Packers head coach. He has won his first 6 seasons. He won 67 games. First 6 seasons, 67 games. Only one coach in NFL history won more games in his first 6 seasons than Matt LaFleur. Can you name him?
Man.
Isn't that amazing, though, first off, that Matt LaFleur is second all time?
Yeah, no, that is insane. I'm going to go Bill Walsh.
Not that he's not a good coach, but it's just amazing.
I'm saying Bill Walsh.
Oh, that's a good guess. So I will say, because he said Bill Walsh, I will say Sean McVay.
Okay, another good guess. Both incorrect, and I'll bet you Peyton, because he's always good at this game. I'll bet you Peyton knows. Peyton, do you know?
Guys, the answer's right there. It's George Seifert. He took over for Bill Walsh. Bobby, you were
that
close.
makes sense.
And that was after they had won the Super Bowl in '88. He took over from '89-'94. George Seifert is your answer. 75 wins, I believe.
And it was because George
exactly
Seifert. How it was because George Seifert had that great relationship with Jerry Rice and stuff, right? Right, Peyton?
That's correct.
Man, I still because I was only 12 or 13 years old when the Cowboys won in '92, so I wasn't really getting into the weeds on the Montana Steve Young situation, but like in that documentary, it was like, oh yeah, Joe was back, he was healthy, they just decided to start Steve Young, and it's like, what? It doesn't make a lot of sense, but if you live it, you live it. All right, babe, let's get set for this game. I asked Sidney to Coach Shoddy, what did you see from that Cleveland did to Green Bay to kind of confuse them? What did Cleveland defensively do to Green Bay to confuse them?
What they did was Myles Garrett. That pass rush of Cleveland's, they just destroyed. Now, the Packers are obviously beat up on the offensive line, but they just destroyed them up front. And Green Bay wants to get the ball down the field in their passing game, and they just didn't have a chance. And it was crazy what they did, Cleveland defensively. I will say this: Jim Schwartz, their defensive coordinator, I do think he's one of the best. And Cleveland's, we know they've been losing forever. Their defense has not been the issue. Their defense is pretty darn good. But yeah, basically they just handled them up front the way this Dallas defense will not be able to do.
Babe, when you were watching Green Bay this week, obviously they're one of the more complete teams in the NFL, but was there any sense watching it and watching their defense that you thought, okay, maybe there's some vulnerabilities here on the offensive side, or maybe there's some things you can take advantage of here other than just lack of discipline and maybe the penalty area, some of the stuff Green Bay's had to deal with?
Yeah, and, very quickly to your point, Bobby, a complete team. This was a team last year. They were the only team in the top 5 of both offensive and defensive category. Wow. So it was yards. So however you want to classify, I kind of look at points. How many points you give up, how many you score. But anyway, yards is a pretty good little indicator too. But they were the only team top 5. So they were a really good team, obviously, before Micah got there. But no, you look at vulnerabilities and coaches are in there to exploit and try to figure out. And I don't think you can count on the other team saying, well, they're going to commit 14 penalties, so we should be in pretty good shape here, which is part of what happened last week for Green Bay. And I do think it's funny. Gosh, I don't know which player it was, but one of them before the Cleveland game talked about how good this Green Bay team was or is, and they may go undefeated. And then they lose to Cleveland that week. And Matt LaFleur ripped them a new one. Saying, what are we talking about here? We deal in 1 week, and we're talking about going undefeated. So I thought that was pretty interesting. But, it's going to be – and the other part that makes it, I don't want to say difficult, but there's going to be – I'm sure you guys have talked about it. There's going to be 20,000 Packer fans there.
Oh, yeah.
Sunday. And those 20,000 will be as loud as 40,000 Cowboy fans.
Well, Bobby thinks there's going to be 40,000 Packer fans there because it's going to have 60-40 with 60,000 Cowboy fans, which, the Packers do travel well. There's no doubt about that.
They do.
Babe, with 3 games in, what has been your initial impression of Shoddy, the football coach, the head coach? I was a little surprised they decided to kick it on 4th and 2 and go for the field goal last week at the 35 in a 7-point game. A little surprised. I don't know if you were or not, but what's been your initial take on him?
We're 3 games into it, obviously, and so, first game I liked him, right?
Yeah.
Second game, I don't know. Third game I didn't like him because they got hammered. And I think it's just a week-to-week league, as we all know, and that applies to the coach as well. But I think overall he's done a good job. One thing I have liked is, every coach talks about we want to run the ball, we're going to stop the run. Now, this team has been able to run the ball, and I think he does have a stick-to-itiveness, if you will. I don't think he's going to be one of those guys that abandons the run after the first series. That being said, and I also like the fact that although last week was, I don't know what was going on last week, but they pushed the ball down the field. And that's Green Bay. Green Bay pushes the ball down the field. And I do like the fact that they are taking more shots downfield, whether it's tight ends, getting them down the seam, trying to involve Turpin. Somehow they're expanding the field with the deep pass. Now, again, Chicago, I know CeeDee Lamb obviously went out 6 plays into the thing. And, the other part of that, of losing that guy, is how many plays did he have on his play sheet ready to call up at the top of the list that were going to be plays for CD? And he goes out, and all of a sudden you're making that adjustment. But anyway, it became a real, as you saw, short passing game. Ferguson had, 13 catches for about 30 yards.
50 yards,
yeah. He had that Michael Thomas game.
It was – here's one for you. You ready? Jake Ferguson now has set the all-time record for catches without a tight end – catches without a touchdown by a tight end. He's had 111 receptions now straight without a touchdown.
Yeah.
That's an NFL record.
And
he's gone 23 games without a touchdown catch. So he's going to get one against Green Bay.
Yeah, I don't get it because he seems like he'd be a decent target in the red zone. He's a big body.
Oh yeah,
good hands.
Yeah, all the above. But so he may. You know what happens? It's like the Cowboys. They've got one takeaway and they had to go to overtime to get that. They'll have 4 this game, and Jake Ferguson will have 2 touchdowns. He'll break the spell in a big way. What do you think?
Yeah, hey, I like the sound of that, Babe. Babe Laughenberg joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, Babe, so, the big thing this week obviously has been about communication in the secondary and the issues that presented there. Jordan Love loves to push the ball down the field. He's thrown, I think, 3rd most attempts of 20 yards or more through the air this year. So he's somebody who likes to push the ball downfield. Cleveland took that away from him a little bit. Who concerns you the most on Green Bay's side running free? Is it just Matthew Golden, the speedster, or do some of these other guys concern you?
Yeah, and they haven't quite got Golden. I think he's got 6 receptions, haven't quite figured out his role in the offense, and but they will. And, when it comes, it'll come in a big way. And Green Bay's kind of hurt a little bit at the receiver position as well. Christian Watson tore ACL at the end of the year last year, so he's not available. Jaden Reed, who's their number 1 receiver the last couple of years, he's out. And with the offensive line, I know they got 2 starters down, and I don't even know if it's 3 possibly, but again, Cleveland exploited that last week and didn't give him the opportunity to push it downfield. I don't know that this Cowboys front 4 can do that. Matter of fact, I know they can't. So that one is the flip side of that, them pushing the ball downfield. Green Bay's defense, they've only allowed 2 pass plays over 20 yards this year. That's the fewest in the NFL. So the notion that the Cowboys are going to suddenly push it downfield against this defense, that remains to be seen.
It's a good point, Babe, because, I think a lot of people are looking at this and going, man, we felt like some of the things the Cowboys were able to do offensively really well with CeeDee Lamb in there was pass the ball. Now you're talking about 2 guys on the interior that are different against a pass rusher like Micah Parsons who likes to come up the interior. You've got tackles that are struggling in pass protection but seem to be doing a decent job in the run game. You're without CeeDee Lamb now. Is it time to change the strength that you're leaning into with this football team, at least until you get a little healthier and say, we've got to be a run-first team?
Oh, I think you make an excellent point. And the reason why you thought, this will be a passing team is because they had George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. Well, now they don't. So now you got to alter, what you thought you were. And you actually had to do it during the game last week, when CeeDee went out. But I always remember I was talking to Scott Linehan, who was the offensive coordinator at the time. I forget who was out, but they had a couple of guys down. And I said, hey, so Coach, what are you going to do? You got this guy out and that guy out. And I said, how are you going to handle that? And he said, hey, that's why they put Coach in front of your name. So it's like, hey, CD's out, Shoddy. your coach, Brian Schottenheimer, Clayton Adams, your coach, Clayton Adams, the offensive coordinator. You guys figure this out, but that's their job.
Babe, appreciate it, man. Have a good call of the game. Enjoy.
Okay, thank you, guys. Hope Sean gets better.
Well, he will eventually. He will.
Okay.
All right, there's Babe Laughenberg on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Join us here on 105.3 The Fan. If you're wondering where Sean is, he's got a little tummy ache today. He is back, I would assume, on Monday.
You want to talk about just breathing fire out of one end right now. That's what it seemed like from his
I know.
His text yesterday. Just
I would not call that a tummy ache.
No, that's going to be and raw and of the burning variety.
That's one of those where like the left side of your body just like is cramped.
He's going to get just sciatica from sitting on the throne.
Doubled over. Maybe that's why I got my my back in.
Everybody's been tweeting at him this morning like, must be nice to have that bidet about now.
Yeah, really. Holy cow. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece is next.
Come on.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
It is Crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece on Sean and RJ on 105 The Fan. Sean is out. He is awake, though, and he is understanding that we have been talking about his issues
he got caught in the undertow.
He did.
Yeah. We're trying to cover for him. So we've been saying all day it's been explosive diarrhea.
Yeah.
That's not the case. He just had more paternity leave.
Yeah, that's what it is. Where are we today, boys, before we get into more bathroom talk?
Guys, we are at Taco Bueno at 5748 Southwest Green Oaks Boulevard in Arlington today.
Ooh, okay.
And we want all the Tolos to come out because, as we usually do, we got trucker hats to give away. Man, those Tolo trucker hats are awesome. We got some party boxes to give away from Taco Bueno, but I also found this out, gentlemen. I have 2 tickets. Actually, it looks like 2 pairs of tickets to Ice Cube.
That's 4.
So that's 4 tickets right there.
That's true.
According to Kevin. So if you want to come get get your opportunity to win those today, we got to give them away. All right. So you better get here and come get them.
And then from the 214, New Baby is going to come see K&C at Taco Bueno. I don't think that's going to be a giveaway though. I think they're just going to be here to see us. I cannot confirm that we'll give away the baby.
Oh, okay.
I love
babies
the baby.
Are expensive. Have you
The
ever tried
baby's
to
good.
adopt? It's like $40,000.
What?
Yeah, if you ever tried to
said what?
Yeah, so
It's
like,
not free?
No, no. That's a great point.
Here
RJ.
I am taking care of this kid.
It's
Man,
not.
I gotta
hang on a
raise
second.
it.
It's not free?
No, it's not.
I'm giving it a great life.
RJ, look, before we had Noah, we were deep into the adoption process. We had picked an agency, filled out all the paperwork, which, by the way, cost $1,500. And then once you pick your agency, they're like, here's the good news. We're going to take care of everything for you. Here is the bad news. We need you to write us a check or whatever for $38,000. So, no, you can't just get a baby.
Can you put it on credit card? Like get some miles out of it?
Oh, you know what? That's a good I did not ask that, but that is an excellent question, actually. That is an excellent question.
Take out a SoFi loan or something like that for the kid?
What do you think that money goes towards, seriously? What do you think they if they were to itemize it?
Not
like,
childhood hunger, obviously.
Like,
my God.
If they were to itemize it, go like, yeah, here's where the $40,000 is going. What do you think that would look like?
All the paperwork, printing.
Dude, that packet.
Dude, you literally ruined my weekend. First of all, I should have known that they charge because like why wouldn't they? Because it's 2025 and everything comes at a price. But that ruined my weekend. That's disappointing.
And it can be cheaper if you want to do an international adoption. But guess what you have to do? You have to go fly over there and stuff like that, and that's not cheap either. So I don't know if you were thinking about adoption, RJ, but it's really expensive. And that packet for adoption is the most shocking paperwork you will ever fill out in your life. Like,
really?
The questions on there, I don't even really feel comfortable repeating on air, but they ask every conceivable question you would ever think of about what type of child you would want.
So it's like an NFL scouting combine interview with Jeff Ireland.
Why wouldn't you feel comfortable repeating something that's on a legal document, Hagee?
Because some of the words are maybe technically correct, but not societally acceptable anymore.
Is it what? Oh, like is this the whole happy thing you guys were talking about during Crosstalk?
No, man, Bobby, what was I thinking there? I don't know how I thought that was going to work.
You're going to win Masterpiece of the Week.
Yeah.
Actually, I know Mickey's going to give you a run for your money because he has done a few of them today or this week.
You should try to work the original meaning of that word. You should try to work that word into your interview with Mickey Spagnol and see if he blinks.
Do you think?
What about with Jerry?
See, I think it would work better with Jerry because he still says Missouri. So I bet that might fly.
You know why they say it like that, right?
No, not a clue.
Because Missouri, it sounds like misery, and they don't want that connotation.
Oh.
Maybe they shouldn't be Missouri then.
That's what a Mizzou grad told me.
Huh.
That's why. I don't know.
It's a ridiculous plan.
Yeah. So what do we have coming up on the show today?
Guys, we have Jerry Jones joining us on the show today.
What?
Yeah, 10:30 today. Jerry Jones will join us, and we'll have a conversation with him. We also do have Mickey Spagnola right after Jerry Jones, so we'll ask him about Kevin's favorite word. And then also we have Kyle Yeomans joining us at 1 o'clock today.
Can I ask you guys a question? How do you feel about us replaying a very funny bit that you guys did, but that also kind of openly mocks one of our daily guests? That's a tough balancing act.
Nikki Fisher?
Yeah.
I heard it again this morning on the replay
It is
at 5:30.
very funny.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think Mickey's a fan. I don't know.
Not.
I don't know.
That's because Mickey's only a fan of the Cowboys.
Yeah, but I don't know who likes it less, Mickey or Fish.
Dude, I'll tell you this.
I bet it's Fish.
Your notes on Fish are as accurate as I've ever heard. Except for the fourth wife, that was a little bit off. But other than that, those notes on him are fantastic.
So
breaking news exclusively for me. Sean Sharif is not at work.
He used to get out.
I love the one where you were like, he told me while I was alone in my car today, and you're like, hold on, that was an interview on our show.
He used to get mad at me because I would always make these innuendos at the very end, and he goes, Marcia doesn't really like this, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I'll tone it down a little bit.
Oh man, well, we love you, Fish. We love you.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. Hey, real quick, Ryder Cup update. We are getting absolutely destroyed. We are down.
Who's we? Do you play for the team, Chop?
Yeah, America. I play for America.
You're damn right. Adoption or not.
We are down 3-0. We have lost 3 of the 4 first morning foursomes. The only one we're up, I can't even root for because I can't stand Patrick Cantlay because he's the slowest golfer in the world.
Choppy, I have a golf question for you.
Hang on. The first 3 groups didn't even see the 16th tee. They got wiped out in 15 or less.
Come on.
Golf
but
question.
really, my golf philosophical question, is anybody really losing a foursome?
Ooh.
Especially when one of them's named Cantlay.
That's a golf question.
He's losing if he can't. Yeah, if he can't.
He can't.
Hey, but you know what? Believe it or not, Choppy, this is a more realistic golf question. I am invested because my gimme pick on Underdog was Bryson DeChambeau to get more than 0 points. And so I just need him to get a half split somewhere over the weekend.
Right.
And we cash.
Yeah, well, you didn't. Not yet. Now he might play this afternoon. I don't know. I haven't seen this. I haven't seen the afternoon pairings.
He better.
But right now they got whooped by Rahm and Terrell Hatton.
Can I have a golf philosophical question for you too now? Because this is something that I've really been sitting on for a few weeks. Hagee, Corey, have y'all ever played golf?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Hagee, you may not be familiar with this then. I've heard this phrase before. I had not experienced it until about a month ago. I was on a golf course. I was not playing. They were scrambling. I was just sitting in the cart. I was trying to basically just
drink,
have everyone. No, I didn't even drink. I was just out there mocking everyone the whole time. It was a good.
You didn't even swing one club?
No, hell no. It was a good time for me. It was not a good time for everybody else. But here's the thing that blew me away. I knew you guys said pace of play. I didn't realize you guys had an actual pace of play little sheriff.
Yeah, the marshal.
Did you know this, Hagee? There's an old man in a golf cart who drives up on you and tells you hey, pick it up.
Let's pick it up, boys. Let's pick it up.
What else? What?
I'm as expensive as this game is, as everything else that comes to this game, now you're going to come here and you're going to tell me to pick up my pace?
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's not an or else what. That's the thing. I've never seen them actually remove somebody from the golf course for playing too slow. Maybe they have. I've just never seen it. But
this just speaks to the self-importance of this game, though.
Oh,
that you have a pace of play guy in a golf cart just going hey guys, come on, like retired Paul Blart pulling up.
Well, we got mad because Sarah and I played a couple weeks ago up at where Ropes and Ranch is.
No,
it's North Fort Worth, far north. It's almost south, basically South Denton. But it's a retirement community. It was a 6-hour round, but it's a retirement community, right? So it's
so they're slow.
They have nowhere to be.
Aww.
Where are they going? They have nowhere to go. They're either playing because they just move slow, or they're like, I've seen my wife for 50 years. I'm not going home. They have nowhere to be.
Oh, my gosh.
And look, I get it. We're all either married or been married or whatever. We all are married. So
Not Peyton.
but not for 50 years. In 50 years, I might be like, hey, I'm not going home for a while. I'm taking my time out here. But they could have used a marshal. They really could have. They really could have. Hey, I wanted to ask you all this because I got in this discussion with Sarah and some of our group chat. Sean's been on the toilet for 2 days now.
Oh no. 2 days.
When you guys
but he was at work yesterday.
Well, it was yesterday afternoon into today.
Yeah.
It's been 2 days.
So
yeah.
When you guys
do you think he got sick when he saw it wasn't at the studio?
Maybe. When y'all
Shoddy called him out for it.
Yes, he did. He did.
I know, that was fantastic. Shoddy was great this morning.
When y'all flush, do you do it while you're sitting down, or do you stand up, turn around, and do it?
Okay, all right. I love this question. As a matter of fact.
Number two.
I really do like this question because every once in a while, every once in a while, you got to give a courtesy flush for the rest of the room.
Yeah.
Or even yourself. You're like, oh man, that was potent. And so you got to give yours every once in a while. But I don't finish taking care of that on sitting. I finish one stand up, make sure everything's good to go, turn around and flush. That's how it's supposed to be done.
Okay, because I always do a courtesy flush, even if it's because I've just – so it's always at least one sitting down, and then the second one is standing up. But I got, judged for being a sit-down flusher because they're like, now it's all over your body. And I'm like, I don't really see it that way.
Hold on.
It is.
It's
like a huge mushroom cloud.
Yeah, but I don't really see it that way. I don't see it.
Goodness.
This is
bacteria.
Look, that is the reason why, and I don't care how crazy people say I am, if that toilet is in the same room as the shower because of the mushroom cloud, I am not showering within 2 hours of that toilet being used.
Is that what you've determined?
But you'll
is the
keep your
half-life?
toothbrush. You'll keep your toothbrush right there on the sink.
No, I do not. I do not keep my toothbrush there. My toothbrush stays in a cabinet separated away from it.
How did you come up with 2 hours?
That's actually smart.
I don't know. How did they come up?
Scientific research went into
Bacteria
that?
only lives 2 hours.
I don't know. I feel like 2 hours was about as accurate as 2 weeks to flatten the curve. So.
Jeez.
Wow.
All right.
Politics.
That's not politics. That's society. That's
everything is politics.
Oh my God, this is amazing. From the 856, we'll end on this one. If you're a narcissist, if you stand up and look at it, that's
oh my God,
that's amazing content.
Look at what I accomplished today.
Kevin, you care to
we
weigh
are
in?
about first compliments. Make your bed, all that kind of stuff.
All right, very nice.
Where you guys at again?
It's going to be a weird show today.
Does he flush every single time?
Where are y'all at again?
We are at Taco Bueno at 5748 Southwest Green Oaks Boulevard in Arlington today. Just come on out right here off 20. Come have a good time with us.
Yeah, very nice. KC Masterpiece
Exclusive.
is next.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Taco Bueno in Arlington.
We did it.
5748. Well, we still have to do the show.
That's okay.
5748 Southwest Green Oaks. I like the idea that what Corey's telling us this morning is he made it to the venue.
Yeah.
So his job is complete.
It's kind of like two things I've always thought. I woke up this morning. That's good, you know? Like I accomplished something.
That is true.
And then at the end of the night, I go check and see if my kids are still breathing. I was a good dad. You know, I did a decent job that day.
Okay. Well, so if you might be needed to fill in at some point, because Corey's like, I did my job.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, we've heard there's a baby coming up.
Roll
from
out the banner.
214. Yeah, mission accomplished. Politics.
That is not politics.
No mail route today, but I'm still listening. Take a load off, Kevin, from the 214. Let's get.
Is that the guy that ran into the pole on his mail route?
Yes. I don't know.
Do you think that's the guy that texted in just now?
It could be.
Okay, all right.
And so
we saw him yesterday.
We hid his identity enough to make sure that he stayed employed. Now,
yeah.
Who do you guys fear from the Packers, and where do the Cowboys hold an advantage? We didn't get a chance to do this yesterday. We had so much fun out at the ballpark. Unfortunately, the Rangers decided that they did not necessarily need to show up for that game. But we are here, and I wanted to start with a question about Jordan Love.
Okay.
So Jordan Love, number 4 in the NFL this season in passer rating and yards per attempt. And I get it. It's really early in the season. I don't know how much stock you will put in that. However, he just had a turnover in the last game, and that snapped an epic streak of turnover-free football from Jordan Love. And this just feels like a game that if you can't get a turnover or hopefully hold the turnover advantage in the game, I don't necessarily see the path to victory.
So he just got a turnover.
Correct.
A turnover?
I believe that is correct.
Against the best defense in the league?
Yeah, and it was,
they were able to pull that off, huh?
Okay. That's true, but it was a bad interception.
Okay.
It wasn't I don't think it was a Cleveland forced interception as much as I was like, that was a bad throw.
No, I get that, and it's not typical of him. But again, I think that's the defense pressuring him into a situation like that. From what I remember seeing, this dude, the ball gets out of his hands so fast. And it's not just on short throws; it's on deep balls too. He spins it so well, and the receiving crew that he has, none of them stand out. Like Jaden Reed was a guy in the mix of all these receivers that they have. They have a whole bunch.
Golden eventually will. I know. We just started.
I would like to say that, but the Green Bay Packers, the way LaFleur runs this thing, it's like you never know who the hot route's going to be to. You never know who the target is. So it's one of the, like, even Christian Watson's still not out there yet.
Right.
You know, so it's Romeo Doubs is good. Matthew Golden is good. Dontavion Wicks is good. All of these guys have the route ability to go along with it, but Jordan Love makes that thing click. They're going to want to establish the run. Like, that is one thing they're going to want to do. The Packers, I mean, they have Josh Jacobs there for a reason. Matt LaFleur likes to do that. But the ability to go over the top with Jordan Love, you're right. The Cowboys have been – you want them to be ept at getting turnovers.
I do.
Not even – at this point, it's not. I don't even need you to win the turnover battle. I just want to see some turnovers. Like, if you can neutralize it, it'll be very helpful. This team, I don't think their defense right now, Kevin, just the way that they look all lost is – prepared enough to be creative enough to create turnovers. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. By the way, speaking of turnovers, somebody asked, do you like the apple turnover or the cherry turnover?
Oh, the cheese Danish turnover. Is a turnover or just a Danish?
That was not one of your options.
Okay, I'll go with cherry.
All right. So, for the running game, I have maybe good news on this. The other one you're probably not going to count as good news. Josh Jacobs ran for only 30 yards on 16 carries last week.
Okay.
Now, I know that is against a really good defense, but that was his fewest rushing yards in more than 2 years.
Yeah.
And the Cleveland Browns were also able to break his franchise record of 10 straight games with a rushing touchdown. So those are positives for a Cowboys run defense against running backs that is shown to be not too bad this year.
Yeah, and one of the things about that is their offensive line. You discussed it the other day. You brought up their tackles. You brought up their guards. And a lot of, the John Ownings, the Broaduses, the Belts, the ones that we watch. Babe Laughenberg has some good stuff up too. That middle of the Packers offensive line isn't their strong suit either.
Correct.
And so that's another factor in this. I think this could be a really good day again for the Cowboys run defense. And somebody said, hey, Cowboys they're 88 rushes against. They're 6th in the league.
Wow, is it that many?
Yeah, and they're still doing well against the run. That's a positive thing. This is, if the Packers decide they want to try that, that's beneficial to the Cowboys, I think.
Now, I'm going to try to spin this as beneficial, but I understand the counter is we can't rush the passer. Potential issue for the Packers that came up against Cleveland. Jordan Love was pressured. He had 31 dropbacks. He was pressured 13 times.
Okay.
So that is an overwhelming amount of pressure. That was the highest pressure rate he's faced in his career, 42%. And then when he did decide to go ahead and throw the ball, on those pressures, he was 3 for 8 for 28 yards and got sacked 5 times. So he was disastrous under pressure against Cleveland. And all of those seem like they would set up well, but you've got a pass rush attack that Caleb Williams had never had a game in his career in which he didn't get sacked until he faced the Cowboys last week.
Traditionally, watching Jordan Love, he's at his best when he has a clean pocket. It's weird, Dak seems to be really good whenever there's pressure coming at him. When the blitz is coming, he's good at picking it up, seeing and throwing into the blitz or knowing what his hot route is. But Jordan Love, his best comes from clean pocket, feeling comfortable, setting his feet, getting that ball out of his hands. So I totally understand that number is the way it is. He doesn't hold the ball too long, but he doesn't have great awareness about what's happening inside the pocket on him.
Now, I know he's popped up as limited the last couple days in practice. Do you have no doubt that Micah is going to play?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Why would he miss this thing? Yeah. Hold on. Now, did Luka miss the first game whenever he was a Laker? I think he did, but he had been hurt, right? Yeah, he missed the first one and then came back for the other one. I cannot see any way that Mike. He was tough enough whenever it was other teams, whenever he was a Cowboy, to keep off the field.
Yeah.
If there was just a little nick or something, he was like, no, I'm out there. I'm going to be out there if I can. This right here, this has purpose. This has revenge factor to it.
Well, with that in mind, then, Micah did have 8 pressures last week against the Browns. So when we are talking about the pressure rate that Jordan Love faced, Micah is a one-man pressure rate.
You want to just multiply that by 10 for this week and have 800? Is that what you're thinking?
I would love for
80?
him to get double-teamed time and time again and just shut that down.
Yeah.
But, he has been tremendous at pressures. I know the sacks have not been there so far this year, but I do think it's really opened things up for Rashawn Gary to kind of a different effect for Devontae Wyatt. But Micah Parsons has been getting the pressure.
And the guy, listen, I know this is a who do you fear, Micah, obviously. Edgerrin Cooper. That dude is having a phenomenal season. They have such great speed at the linebacker position. That just makes it that much more difficult. Javonte Williams is going to have some work, like you were talking about earlier. He's going to have to do a lot of work here because that linebacking group has a lot of speed and can hit really hard. So with the pressure added from Rashawn Gary and what they have, they didn't really drop off that much from Kenny Clark.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, the Texas Rangers, the Phoenix Suns, and Conor McGregor. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next, live from Taco Bueno in Arlington on the Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Malley kicks and delivers, and the first pitch is swung on, hit deep to center field. Back goes Hellman to the wall. It is gone. Make it 10 leadoff home runs for Byron Buxton this year.
Well, us being at the ballpark yesterday did no good to help the Texas Rangers. Hopefully, you will do significantly better here today at Taco Bueno in Arlington, 5748 Southwest Green Oaks. We got those Tolo hats to give away, party boxes being given away, Ice Cube concert tickets being given away. So
today's a good day.
Exactly, but only if you're at the Taco Bueno here in Arlington, or else you might need to ask for Forgiveness Friday. Now we're going to start with the Texas Rangers, because yesterday was a really terrible combination of things that happened with the Rangers. They lost 4-0 to the Twins, but also Cleveland finally lost the game to the Tigers.
Yeah, it was a tough game, man.
So the Rangers are 80-79. They need to win at least one game to finish at 500. And now Cleveland is, I mean, they've got a lot to play for either way, but now they are neck and neck once again with the Tigers. And it just feels like that last series is going to be very rough for the Rangers. But yesterday was representative of what I feel like most of the season was. Tyler Mahle looked good, and the offense could do nothing, and we lost.
Tyler Mahle gave up a home run on the first pitch. What do you mean he looked good?
After that.
Oh, there was more after that?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it wouldn't have mattered because we couldn't do anything.
Yeah, that was a struggle there.
Yes.
This offense just still lacks everything. And that's why, when talking with Mike yesterday, that was one of the reasons that he thinks that Chris Young is gonna completely change some things this offseason, which would make a lot of sense because you can't go into next year going, you know what? These guys, if they play the way we expect them, you can't do that again.
Right.
So that's going to be what, an offseason we have to look forward to. At this moment, Kevin, what are you rooting for then? Like, I was honestly just rooting for the Astros to not make the playoffs. That's all I really have left. And then I always do this. Whenever the playoffs start, I'll go, okay, now I'll pick a team.
Look, I do still want the Rangers this weekend to win 2 of 3 so they could finish above 500. I know that's not going to change their playoff fate or anything like that. I would love to see Osuna be badass this weekend. But I understand if people aren't going to be invested this weekend.
Do you think there is something, I know you brought up the finishing 500, above 500. Do you think there's something to, hey, prove that you want to play for this manager?
I mean, you know what? Like, even if I don't think that or you don't think that, you know who does think that? Chris Young. Chris Young, 1,000,000% earlier this week with G-Bag was talking about that exact same thing. Yeah. So, I would say that matters.
Do the manager feels that way too?
Yes, I do. And I think the manager's coming back. So, I'm just throwing that out there. We don't know that.
I don't want to. I think that the clubhouse was lost this year. And I say that because it's not that it was turmoil inside. It's not like there was, we hate this guy or anything like that. It's just he could never get the right combination of things to work. And he was like, that's got to be frustrating for him.
The more we've heard along the year, there do seem to be 2 distinct, factions in the Rangers clubhouse that maybe view the way things should be done very differently.
Okay.
And that's probably not ever going to work.
One faction, let me see if I'm right about this. One faction believes I can do this on my own. There's a lot of technology I can work with and do this.
Can
the other
we
one
pick
is,
this up another
all right,
time?
That sounds good.
Because I think this is a really in-depth conversation that I don't want to skimp on.
Okay.
But I would say that the first part of that faction is not inaccurate.
Yeah, so get ready for that one.
Are you
later.
A fan of Conor McGregor? Good.
After he hit that old guy.
Yeah,
Nah.
Which one? Alec, are you a fan of Conor McGregor?
I can't say that I am.
Good, because if you were, I would be like, you might want to cover your ears for this.
Oh.
The D-Wad known as Conor McGregor said he was so excited to fight in that UFC event at the White House. Now he has a list of demands for somebody who's not good at fighting. He would like...
Does he bring ratings still?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
And that's
what he knows.
That's the hook, and he knows that. He wants $100 million to fight on that card, as well as 100 U.S. golden visas for himself and his family and friends.
What's a golden visa?
I don't know. I've not heard that particular term, but I guess it doesn't matter like where you are in the process whatsoever. It's a visa that's good for life would be my assumption. And let's talk about Conor McGregor. How long do you think it's been since he won a fight? Few years?
5 years?
6.5 years.
Okay.
Now let's talk about that one fight he did win. Good for him. That was his one win in more than, by the time this event happens, it's 6.5 years. And by the time this event happens, he will have that one win in combat sports in 9.5 years. 9.5 years, he has one win by the time that this fight takes place. Tell that dude to jog on and move on with your White House card.
A type of residence by investment program that grants temporary or permanent residency in a country to individuals in exchange for substantial financial investments such as real estate or businesses. So if he just buys some stuff, he gets to have permanent residence.
Well, that actually does.
For 100 people.
That does feel like the American way. All right, let's go to Phoenix Suns owner Matt Ishbia. Now, we didn't get an opportunity to play this yesterday. I want to know if you think that Ishbia needs to ask for forgiveness for maybe not understanding what the term success means.
Okay.
My expectations are I hope that we win more games than we won last year, but the truth is it's not going to be measured in wins and losses this year, but it is going to be measured in success. And how are we successful?
Oh, I want the rest of the answer.
Now, Corey, he said it's not going to be measured in wins and losses.
It's exactly how sports works.
But how successful we are.
Yep.
What do you think it's like if everyone gets golden visas there too? Like no, but seriously,
how much money did we earn this year?
How is it? Because you know what this feels like? This feels, Alec, like he's telling me their success will be defined by the friends they make along the way.
I've often said that.
I refuse to accept that.
He basically, he was saying every play is a win or a loss. Every play in every sport. And he's like, no, that doesn't matter that much.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And then finally, does Mike Bassick need to ask for forgiveness because he's not on the show again today? He was on the show yesterday. What's his deal?
What a chump.
Yeah. I mean, we're in Arlington.
Yeah, the Rangers play in Arlington.
Yeah, but they're in Cleveland.
Oh, did he leave to go to Cleveland today? Oh,
yeah.
man.
I was going to try to hide that part so we could run him down, even though he sent us a really nice text message.
That was such a nice text.
It really was.
Really missed that guy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Taco Bueno in Arlington, 5748 Southwest Green Oaks. Coming up next, we'll do some mini baseball nuggets, but also Dallas Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones next right here on The Fan.
that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning, guys. It's a great day. Getting ready to go here.
It is a great day, and y'all's quarterback yesterday said something that I thought was really intriguing when he talked about if this game will bring closure to the Micah Parsons trade, and he said that's something you got to ask Jerry and Micah. To me, the closure happened when the trade happened. Do you still feel like you're seeking any Micah closure? Have you already had it? Will this game bring it to you?
Well, candidly, if closure were an issue, I should have had that discussion with the Mirror before I made the trade, or as I was making the trade. Dak's absolutely right. That's when all the drama was gone, is when you decided to make the trade. And, of course, I was very aware that this game would be coming up this Sunday. And so to the extent that this game being here adds to, takes away from, does anything as far as this trade is concerned, doesn't, although it certainly, I knew that we were going to be competing against him pretty quick. Now, let's make no mistake about it. Micah is special, and we all know he is, and he can be disruptive. But we have huge amounts of experience with the anecdotes that we've seen used on us for the last 4 years. Right. And while he does make great plays, there is also a way to approach playing against Micah, as we know, because we didn't exactly win the Super Bowl during those years. So bottom line is, when I look at playing him, I think of trying to have him as an advantage when we were playing other teams over the last 4 years. And some plays it looks beautiful, but then other plays, especially running plays, you can wish you'd have had a different formation.
Jerry, then are you hoping that the coaches put a plan together that completely takes Micah out of this game?
No, I'm not hoping that. You can't take Micah out of a game. That's ridiculous. I mean, not a ridiculous statement. I'm just saying it's a thought. If you think you're going to take him out of the game. But you can play him. And trust me, he was played by teams against us over the last 4 years. We saw it all the time. And so now whether or not we can accomplish that, that remains to be seen. But we've, with being trite, we lost games with Micah.
Right.
And that is a trite statement, but we did.
Now, earlier in the week, you said there would be no tribute video. I think we all understand that. Micah, of course, was asked about it, and he said he understood it as well. But there was something he said at the beginning of that statement that fascinated me. He said, there are a lot of things, this is Micah speaking, there are a lot of things that I could consider disrespectful throughout this process, but I wouldn't say the lack of a tribute video is one of them. Do you feel like anything disrespectful took place in this negotiating process?
Not at all. Not at all. I regret if he thinks there was, to him. but I didn't get that feeling in any way during any of this deliberation. And it went on for quite a while, as we all know, but it went on beyond the stuff at training camp. And so that just is not the case that it was meant to be. In terms of the sensitivity of it, I understood that from the very beginning, and this was significant to all parties concerned, significant to Micah. Those feelings are always highly sensitive in that setup, and that's not to say that you aren't sensitive to somebody that just does that 3 or 4 times in their career. I do, but I've done it hundreds of times, literally.
Jerry, you frequently brought up rivalry, my city against your city, and how much you love that part of it. And this Sunday night has a lot of potential to be kind of maybe a split stadium because the Packers fans do travel well. Do you anticipate or expect Cowboys fans to have louder boos or louder cheers whenever they see Mike on the field?
Well, I think, we've had numerous double handfuls of players that have returned to play for us, and players that have been with us a lot longer than Micah was. Mm-hmm. Micah, of course, to remind everybody, was here 4 years. Some of the players that we used the stories about returning to us were with us much longer than that. And so I don't think that this situation calls for a recognition. Micah's just getting started in his career, and at the end of the day, the Cowboys will have been a part of it, the initial starting of it.
Now, fun little, I guess hopefully fun business question for you. Micah said that he was going to have lots of family members in his suite because he bought it before he got traded and he couldn't get a refund once he was traded. Is that right?
Well, I don't know about that. We don't. We have quite a list of people regarding using suites out there. But I know one time his mother, who I know how precious she is to it, wasn't in that suite, and it was at our last preseason game. She was in mine. And we were sitting up there. Actually, she was in my perch up there that we watched the games from, not the actual suite. And she sat there with us all through the first half and sat there with me and discussed the contract and discussed our thoughts and her thoughts about it. So he certainly, some members of his family know where our suites are.
Jerry, this really is just one game, but the team is 1-2. We've had a couple of poor performances in a couple of different areas. How important is a win this Sunday night?
Well, every game at this juncture, especially coming off of the disappointment that we had in Chicago. I'm going to say this again. Frankly, when we went into the second half, I can't tell you how much I thought we were going to win that game because we'd had their offense out there, the entire defense out there, so much in the first half, and I just knew we'd gotten to their legs. And that's a very strategic point. But to their credit, they stepped out there and kept that ball for almost 10 minutes, I think, in the first half after we gave up possession of it to start the second half, I mean. So my point is everybody that really follows it understands that. But that was a real surprise. And so, yes, I'd like to think that that's not the way it's going to be. Certainly we've been making the corrections this week, and it was very clear where we broke down and where we didn't follow the basic assignments that you have to keep the big plays from happening. And hopefully we will have reviewed that, and we can play better than that. We practice a lot better than that, and we have played better than that, where everybody's got a man, cover it. Now, the defense was designed to let some shorter completions happen, but not those big plays. So hopefully we've corrected that. We have had a good week of practice.
Yeah, and I think we are all hopeful, too, that defense can right the ship there. With what we've seen so far from it, though, how much do you feel this season's going to hinge on Dak's arm and his ability to put up points?
A lot. I think a lot. And that's no secret, and not that I'm thinking you're saying it is. No, we depend on good quarterback play. That's the plan. And we had it, frankly, I think, if I just gave an overall grade this year, I think we've had good quarterback play. I think some other things have stood in the way of keeping us from having a better record.
Now, some of that, especially offensively, you can attribute to now the injury to CeeDee Lamb, injuries to the offensive line. But I wanted to focus on George Pickens. I know he not only wants to contribute for the Cowboys, he would like to show everyone he can be a number one wide receiver. How important are these next few weeks for George Pickens?
For us, and I know that's what you mean, but it's for us, a receiver of his caliber is a number one receiver. And so, yes, if he can come in and play to that, and which he's very capable, and I know that Dak has that kind of confidence in him, which you need between the quarterback and receiver. He's capable of playing to that level, and we sure are going to design it to that level.
Jerry, we were told yesterday, we had a report that Deron Bland is going to play. He said, yes, I'm absolutely going to play. How much will it help having him out on the field?
It has been a tremendous problem for us for him not to be out on the field, so it will remedy that. And he's someone that is extraordinarily consistent as well as capable of making big plays. There's a difference. And we must have consistency, which is another way in my vernacular of saying soundness in what we're doing. You first go there, and then if you're in position, you make a big play. And so the thinking about it otherwise breaks the secondary down, and we've seen examples of that.
Well, kind of speaking of that, the idea of consistency and making extraordinary plays. We've seen throughout the years Trayvon Diggs make a lot of extraordinary plays, but the consistency seems to have been a struggle so far this year. Do you attribute that strictly to the injury and coming back from that, or do you have to kind of take a look at he feels like a diminished player so far this year?
Well, I think one thing about the secondary, you've heard it all our lives, you're on an island out there, boy, and when it's coming at you, it's you and not the rest. So he is on an island, and but not just him. He's got to count on and have consistency, or have everybody doing what the play calls for. They first have to recognize what's happening, and that's a key. And once they recognize it, all of them have been lined up, should have been in position to be where they're supposed to be after they recognize the play. When you don't do that, you get the kind of stuff that happened to us last couple of weeks with New York, and certainly there with Chicago. We can improve on that. That is an area that is focus, that is work, that is concentration, that is just being understanding that is number one, your responsibility. And it's critical the way we're playing the secondary to accept the fact that you first have to recognize where you're supposed to be at the time you're supposed to be there, and then go from there on the play.
Jerry, in all the years we've done this, we like to joke around. We talk a lot of heavy sports also, but we also have some big human moments. And I saw yesterday, this week, the Cowboys had they honored some cancer survivors this week, and I was wondering that they got to go meet the players and say hi and everything. Does that hit home a little more with you than it ever has before?
Well, yes, but I will tell you, so often it seems as though young people are a part of that. And now, frankly, that's an elevated feeling about the challenge of cancer. And that seems so unfair. But it's very real. And I will probably, my having experienced personally cancer probably the thing that is the greatest elevator or positive for me is I have focused in on the cure, the treatment, and the advances in the treatment of cancer since maybe I've been a little more focused than I would have been. That, to me, translates to those kids and those young people. And, usually the parents are just young people.
For sure.
And so it really is a double whammy. And I can say this because I have zeroed in on it more than I normally would have, I'm sure. And boy, are we making great advancement in the treatment of cancer. And in so many cases, it's just not a terminal thing anymore and getting better. So that's one of the great things about at least living in these times.
Now, one of the other things we love about talking with you is you can give us big picture NFL thoughts and business breakdowns. The word was coming around this week that the NFL might be in a position to renegotiate its media contracts. I was kind of hoping you could walk us through the mechanisms in that contract to perhaps set up these renegotiations.
Well, it's a pretty simple concept. It's just that you make a 7-year or you make an extended contract, but one of the parties have the right to renegotiate. And of course, it's a party that has some leverage, and it's normally not done with both of them because that pretty much mitigates the value of the piece of paper if both of them have the right. But in our particular case, thanks to the great fans that we have and interest that we have in the game, we're able to renegotiate our contracts at an earlier date than the length of the contract. So with that in mind, that's what you're seeing. And we will have in a couple of years the right to go in and renegotiate the contracts. And everybody has always understood that. It's not a negative in that sense, but it's a strategic one and one that lets us keep doing. The whole philosophy is get as much of the games, get as much of the NFL out here as you can, free. Mm-hmm. What is free? Free is, in my mind, where the advertising is really the economic support of the presentation of the game or the story. And that's what we are. I'm so proud of that because no entity or no sport, or certainly I don't know of any business that's done a better job of exposing and getting our games and stories about the NFL available to the mass than the NFL has. And that's probably the best thing we've done, period.
Then why do you think the rumors about Amazon Prime Video getting potentially in the future a Super Bowl? Because that is not a broadcast TV free entity.
Yeah, and again, you asked the question, mm-hmm. and so I'm not going to try to make sense of or rationalize because I first of all don't know what context is put in, and that's not you. It's just generally it's a rumor. And when you have rumors, if you try to answer all rumors, you would really come up with a distortion of what it is.
Yeah.
And those are just conversations.
Well, and I'm kind of curious, Jerry, from your own personal perspective and from the league's perspective, where they position themselves, how valuable of an asset is the NFL to broadcast media groups?
Well, I think that I'll go as far back as Rupert Murdoch and Fox when they came into the league. And, I was just, frankly, taken back but so buoyed by the fact that he wanted to come in and to initiate his network because he didn't cover but about 80% of the United States. He didn't fully cover the United States. Fox didn't. And he, quote, had no Maddens and he had no talent, but he felt that the NFL itself, if he could get it, it could create relationships with other owned and operated stations like we have here in Dallas. Right. Or he could actually go out and buy key stations. He built a network. And really, when it dawned on me what that had happened and where he was going with his plan, I really gained a tremendous knowledge about how to lever the NFL. And in a way, he showed us that with the way he built Fox. And those things are parts of them are true today, and the same leverage is there. The leverage created that much more viewership, as it turned out, and it begat even a better universe, so to speak. So bottom line is that I will tell you, so much of it has been just good timing, the time of the world that we're in, our game, and its ability to have the breaks it has, being focused, the time of year it has. And then I'll be very candid with you. I learned something very early on. Nothing wrong with a little conflict. Nothing wrong with a little off the field type interest in what goes on the game. That just adds a little salt and pepper to it.
Every now and again, does Murdoch still give you a call or send you a thank you note?
Well, yes, and I certainly do him. And boy, I'll tell you guys, I've had such a great experience. Really, I used it a lot. Older, experienced people advising me, and I'd look them up. Well, I'd read about them in the paper, and I'd call them and look them up and go see them. And I did that, and I didn't know them. And then I also had people that were obvious. And to be around George Steinbrunner, to be around those guys, oh, they weren't perfect. And I don't mean to say that behind George Steinbrunner. I can say it behind anybody. But they weren't perfect. But I will tell you this right now. Every little thing you gain from knowing those guys, listening to the way they look at it, listen to their approach, that's called standing on other people's shoulders. And I really never met anybody that did anything that didn't stand on a lot of people's shoulders.
Well, we appreciate the time, as always, good sir.
Thanks, guys.
Best of luck against Green Bay. We'll see you next week. There you go,
Well,
Jerry.
I'm so excited about this. I'm so excited. I hope our fans are. Man, don't think we can't get them. We can get them here. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Ooh, we can get him here. I like that, Jerry Jones, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec, I think we're going to go ahead and hit the break now, if that's okay with you. Coming up next, we're going to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, but we also have a special guest who has returned on site to be with us. We'll get that going next right here on The Fan.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from a bustling Taco Bueno here in Arlington. 5748 Southwest Green Oaks. If you want to come out and see us, would love that. We've already started our giveaways. We got more giveaways and, of course, delicious food out here. And us right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What a happy day it was to see Trayvon Diggs and Deron Bland not limited in practice. Do you think they heard Corey's narrative yesterday about them not liking each other? And they're like,
I'll show you.
Yeah, but seriously, from a just logistical standpoint, we talked about how this group already felt light and they've struggled. How vital is it to get those two back out on the field?
Yeah, and not only back on the field, right, but back on the field together. How about that?
Yeah.
And it's certainly been a while for that. Both guys practicing fully. So you got to, anticipate that they'll be ready to go. Hopefully, nothing happens to aggravate whatever they were recovering from.
Right.
So, that helps, right? You can't play as they were playing at times when Diggs went out with 5 of your top 6 corners and think you're not going to have problems.
Right.
You can sit there and talk about communication and, doing your assignments, but sometimes you just have to have good players out there. And this certainly helps. Now, how quickly can, Bland get back to his, 100%, right?
Yeah.
Of efficiency, not necessarily physically, but get back to playing football. And as we've seen, it's taken Diggs some time to get back in kind of the routine of, how to cover and what to do, right?
Yeah.
So you hope that, they can coordinate that. And now you just have, one other guy that kind of fits in to be able to play the slot. And to me, Reddy Stewart he hasn't been the problem. So, maybe they can go with those top 3 and coordinate that secondary. That I guess, nobody thinks, they have any idea of what they were doing. As a matter of fact, I was watching some telestrator thing with former Packer cornerback Leroy Butler, and he was talking about how Jordan Love sometimes has to show some more patience and not get in a hurry. But he said, Dallas is so bad on defense, the rotation is terrible.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's no secret, right? We've seen it. You're going to have to rub it in.
Yeah. No, but I was talking with Corey about that at the beginning of the show, is what you saw is Cleveland did an excellent job at getting to Jordan Love last weekend, and he did not handle that pressure well whatsoever, but would normally feel like kind of like a path to victory, Mickey. I'm worried that path, even with Jordan Love struggling on that front, doesn't exist for the Cowboys because they can't get to the quarterback.
Yeah, and I think he got sacked like 5 times.
He
right?
did. He did, and he faced the highest pressure percentage of his career, and in those 13 times he got pressured, 5 sacks, and then he was only 3 for 8 for like 27 yards otherwise. So I could see how that's a way to victory for other teams.
Yeah, and too,
if you can get pressure, right? Can you manufacture it? Now
that's what they were doing. But Cleveland was getting pressure with 4,
right?
And then they'd send a blitz, and that just made it more painful for them.
And I guess what they were trying to diagram was he threw an interception that turned their Cleveland's comeback around, right?
Yes, it did.
And they were pointing out how this was really easy to read, and he didn't do it, and so he got in a hurry. So I don't know. Well, maybe Clowney can make a difference. Maybe using some of these young guys a little bit more than they had been, because I think, with the limited time Donovan Ezeruku has played, I think he's played well. Well, maybe give him some more snaps, turn him loose, get him going. Somebody's got to figure out how to get around the edge and not try to muscle their way to the quarterback. Like use a move, use some your hand fighting and not get into the guy's body and just start pushing and pushing and pushing. So we'll see if that pass rush can come around.
I think that Kenny Clark has had some amazing things to say.
I love Kenny Clark.
Yes, absolutely. And he was talking about the Micah trade, and he goes, that's probably the most shocked I've ever been in my life. I guess I shouldn't say the Micah trade. I should say
his trade.
Yeah, his trade that he was in. And so he goes, of course I heard the rumors that the Packers were going to make the trade, but he talked about being shocked. But he also talked about he's not concerned about and understands that maybe he's like the B side of this trade, for lack of a better term. And I think that's just a really smart attitude to have going into all of this.
Well, and he was talking about, he's got a rematch with his former guys, right?
Yeah.
And he basically said, our job is to go 1-0 on Sunday. This is not about me. And it was so refreshing to hear somebody actually say that. And you know what? Jordan Love said the same thing when they asked him about, has this been a distraction or whatever. He goes, I don't know about a distraction, but for our team, our job is to go 1-0 on Sunday. And I think that's kind of got to be the mantra. We can do all this other stuff on TV, right, and the lead up, and I'm sure that's going to take up a half-hour pregame show or whatever, and it's going to be talked about that Micah's coming back and what's the reaction going to be and all this. So what? The deal is make sure he doesn't ruin the game.
Hey, Mickey, don't say so what. We have a 3-hour pregame show right here on the Fan. All right, we got a lot of time that we're going to need to fill.
Actually,
okay?
I don't want people to report on the games as much as I want them to report on our pregame show.
Yes, that's what we need.
Well, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to these guys.
Right.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah,
good. You don't need to get all fired up about that stuff. I mean, there's been other guys that have come back here that have been either released, traded,
sure.
fired or whatever, and they've come back and played the Cowboys. This is nothing new. But in this day and age, when no one has any idea about history, it's like, oh, my God, has this ever happened before? Well, yeah, it has. Lots of times.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so for the defense, and I go back to Jason Garrett a really long time ago, and I think this is absolutely true. He said, he doesn't think there's a better indicator in all of football than the turnover margin to determine who won the game. That matters in terms of winning, but also for this defense, does it not feel like maybe that turnover could spark something? Because you talked about playing young players. There are any number of ways you could spark this defense. How big could a turnover be, especially early, to maybe kind of tip the balance?
Yeah, and how do turnovers happen?
Pressure.
Usually pressure in the pocket, right? The pressure on the ball. They've done a decent job of playing the run. Now we'll see if that can continue. But again, if you can get pressure on the quarterback, chances are he might throw one to you, or chances are you might hit the ball out of his hand, or you might tip it up in the air, or he just makes a bad mistake trying, reading the wrong coverage. And that's got to be the key for those turnovers. And, they had a bunch last year, right? Well, they also finished third in the league in sacks. And so I think those two things go hand in hand.
Look, I told you earlier this week, if I was an opposing team, I would never run the ball. But against our team, if Green Bay does decide to really have a continued rushing attack with Josh Jacobs, my bold prediction that could blow up in my face is I think the Cowboys will do a very good job once again slowing down the run.
I think they will. But again, the benefit of slowing down the run is that you can get after the quarterback.
Right.
And it hasn't happened. And it hasn't happened with the rotation in the secondary, but maybe when you get two starters back there playing together, that helps out, and the safeties trust the cornerbacks, and everybody's on the same page reading. And I think that's what's got to help. And so maybe, and you would think, right, if you're covering well, then you can, the quarterback shouldn't have as much time in the pocket.
Yes.
You should be getting there.
Yes.
Right? And so if those two things happen, maybe you can hold the Packers to less than 30 points.
All right, with all of that in mind then, sir, it is time for your unique to KNC prediction. How are you feeling? What are you predicting for this game?
Well, I feel better about the defense, but I'm worried about the offense. And we shouldn't be worried about them, right?
Yeah.
But that's kind of been their strong point. So I'm thinking the Packers come in and win 27-23.
Okay. All right, I like it. At least it would be competitive. I like that, Mickey. Thank you very much.
And tell me what you guys did.
Yeah, I'm probably 30-17 Packers at this point. I really hope I'm wrong, but
Yeah, I'm going 35-14 Packers at the moment.
Blowout.
Oh no!
Yeah, just because I think they're gonna throw the ball deep and try and set up some more stuff underneath, and that's where they're gonna eat up. Unless the Cowboys get it all fixed, and then we're gonna be okay.
Yeah,
I just think that losing's never a benefit, but being competitive is.
Yeah, hopefully they can do that.
And so I think they can do that in this game, because in the NFL, sometimes when you least expect it.
I mean, just look at the Packers last week. I don't think anybody predicted that outcome. So, no, I'm with you. Well, I hope you get to come on Monday and we get to dunk on Corey the entire segment.
Or dunk on me.
Yeah, hey, I'm fine with that as well. All right, thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you on Monday.
See ya.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We talked about it was a happening out here at the Taco Bueno in Arlington off of Southwest Green Oaks. We have another special guest here to rebut Mickey Spag. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. From the CW33, it is Daniel Esteve. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. I feel like we're living in some kind of twilight zone right now. We're talking about all offseason a Cowboys defense that needs to stop the run.
And they can do
that. Probably was very difficult to see them doing that. They're doing it. And then we talked about the Rangers needing to be able to hit the ball, and that's what we expected, and obviously not being able to pitch, and it completely flipped on its side. What a weird paradox we're living in.
Absolutely. He's right about that.
Do you know what the word paradox means?
Yeah, it's when two ducks are hanging out and they're having a good time together. Your thoughts?
I might need to sneeze.
Okay, Kevin had to sneeze. That was really what
That's
the
what I was
was.
thinking the entire time. I was like, I know he wants me to respond, but I think I'm going to have to sneeze.
Well, the silence was actually fun.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're right, Daniel. Like this is the weirdest thing that they actually can stop the run. A lot of people are having the question right now about, well, is it because it's so easy to throw on them? They're actually good at stopping the run, though. That is another thing. They've had the ball run on them a lot, and they're keeping that number down. So that's a positive right now, but man, until they get that secondary fixed, I don't see competitive games happening.
And is it one of those things where it's a foundation setter? Like, hey, let's start with stopping the run, and then we build everything on top. It's hard to see that vision right now.
Right.
But perhaps that's a positive that you look at. Hey, let's build this foundation, and you go up from there.
Yeah, especially if teams – everybody wants to establish the run, right? So they're going to try and start that. But if you stop it early, then that kind of persuades them to do other things that could benefit you if you have good secondary play.
Now, you're able to discuss a plethora of sports with us, as we frequently see on CW33. So I want to kick it over to a different story in a different sport. Corey,
I dare you.
Who is the baseball player you were telling me about as we walked through the door at Taco Bueno this morning?
Is it Cal Raleigh?
It is Cal Raleigh. All right. Do you guys think that this move was amazing or kind of foolish? So the guy who caught Cal Raleigh's 60th home run, because there's multiple levels to this story, he gave it to a kid. And then the kid gave it back to Cal Raleigh. It was a heartwarming story, and I understand that. But the valuation of that baseball was also $100,000 to $200,000. Is this
was at a home game?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Is this still a heartwarming story, or did that kid give his college fund away? I know he got to meet Cal Raleigh. He got autographed bats and pictures and everything, but that is a lot of money. I get it. When you gave back a baseball, you're like, hey, this is a neat moment for you, and that baseball is probably not worth too much. $100,000 to $200,000?
Well, you know how I felt if I would have caught the Aaron Judge ball a couple of years ago. I would have thrown it back because I'm a great Rangers fan, and that's what we do. So it's not really about the money for me here, Kevin, but it is about the heart that kid had to say, you know what, he deserves it. He needs some more stuff, though. He deserves a lot more stuff for that ball.
I am right there. I think it's a negotiation power. It's not a question of the decision to give the ball back to the player. That's just heart and soul. You want to see that out of a young kid.
Yes.
But at
Oh,
least
my
up the negotiation ability a bit.
Yeah.
And I also, the original gentleman that gave the ball to the kid, what a win-win situation for him. Because, yeah, he gives up that cash, but I don't know if you guys saw, immediately after the Seattle Comms organization or the Comms department reached out to him and said they wanted to hook him up. So let's see what his negotiation power looked like.
His negotiation power was also bad because he got like an autographed bat and he got to meet Cal Raleigh. So like, I get it. It's a heartwarming story, but yes, exactly. I don't know if that came off over here, but $100,000. Look, there are things happening in the Taco Bueno. I don't know if you just saw me wave to somebody. The person that I just waved to was going to bring the baby in, but his wife said, you cannot bring the baby in to see the guys because she knows we were probably going to pass the baby around and everything. And then he had to leave.
To everybody here?
Yeah.
Like your turn.
Yeah, it's like crowd surfing.
Kevin
baby.
loves to hold babies, by the way.
And also they have a pediatrician appointment in 18 minutes.
Oh.
So he had to leave and his wife didn't want us to pass the baby around. But he was here as well.
How long does that typically take? If they've got 18 minutes.
I don't know how close the pediatrician is. That's a good question.
A lot of great questions.
Yeah,
a lot of great questions.
I don't know.
Yeah, with Dr. Sue, how does that typically go? Is it usually?
Yeah, it doesn't take too long. There's only like 4 people in there from the 817. I don't care about the memorabilia or heartwarming moment anymore. Give me my $100,000. And and another person said it's just money though. And they're right.
That's true. The experience that he got.
I feel like it's so much easier to say it's just money if you have money. Right? Like if you have plenty of money, you can be like, bah, it's just money. If you're struggling to pay your rent or you're like, we're never going to be able to get this kid to
that
college.
could be super helpful.
Yeah, I could see how you'd be like, yeah, it's just a heartwarming memory. I want my cash. All right, but is this what you guys would have done?
The memorabilia has value too. Yeah, I don't.
No, you're right.
This is the most ridiculous story. My older brother hates when I share this story, but I ordered a golf glove one time, like this swanky golf glove to give it a go. They sent me 12 dozen, and I could not, in good conscience, keep the 12 dozen gloves without giving him a call back. And of course, the guy's like, "Oh, we didn't even see that order, but yeah, send them back." Now I'm in morality mode. I gotta send the gloves back. I could still be rocking those sweet gloves to this day, 5 years on end, and I get grief all the time. There's no way in my good conscience I'm holding onto that baseball, even though, to your point, Kevin, it's probably not the smart move.
Okay, so some of these responses are amazing. I really thought they were going to be like, you're heartless and you're a Grinch. From the 469, well, that kid is clearly a dip ass, so I don't think college is even in his future.
Don't say that about a kid.
I know, that's what that person said. And from the 910, sports is a business. Make a business decision.
That actually is a pretty good. I like that line.
Yeah, Cal Raleigh's going to have plenty of money. You can figure it out.
Hey, only one baseball, though. Only 160th home run.
That's true.
You'd assume.
I would assume that, and I'm really intrigued. I don't know if there's anything in particular over the weekend that you're watching out for in the baseball season, whether it's Cal Raleigh, see if he can hit 3 more, break the American League record, whether it's seeing if Detroit can finish off their amazing collapse, the Mets. Is there anything in particular that's got your eye for the weekend?
Well, aside from the Rangers on CW33 tonight.
There you go.
Just saying.
Hey, when I talk about the Detroit collapse, that hinges on Cleveland.
There is a bit there. Yeah, honestly, I'm a sneaky Detroit fan, so I'd like to see them kind of save face at the very end of the season. I think Detroit's probably the storyline I'm most intrigued by. But Seattle's fun too. Are you invested in? Because we've asked everybody on the show, including Boch, about this. Are you invested in the Rangers at least winning one of these, hopefully tonight on CW33, or 2 to be at or above 500? I think we talk about business decisions. I'd like a close game tonight on CW33. Something of intrigue. Maybe a no-hitter bid or a perfect game bid, dare I say. As far as general interest, it's tough to say. I think brain-wise and effort-wise, I'm slowly starting to slip into we've got Mavs Media Day on Monday. The Dallas Stars are right around the corner. We know the talent they have. And obviously the Dallas Cowboys are a never-ending barrage of newsworthy discussions. So I think my brain is starting to work its way that way. Even FC Dallas, which is never talked about, is back in a playoff playing position. And Eric Quill, the stuff he's doing is incredible. Super excited. You talk about the Little Rascals. They ditched Lucho Acosta, their superstar midfielder.
Yes, they
and
did.
just a
decision on their
bunch of, and there were some things inside that are definitely hot and spicy. Though to see them move on from him and really bring up this young core, I mean, it's been awesome to see. So there are just other storylines that are grabbing my attention right now.
Now, are you going to be at Mavs Media Day on Monday?
I will, yeah.
Can you do me a favor? Can you try to ask Cooper Flagg this question? Because he's been coached up very well media-wise, and everyone keeps asking him about saving the franchise. I want to see how much fun he wants to have. Will you ask him if he thinks if we would have all had our arms on the same side of our bodies, if they would be called F-shirts instead of T-shirts? And I just really want to see if you can get him to loosen up with that question.
I like that. I love those type of questions. I think in his introductory press conference, mind you, I was solo that day, so I'm manning the camera way in the back.
One-man show there.
Always awkward to, ask a question from back there.
Right.
But I tried to throw him a softball golf question. I was like, hey, you going to get any lessons or play with Scotty and, Bryson and all those guys in the DFW area? And he's just like, yeah, I don't think I'm good enough for them. I'm like, that's not the point. Come on, Cooper. Come on.
What we're doing, Cooper.
Give me something. I'm like, dude, you got the stature.
The question that I think broke Eric Chiafalo was, what do you listen to leading up to the game? And he was like, I'm not really into music.
I remember
and
that.
it was like,
that was great. That was great.
Yeah, it felt like an easy question. Well, where can people catch you again if they want to watch on the CW33?
Yeah, we've got plenty going on right now. It's kind of a sandbox at CW33 as we build out this sports department. So we just launched So Sports every Wednesday at noon. It's basically a weekly recap, but we have exclusive interviews, exclusive storytelling as well, and we typically bring on very special guests, which we've had you guys on at some point.
We're special.
And so those are weekly, and those are both on audio and visual platforms, so you can kind of find it everywhere. And then we've also got a PBR special airing this Sunday as we lead into PBR coverage. That is a new world for me, but of course for Texas Rattler Days, they're out at the Stockyard. Super, super fun, incredible athletes. And then, of course, the big one, if you will, the grand finale, the Texas Rangers on CW33 on Friday.
There you go. Thank you very much. And you showed up to a whole bunch of these Taco Buenos along the way. We really appreciate it,
Get that
Daniel.
man some tacos.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
Also get me some tacos.
Well, we need to bring Alex some tacos as well, because coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus I have a late entrant for the morning show's worst take of the week next on the Fan.
Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay. think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember the Uber Eats Cowboys?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Razor Blades. Nutmeg Maidens? No. You said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it something called?
Of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Been having a busy day. A lot of fun already at Taco Bueno, 5748 Southwest Green Oaks. Corey's got his food, and now
I got a party box.
It's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. And then I'm going to run some sound for you that I think should be a late entry into Worst Take. That RJ and Bobby did this morning, the RJ and Bobby show as it was today. No Sean because he's under the weather. They had some great content there, but yeah, is he? It's one of those sources, dude, just trust me. It's one of those situations, just trust me. But I think this might top anything that they ran through, any takes. It's not even sports, but it's entertainment related that we'll get to here in just a little bit. But gentlemen, I promise this question of the day is not infringing on the combo platter, but it is inspired by the state fair. Okay. Because it begins today, and I am super excited because who doesn't love good food and good times? And who doesn't love a little bit of big text? But it got me thinking about just family traditions and traditions in life. What is one of your favorite traditions that you got with your family or maybe even some friends? 877-881-1053, because we are approaching quickly that time of the year. Holiday season is right around the corner, so there's going to be a lot of traditions going down, a lot of celebrations, and maybe some stuff that you have to get in this time of the year with some friends, with some family. I just want to know, what are some things that you like doing each and every year?
I'm going to say my family or my mom always, when we were growing up, hosted Christmas Eve. So the first time she didn't host it, I thought it was so jarring to be at somebody else's house, even though, that's how it happens for a lot of families. They rotate it and everything like that. And then the other thing, I promise this is not just a shameless plug, it has become, part of our lives as well, Peace-a-thon. Before Thanksgiving. I don't think of Thanksgiving first. To me, Thanksgiving means Peace-a-thon. And then Thanksgiving and football and all that other stuff.
And that's changed my approach to it. Like Thanksgiving time has always been fun, going to grandma's house, and that we always went there. Like you said, that was the place. And then whenever my grandmother said, "Okay, I'm done hosting it," everybody in the family was like, "Well, how are we going to handle this now?" And so I was like, "All right, we'll host it." And so we host it. But here's Peace-a-thon is the day before Thanksgiving. So what am I doing?
Masterpiece Peace-a-thon.
Yeah, the Peace-a-thon. I'm like, I can't help much. So what I tell Adrian is, hey, you take care of everything else. I'll take care of the turkey. But Avery will go and brine the turkey for me. He does all that stuff, and then he and I work on that together. So that's become my new favorite tradition is smoking the turkey with Avery.
Alec, can I give a tease of the Peace-a-thon announcement?
Yes, please do.
For the first time ever this year, Peace-a-thon will not be taking place in our studio. We're going to be out and about in the world for Peace-a-thon this year.
You're kidding me.
I'm not.
I hope it's close to my house.
Yeah, I bet you do. Or else you might get sick.
All right, Mike.
For Peace-a-thon? Man, I can't imagine being sick for that. 14 hours of radio? I don't want that to happen. I'm going to make sure to take my vitamins.
Good on you. Get those multivitamins in. They work wonders, trust me. I saw Pete in the YouTube chat says board game nights, and those happen often whenever we have family in town. Our family over the past few years has gotten so spread out that we don't get to do those as often, but right around now, the holiday season is when we're able to make those happen here in the next couple of months. That's a big one for me.
Alec, can I ask for a ruling on this text?
Oh, no.
It says from the 214, it's that time of year, me and my family go to the first day of the affair, which we are doing today. Now, I'm sure they meant the fair.
Which one's having the
affair?
affair?
Yeah, you think they mean the fair, right, and not the affair, which is what they said they do every year today as long as they're not in jail.
We can only go with what they texted in. We can't assume.
That's right.
anything.
Direct quotes only. We have to take the words for what they're worth.
What am I supposed to say? Happy Affair Day? That doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I kind of like it. I mean, if you're into that, sure. Why not? I can't control your life. I just read your responses because I think they're wonderful. 877-881-1053. Some of your favorite family or friends traditions throughout the years. And for me, Kevin, you hit on it with the family dinners and stuff around the holiday season. Christmas and Thanksgiving used to always be at my grandparents', but they downsized to an apartment. So we host now.
Yeah.
We host it, and it is the most stressful thing ever. I didn't realize how difficult coordinating for a mass group of people is. That's incredible. And I'm just like a fraction of the planning. You know, I'm not one of the heads of household, so I'm just like helping with the cooking and stuff, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like I need 6 more eggs than I thought I did.
Your house has to be a different level of clean,
Think
man.
about this, too, just for Adrian's perspective. She's also helping us with Peace-a-thon. And somehow she pulls off Thanksgiving, so I don't know, man. She's an amazing woman.
By the way, Alec, special early shout-out to Texas Roadshow and Worth Collecting. They have already loaded us up with a lot of stuff. There's a brand new Pokemon box that came out today. I already have it in my possession for Peace-a-thon.
I love both of those establishments. Really great people over there. From the 812, during football season, a bunch of my veteran buddies and I get together virtually during Thursday night football, whether we like the teams playing or not.
Oh, I like that.
That's wholesome. I like that. And that's one of my favorites whenever we get to the Thanksgiving break-ish. I've got some friends that are still in college getting their masters and whatnot because they're way smarter than me. So they come back to town for Thanksgiving break, and we're able to get together for some of those NFL games and whatnot. And that's one of my traditions. Thanksgiving week is we get together and we have a massive flag football game, all of our friends.
Oh, cool.
We get a group chat of like 25 people together, and everybody shows up. It's like the most hyped up thing of the year for us, and I'm looking forward to it each and every day because I can't wait to score as many touchdowns as humanly possible.
This past year, my mom, for the first time, she wanted to play a bunch of games where you roll a can across the table and whatever it lands on, you win $1 or something like that.
Oh.
The kids lost their minds about it.
Really?
They wanted to play at home, and I was like, "You're not getting any of my money."
See, from the 817 Rangers opening day with my friends and family, it is epic every single year. I like that. From the 325 yearly Mexico trip with the family for my birthday. That's fancy.
Dude, that's awesome.
Some of you guys got it.
Where at in Mexico?
Yeah, follow up with that. Please let me know. I need some travel spots, too, because your boy needs a vacation. I have not been out of the state in, I want to say, 4 years. So,
what?
Yeah. Your boy needs some good destination spots as well.
This is not, he doesn't want 4 more years.
If you agree to never say your boy again, we can make this happen.
I don't know if that's possible. I will try. How about that? I will try my very best, but it's one of those things that's second nature sometimes.
Okay.
Guys, you know who is not my boy. Thank you for the transition there. We're going to hear from Live Nation Ticketmaster CEO Michael Rapinoe. He was speaking at a conference earlier this
Soccer
week,
player.
and no, not quite. This is a man, and he was talking about the idea because they asked him, like, do you get more success in the music and entertainment industry than you do from selling sports tickets and whatnot? And he took it a step further. I just thought it was interesting to hear this perspective.
Music has been underappreciated. You know, I always joke, sports. It's like a badge of honor to spend 70 grand for a Knicks courtside. They beat me up if we charge 800 for Beyonce, right? So it's a real. We have a lot of runway left, right? So when you read about the ticket prices going up, it's still average concert price is $72. Try going to a Laker game for that, and there's 80 of them or whatever the hell. So the concert is underpriced, has been for a long time.
The concert is underpriced.
What a fascinating take of, hey, idiots, I'm not only charging you $72. Get ready for a lot more. That's a weird take.
That's like Adam Silver saying, well, if you can't afford to watch the games, you can always watch the highlights for free.
Yeah, it's a highlight sport. Who cares?
Man, and you got to make these things accessible to people. If you want people to show up, make them easy to find and easy to access. So, yeah, he could charge $800 for Beyonce tickets. People will pay that out there. But the average fan probably can't afford that every single time they go on tour.
Dude, how scary is that, Alec, that he was like, it's a badge of honor to pay $70,000, so shut up,
That's
Beyonce
one I'll never
fan.
have. That is a badge of honor I will never own.
No.
That is a reason you're starting to see less bands do the stadium tours, because filling up a stadium's become so much more difficult.
Yeah.
You're starting to see less and less of that, and they're going, hey, hell, they'll go to these colleges and do the fraternity parties,
Right.
and they'll do the smaller local venues.
Man, that is a stupid take.
And that's my time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Just to clarify, Alex's take was great. It was that ticket no good, Nick. That was the stupid take. All right, I want to make that clear. Coming up next, we'll continue live from Taco Bueno in Arlington, 5748 Southwest Green Oaks Boulevard. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. NFL favorites are more favorited than ever. Next on The Fan.
Segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Michael Dixon puts it down. Jason Myers, the kick is on the way. And the kick is up. And the kick is good. And the Seahawks win the game. They beat NFC West foe, the Arizona Cardinals, on the final play of the game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Taco Bueno in in Arlington off of Southwest Green Oaks, and some people were calling last night's game a classic. I think that is a really...
Sorry, what?
Yeah, I think that's a really loose usage of that word. The Athletics said that, and I was like the end of the game was good, but the rest of it, thumbs down. Yes, to that.
Arizona kind of plays a boring style to me.
For sure.
I haven't gotten out of Kyler Murray what I expected and what I've always wanted.
Well, and if you looked at that game last week against San Francisco, that does not hurt to break your boring narrative whatsoever. Right now, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we go to the information. That was pathetic. We go to the information learned from, you know what? I'm going to give you guys another chance. I'm so disappointed in how that happened. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
All right,
Thank you.
That was way better, guys. I'm proud of you now. Now, Alec just told me probably the news of the day, and Alec is both Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin that have been ruled out for this game.
That is correct, according to Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network, friend of the show. They will both miss this game. He did say that Jaden Daniels pushed really hard to try to play this game, but the doctors would not let him go.
Man, I don't know if you want to make a play on that game or maybe hit the under. Because, we talked about all the Falcons' offensive struggles in that last game, and now if the Commanders are going to be without their primary quarterback and wide receiver, I'd be curious to take a look at that if you are of the daily fantasy or gambling type. Now,
I am.
Okay, Corey's got something to do right now. All right, Alec, then I'm going to tell you this. NFL favorites are more favorited than ever. Here's what I mean by that captivating English language sentence. First of all, have you seen the point spread on Saints-Bills?
I've not.
What do you think it is?
I would have to say somewhere in the neighborhood of 55.5. I know it's going to be bad.
That actually is a fair guess that might not be as far off as you think. It is 15.5. At one point earlier this week, it was 16.5, which was tied for the 9th biggest point spread in the last 6 years. So it is a huge, huge gap right there. But how successful are teams when they have this much of an advantage? The previous 8 games in this 6-year period, those teams went 7-1, but perhaps more importantly, they went 6-2 against the spread.
Okay.
So when you see these massive spreads, they usually pay off if you are betting the favorite. Now, betting the favorite has been a great proposition this year. Teams favored by at least 4 points in the first 2 weeks of the season, they were 12-0. That is at covering, and so they were 12-0 winning those games. And you might be like, well, sure, they're the favorites. But that's not necessarily what history says. Last year, for example, teams that were at least 4-point favorites at this point in the season only won 64% of the game.
Oh, really?
Year before, 58. Year before, 58. And so these last 3 years have been significantly lower. Usually it kind of sits closer around 70%. But the first 2 weeks of this season, it was a wipeout for the favorites.
Okay, so do we just say that's going to be a trend for the year?
I don't.
Or is that just kind of an anomaly?
Yeah, see, that's a good question.
And also, do you think Michael Penix will have more than 223.5 passing yards?
Nope, I can't answer that. You have to say higher or lower
or less
for the purposes
higher or lower
of what we're doing. I mean, after what we saw,
I feel like it's going to be lower.
Yeah, I was going to say after what we saw last week, it feels like lower might be the way to go. Hey, I just want to remind everybody, special promotion we just started today, $100 in bonus cash once you make your first $5 play on Underdog with the promo code Masterpiece. Not that that's exactly what Corey's doing right now. All right, let's go to Shedeur Sanders, who, you know how they show those memes and it's like nobody, and then they show the picture?
Yes.
It feels like Shedeur, what are Shedeur Sanders' thoughts? And nobody wants that. And he's like, I can do better than some of the quarterbacks that are playing right now. I get it, and he might not be wrong, but you have to be more self-aware that people think that having you around is a circus, and you're creating media buzz that they want and they don't want. And when he comes out and says, if you see quarterback play in the league right now, I know I'm capable of doing better than that, that's not what you want to hear.
Well, I mean, obviously it sounds like he's asking to be traded to the Bengals. He's like, look, I can go be better than Jake Browning out there. Send me to the Saints. I can do better than Kellen Moore.
That actually I would agree with.
Yeah, because Kellen Moore,
he's not the quarterback
He should be
yet.
the quarterback coach.
Okay, you know what? Since you mentioned the Saints, this is probably my favorite statistic of the entire season. Do you know Spencer Rattler right now, as a starter, is 0-9, okay? That is not good. However, the class of quarterbacks on this list is astonishingly good.
Okay.
So he's tied for the 9th worst start ever to a career. Here's the thing, though. 2 of the top 8 quarterbacks are in the Hall of Fame.
Really?
So it's Warren Moon and Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman started his career 0-11, and Warren Moon started his career 0-10. So while it may seem like you're doomed and you'll never be good, I'm telling you, 2 of the top 8, they made the Hall of Fame.
That's interesting right there because,
Don't
Kevin,
ask about the
what's
rest.
always been my approach whenever quarterbacks have started off poorly, it's always been, what's the team around them? What's the circumstance around them? And at the time, for both of those quarterbacks, it was very poor.
Yes.
And what happened whenever they built teams around them? They got better. The quarterbacks were actually good. It was the teams around them that were poor. Kind of like going to Cleveland. You're just not going to succeed because that one it doesn't work up there.
Well, you know, it's funny that you say that because this is the cautionary tale for the Saints. Number 1 on the list is not a Hall of Famer. It was Deshaun Kaiser, who started off his career with the Browns at 0-15. So,
Kevin,
there's that.
Kenny Clark has been announced as the captain for this week against the Green Bay Packers. So I like that. I like that for
How long until the meme comes out with Kenny Clark saying, I'm the captain now?
I want it.
It's only going to be, what is it going to be, like
I'm
2 minutes?
now.
Maybe we need to get Alec working on that right now. All right, let's go from that to Sean Alexander. Did you see the Sean Alexander news of the day yesterday?
I did not.
Him and his wife are expecting their 14th child.
I'm sorry, she has had 14 children?
That's right. So I almost put Sean Alexander in Forgiveness Friday because he needs to ask for forgiveness from his poor wife for having to push out that many babies.
Is that more than Phillip Rivers?
Yes. Yes, it is. Wow. And I think...
Dude, we had Sean Alexander on the Super Bowl, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
We talked with him. He didn't say anything about trying to have a 14th kid.
Yeah.
I'm pretty upset with him for not bringing that up.
Now, him and his wife also already have grandchildren.
How many of those 14 were planned?
You can't imagine this one,
Because
right?
I have 3.
Yeah, how many of them was planned? Okay.
Yeah. One of them was like, we just got married. Let's see how life goes. And bam, kid on the way. The other one was very planned. And
what
then
a fascinating description of how that happened.
And then the last one was kind of you know what? Here we go. So
I mean, once you get past 4 or 5? Okay, yeah. Once you get past 4 or 5, you really need to start planning, right? Like, I know somebody, and they're great, and I love them to death, but they have 9 kids, and I ask, why not 10? And the guy told me, because his wife thinks if they have 10 kids, that would be weird. And I just told him, I was like, 9 kids is kind of weird. Like, that's a lot of kids.
I'm pretty sure it does say be fruitful in the Bible.
And multiply. I don't know if in the addendum to the Bible it's like, but know when to stop. I don't think that is in there. But, yeah, congratulations. They're expecting their 14th child, which means you'll get that weird situation where you're the uncle to somebody that is older than you.
Okay. Yeah, no, that is weird, I guess, if you say so.
It is weird. All right, let's go from that to Derrick Henry. He said that he's still pissed off about all of his fumbles, and he goes, the fact that they happen back to back to back is crazy. But what I love that he added, nobody can fix it but yourself, and I'm accepting this challenge like a man.
Okay.
Kind of sounds like he's about to destroy somebody.
I wonder if it's a very simple fix. You know, like what was it? Tiki Barber had a very big problem fumbling all the time. And then Tom Coughlin came in and was like, it's just the way that you're carrying the ball.
Right.
Or if this is something that because of the way he's built or the way he runs, that the running backs have figured out, cornerbacks, linebackers have figured out a way to really punch that thing loose.
And I don't know if there's any truth to the rumor that Sean Alexander just needs to get a TV in his bedroom so he has other stuff to do. You never know. That could have been what led to it. And we kicked it off talking about Thursday Night Football. Let's wrap it back around. Seattle, as you heard the highlight, did in fact win that game 23-20. They are now 3-1 on the year, and early thoughts about Sam Darnold have been not too bad.
He looks like Sam Darnold from last year a little bit.
Yes.
You know, he's still spry, can run a little bit. That was a really smart, heady play on his part last night. Made a couple of really good throws. He's looking like he learned something. I think he did. I think he learned something in San Francisco. He carried that over for his year in Minnesota. He's still who he is. I don't think he's an elite quarterback, but he's better than he was whenever he was with the Jets in Carolina for sure.
Do you think he's additionally motivated by the fact that NFL teams weren't like scrambling to try to pick him up after that year?
That's probably a big possibility too. He's like, I have to be better.
Yeah. From the 469 new slogan, NFL and chill. So just keep an eye out on that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Taco Bueno in Arlington off of Southwest Green Oaks. Coming up next, Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because right here on The Fan.
Sean.
Okay, now that is very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's how your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Taco Bueno in Arlington. 57-48 Southwest Green Oaks. As you can tell, we need you out here to make sure everyone knows when to start clapping. All right, here's the cue. When I say we're live at Taco Bueno, that's when you clap. Let's try this one more time.
Okay, all right.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Taco Bueno in Arlington. Hey, and if you think you can figure that out on the first try, come on down. If you're thinking I can't figure it out until the second try, well, you'll still fit right in here with this motley crew. 57-48 Southwest Green Oaks, Taco Bueno in Arlington. Still got giveaways happening, delicious Taco Bueno food that we need to get to some to Alec and, of course, us. And right now, we do Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube. Corey, I'm concerned that a lot of these are going to be like Cowboys win because the Green Bay bus crashes or something really terrible.
We don't wish anything like that upon
anybody.
I
don't want it to happen. I'm worried that that's what people are going to text in, that's the only way that the Cowboys can win this game. I came up with another way.
All right.
Cowboys win because the Packers destroy themselves with penalties. Now, you go back to that Cleveland game. The Packers were flagged 14 times. Take a step back to the Washington game before that, and I know they won that game, but they were flagged 10 times against Washington. So just in the last two games, 24 flags. And look at the very last game that they had. Final possession of the first half. They had driven from their own 12-yard to the Cleveland 38. Then what happens? you have a false start for the Packers. Then you give up a sack. Then you have an illegal block in the back. And then another sack, and then the half's over. And you don't score any more points. And it's easy to look back at that now and think about how vital that could have been to maybe get an earlier start on putting that game away. So I think you can win if the Packers continue their trend of really shooting themselves in the foot with penalties.
Cowboys win, and if they do, Kevin, you get a free taco the day after a Cowboys win here at Taco Bueno, the official taco of the Dallas Cowboys. So don't forget that if the Cowboys do win. I say Cowboys win because the Packers stupidly try to establish the run. And
I would love that.
They're like, hey, we're going to run the football. And the Cowboys are like, you're not really. And then they never change their mind and say, we have to start throwing the ball. It would not make any sense, Kevin, to try to establish the run against the Cowboys right now. You're just going to keep the game close for yourself. And that's unnecessary if you're playing against them.
Until they can prove they can cover anybody.
Yeah, so I think that Matt LaFleur really does want to run the ball. Josh Jacobs has had a little lack of success where they wanted to because they've been throwing the ball a lot too. And so I think that he's going to be like, I'm going to do this a lot, and it's going to work into the Cowboys' favor. And now here's the other thing, though, Kevin. We need a halftime swing something bad. This team, and this goes back for years now, does not get the advantage of the halftime swing.
Yeah.
They can't score before. They can't execute the score before the first half. They even had time. They had plenty of opportunities in the last two games to do that and then do the same thing, having the ball coming out of the second half, and they have not capitalized on that. So I think it's going to be because the Packers are like, well, we're going to run the ball early in the game, and then halftime adjustments turn it over a different way. But if they stupidly try to just establish the run the entire game, the Cowboys benefit.
Now, there is some...
Because that shortens the game for the Cowboys, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're in the inferior team, that's what you, in theory, that's what you want to do, is shorten the game. Some daily fantasy-based ways of saying this from the 214. The Cowboys win because Underdog says plus 257 on that. Okay. By the way, that's a new feature, is you can do that on Underdog by
make plays on
making
games
plays
now?
on games and the teams. And then from the 214, I'm afraid this might be right. Cowboys win because they win the turnover battle 5-1. This does kind of feel like a game in which you need to win the turnover battle by multiple turnovers if you're going to win the game. And then for the 817, the Cowboys could win if Jordan Love had them on the money line and threw the game. Now, hopefully he makes far more money from playing NFL football than that, but you never know. Alec, do you have a Cowboys win because we might need them?
Cowboys win because they do what they finally said they have the ability to do after they traded Micah Parsons. They scheme up pressure, and they finally get home, and they finally get to the quarterback, because I heard you guys talking about it a little bit throughout the week, and you saw it in the loss to Cleveland for Green Bay. That Cleveland obviously has one of the, if not the best defense in the NFL, so you got to give them credit there. But when they were able to force pressure towards Jordan Love, they scored less points. It's pretty simple math, and Jordan Love looked like he was off his schedule a little bit. His timing was off. And, we joke that sometimes Jordan Love does like being off schedule, but that was more of a last year thing for him. This year, he looks like he likes to plant his feet. He likes to have his rhythm. He likes to have his progressions and get the ball out of his hands on his own accord. If you're able to get home and just get him off schedule, you don't even have to take him to the ground every single time you get pressure. If you can just get him off schedule, then you have a chance to mitigate their scoring.
Your best way to do that is obviously with your two best defensive players, and that's in the middle right now. Yeah. And that's their weakest area, I think, for the Packers offense. If you watch that game against Washington, they attacked that middle part of the Packers offense, and they had some luck there, or some good production in that area. Kenny Clark, he wants to ball out, right? He wants to be like, hey, no, this was definitely the Kenny Clark trade. That's how he wants to see it, and Osa's going to be there for an opportunity too. And Kevin, one of the things that this defense really wants to do a lot more of and be good at is twists and stunts, games that you can do in the middle of the defense. As Raku's kind of struggled getting out on the edge and doing a lot of work there. I wonder if they can play some games with that and get some more pressure there.
Now, I'm intrigued by this answer from the 214. Cowboys win because you fall asleep before the game starts. Does that mean it's all a dream that the Cowboys won? And then one more ridiculous one.
Is dream scenario always a sellout to you whenever it's like a TV show or movie or something? Or are you always like, no, that was a good dream sequence?
It depends, because like at the end of the Bob Newhart show, if it's like a comedy, I can live with that. But
was Atlanta that way? Was it always a dream for him?
Man, I watched all of Atlanta, and I understood a lot of it, but I felt like there was a lot I did not understand. But I still liked it. From the 469, Cowboys win because it's revealed Micah was traded to Green Bay to throw the game for Dallas, and Jerry and Micah were on the same page the whole time, like a WWE plot twist. I love it. Cowboys
ESPN is reporting more on WWE.
Fact.
So.
Dallas wins because they draw 8+ pass interference penalties, man. I would
do it.
I would hope you win
every
that game.
time. Just throw deep to George Pickens and see if you can get a flag. It doesn't have to be a catch.
Now, nothing revolutionary here, but I've got numbers to really hammer this home. The Cowboys lose because, well, they still can't cover. Now, think about this. Going back to the Bears game, 22 of Caleb Williams' 28 passing attempts, his wide receivers had 3 yards or more of separation. That is a massive number in the NFL, and it was 22 out of 28 times. All 4 of his touchdowns were on targets where the receivers had more than 3 yards of separation. Now consider this. The last 2 weeks alone, the Cowboys have given up 12 passing plays of 25 yards or more.
Okay.
That's 6 a game. Last year, they gave up 1.9 per game.
Okay.
So we've essentially jumped from 2 of those plays a game to 6.
Yeah, that's definitely a drastic change there for sure.
So, not hard to believe that I think that is the reason they could lose.
I think the Cowboys lose because they can't find a second receiving option. Now, when I say that, you're like, yeah, of course. Who's going to be the second receiving option behind Pickens? No, that's not what I'm saying. Who's the second receiving option behind Jake Ferguson? Because the way that the people are playing against the Cowboys and one of the best ways to beat Dak Prescott is just to play lots of too high and force him to pick something underneath. Because Dak Prescott does not love to go deep whenever he has too high safeties. He loves whenever he sees single high. But a lot of these times they say, we're going to shell coverage, and Dak, good luck. You cannot complete enough passes. Your offensive line can't hold up enough. Y'all can't be disciplined enough underneath to drive 80 yards down the field and score a touchdown over and over and over. We all want big plays. We're not going to let it happen. So somebody, Jake Ferguson was the benefactor last week, because the Bears said exactly that, and Jake Ferguson had 13 targets and 11
catches.
13 catches on 15 targets, and so that's what Dak's favorite option is underneath. If teams are going to do that, Schottenheimer's got to come up with different plans for Dak to get other receivers involved in the game, and so Pickens has to be the better receiving option than Ferguson as the second receiver, but also Tolbert has to do something. Flournoy and I would love to see if they can get Turpin more space and more opportunities to have big plays.
I would be inclined to agree with that as well. From the 940, Cowboys lose because they have Jerry Jones as the GM and are not good. From the 254,
that is true.
Cowboys lose because the offensive line will fold like a fresh towel. From the 254, Cowboys lose because Micah goes crazy and gets 3 sacks. You know, I know we probably haven't talked about that specific aspect of it as much as other media entities this week, but it is early in the season, and this does feel like a game that Micah cares like disproportionately about and really wants to make the Cowboys pay. Now, I don't know if that will happen when the game's still on the line or if it would happen like when the game is out of hand, because that is where he really does excel at picking up a lot of stuff when the game's over.
Oh, he'll definitely hunt one late if he doesn't have one already. I think the terrifying thing is if he has 2 early in the game, he's going to start believing, man, I can get whenever I want to.
Yeah,
and that could turn into a big snowball effect because of what he would like to do at the end of the game, and that's pick up extras.
Alec, do you have a specific thing you want to throw out there for why the Cowboys will lose this game?
Cowboys lose because, gentlemen, they rely too much on the run game if it is not even working. So if you look at some of the metrics through just a few games for the Packers, that defense is really good. And even after trading away Kenny Clark, they're still among the league's best in stopping the run and yards per carry allowed. They're third in team total defense. They're really, really good defensively. And I feel like the Cowboys, that is, are really confident offensively that they can run the ball. So maybe they rely on it a little bit too much when it matters too much, and they're not moving the ball in the way that they think. They get forced into passing situations that are too obvious, and that secondary has been playing pretty well for Green Bay as well. They don't have the household names that you're going to mention when it comes to corners and safeties, but that defense seems to know what they're doing at least, which we can't really say here in Dallas through 3 games. They communicate, they execute, they do all the words that we wish we could say here. Everything looks clean. If they run the ball too much and they think it's going to break through one of these times, right, and they're forced into third and long passing situations, they have no shot.
Kevin, 2 notes from the Brian Schottenheimer press conference today. 1, regarding Jadeveon Clowney and how much he'll play. I hope a lot. He's had a good week of practice. He's very excited. We'll be smart with him. So that's an update on that. And then, would you stop everything if Roger Staubach walked into the room?
Yeah. Did he do that in the press conference?
He walked into the press conference. Brian Schottenheimer.
He didn't walk into the Taco Bueno.
Like,
I'm sorry.
God.
People were looking around, but we are in Arlington, so 5748 Southwest Green Oaks, but I guess he was probably in
Roger,
Frisco.
you're always welcome.
Yeah, if you want to come out
welcome.
to the Taco Bueno. We got plenty of people here, they'll buy a party box.
Schottenheimer stopped down and said, "Oh, my goodness gracious, I will stop what I'm doing for this." And Roger said, "This is my favorite coach." And then Schotty said, "You look good." And he said, "I can still throw. I'm such a Cowboys fan. I'm for you." He said, "I appreciate that. It's great seeing you." He said, "I still love the Cowboys. It's amazing how when I sit down and watch the Cowboys game, I feel like I'm out there. Right now we're okay, but we're going to get better. No doubt. That's the plan." So there you go. That's Roger Staubach in your face. You don't believe him. I don't think you believe in Roger Staubach.
I do.
That's disappointing, Kevin.
What do you mean? I definitely do.
He was the first ever guest on the KNC Masterpiece. He essentially got us a radio show.
What makes you say? Actually, that probably is true.
Yeah, that's true.
Because at first, if you didn't know this about us, we were told that we were going to get 3 tryout shows, and then after the first show, they called us into the office, and I thought for sure it was because we were getting fired because they were like, "This show sucks."
We hadn't even been hired yet.
Yeah, and so they were like, we only needed 1 week to make the decision, which really kind of hurt my feelings. But luckily, that was not the case.
Their big question
whatsoever.
was, how did you get Roger Staubach on the show?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Absolutely. So, yes, thank you, Roger, for getting this
done.
He
still believes, Kevin.
Hey, I still believe he would be an upgrade at quarterback in New Orleans. So, if he wants to go down that route, he could. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to move into the Expressway. We got some NFL overreaction and reality for you, but also it's time for the Combo Platter State Fair Edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is your all-time favorite experience, food, or ride at the State Fair, which opens today? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something. Okay, now that is a very cute word. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, so Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Williams in the gun with the back on his right. That's Swift. Back and sets and no pressure. Deep down the left side. Blown coverage. Easy pitch and catch to Rome Odunze. Touchdown Chicago, and they have the first lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Taco Bueno in Arlington. We're off of Southwest Green Oaks, and I'm going to read this text because the person who texted this in, we just saw them at the Taco Bueno from the 903. My girlfriend, who's from Australia, put ketchup on a Fletcher corny dog, and I yelled, "What are you doing?" But still, we're together a year later. Is it mustard only in terms of condiment that you think should go on the corn dog? That will come up because it's time for the combo platter. 877-881-1053. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what is your all-time favorite experience, food, or ride at the state fair? I would like to start, if that's okay with you guys.
All right.
I suppose.
Thank you. My sports opinion is, I know some people think there's going to be changes for the Rangers like Adolis, but my sports opinion is I think this team could look a lot different. I
thought you were going to say a lot like the same one we just saw.
I think it could be a lot different, and your favorite players who might have been expensive and you bought a jersey of them, perhaps they will not be on this team
Jacob deGrom
anymore as well. But that besides pitchers. Pitchers are fine. Don't worry about that. And then my favorite thing from the state fair is something that we tried in the studio. It was the cotton candy bacon on a stick. I didn't know that was a thing. I probably would not have just bought it of my own accord, but when they brought it into the studio, I tried it. It was freaking amazing, and that defeated fried Oreos and chicken fried bacon for me as the number one attraction at the fair.
Dude, the chicken fried bacon, I remember everybody lost their minds.
Yes.
It's bacon, all right? Everybody loves bacon.
Sure.
And then chicken fried. Everybody loves that too. It's delicious. So that's a good one. Did you ever have the fried butter when it was out there?
I don't think I did.
My favorite line from the David Letterman show was they were the top 10 things you'll hear said at the Texas State Fair. And he said, fried butter, will my heart explode? And I laughed really hard about that for quite some time.
That is a fair question. All right, who would like to go next? You want me to go to the fan text, or to you guys from the 858? Cowboys will win 4 games this year. My favorite thing from the State Fair was the surf and turf stuffed potato. From a few years ago. Man, this next one is a spicy opinion that I don't know if people are going to agree with. From the 817, 2026 Rangers will win the World Series, and their favorite thing about the State Fair is being in a vehicle that is leaving it. Whoa!
Wow. Why would you say that? Why were you there in the first place? To not enjoy it? You went to not – look, I understand going on a Saturday or a Sunday is very difficult because everybody goes on the weekend. My son was like, hey, we're going to go on a weekend, Dad. And I was like, I'd rather take you out of school and go share an experience with you because it's lighter during the morning time. We used to go opening day be the first 20 people to get in. Fresh grease, for one. That's one thing you're always looking forward to. And it was a little lighter crowd at the time. But we haven't been able to do that in a while. So that's a bit of a struggle. But why'd you go if you're enjoying leaving so much?
I need to ask my mom what was the final outcome for this. But I know for a while she was burnt out on the State Fair because we played some game. She gave the person running the game a 20. And they only gave her change for a 10. And she was like, I gave you a 20. And the guy was like, I don't even have any 20s. And she goes, let me see in the money thing. And there was a 20 right there. She goes, that was mine. And he goes, no, that was already there.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Well, don't they have the game cards now?
Yeah, we've modernized many aspects of the fair. So I don't actually know how that turned out.
Kevin, my sports opinion is cancer sucks.
Okay.
Defensive coordinator for the Patriots, Terrell Williams, has been diagnosed with prostate cancer, according to Mike Vrabel. And he's in the process of determining a treatment plan. And Vrabel said, we want to send our regards and let everybody know publicly that that's what he's dealing with right now. And that sucks, man. We had the conversation this morning. I liked what Jerry said, that it does feel like there's some more positivity in that there was a lot of times whenever we were younger that word pops up, and it's just like, oh my gosh, we'll never see that person again. Yeah. And it seems like we've found more different areas where we can have success there, and hopefully we can have more success down the road there. So that's my sports opinion.
Oh, we just had a Saints fan walk in, and I think he knows our general opinion about the team. I'm sorry that your team is worse somehow than our team.
Oh my gosh. My favorite experience was, Kevin, for the longest time, there was over by the Swans, the little lake area where the Swans are, there was a little stand that it cost 2 coupons less for beer. And so
really,
the rest
discount
the
beer?
Entire state fair, it cost 2 coupons more for beer than it did at that little tent. It is no longer there, though. But me and my friends used to go over to that one specifically and just spend the day there, wasting all of our coupons on cheaper beer. But then the thing now for me, as I've become a father, I enjoy watching the kids ride the rides. I almost lost Avery on the pirate ship once when he started to float, and I had to grab him, and they were like, because he was just tall enough. And you said that was bad dadding on my part because he was just barely tall. I said, stand on your tiptoes.
I don't know, man. If you have to, really check the measurement to get into that ride, I think maybe you should wait.
But I had to catch him. But I really do. Lucy loves, going to the ride section, and they all just really have a good time together, and that's one of my favorite things. I don't like riding rides. It's just not my thing, but they do, and I'm all about watching them have a good time.
Now I'm going to assume that Derek Holland's favorite part of the fair is the dunk tank, so he can just fire those fastballs in there, because I know his sports opinion already. His sports opinion is that his lowly Browns are going to shock the world again this weekend and defeat the Lions. And I said, oh, neat. That's not going to happen. At which point he said, oh, but it will, and when it does, I'm going to buy you a Browns jersey that says #1 fan, and you have to wear it on the air. And I agreed. And so
you're going to wear a #1 fan of the Browns shirt?
If they beat the Lions. That is the agreement that I made. Maybe like Mike thinks, it will help motivate the Cowboys, like when he wore all that Chiefs gear to training camp.
I will say this: the Browns have a fantastic defense, and I think they can give a hard time to the Lions. But the Lions are right now because of the way that opening game started for them, getting torched by Green Bay like that. I think they've made their mind up. Dan Campbell's one of those motivator guys, and very big on attitude. St. Brown is very in the same mindset as his head coach, and across the board, there's a lot of guys that have that same vibe about them. So they're not one of those teams that I just see that's going to take anything like this lightly, no matter who the opponent is.
Man, this is a spicy one from the 214. Our defensive coordinator won't last half a year before he's fired. That would be a first for the Dallas Cowboys to fire a defensive coordinator in season. And then the best experience ever at the State Fair was when they were in 6th grade. Destiny's Child and Christina Aguilera both performed there. Got to see them both right after one another.
Destiny's Child and Christina Aguilera?
Woo!
When was this?
Whenever that person was in 6th grade.
In 6th grade.
To be fair, I don't know how old they are.
How old are you now, person?
Okay. Man, that feels like a dicey question to walk around doing.
What?
How old are you now? Like that, I don't know. That feels like maybe not the way to go. From the 956, Fletcher's Corny Dog is their favorite, and then their opinion, Corey Seager will be opening day first baseman for the Rangers. Marcus Semien at third base with Josh Smith at short and Cody Freeman at second base. Man, that would be a wild reimagining of the infield, but a fascinating one.
It looks like that was, by the way, in September 30th, 2000, that they performed at the State Fair. I was able to pull that up pretty quickly.
So that means that person's probably about 36 now, give or take.
I know we have a much larger conversation about this. The move to first base, though, regarding that sports opinion right there for Corey Seager, they have not ever brought this up to him. This has never been something. Correct. This has been a Mike mentioned it on radio, and the rest of the world, I think, decided, hey, that is a great idea. He had a really good season at shortstop this year. Like, he was a very good shortstop for this team. Him at first base, again, has not been discussed. They have to breach that conversation with him first. If he was to say, no, I'll never do that, do you make a decision one way or another regarding that? Do you say, well, then it's time to move on from this? Or do you say, well, I guess we're just stuck and have to have him at shortstop for his entire career?
So the issue with that is it's not so easy as we have to move on because you have so much money sunk into him. You'd have had to have a pre-set up deal for that. I'll tell you right now, I think it's more likely that Corey Seager gets traded than it plays first base next year.
Okay.
And so, that's just for next year. As we get further on, maybe he could move over there. I could see that. Man, a couple of these are pretty wild. From the 817, we're going to re-sign my guy El Bombi because he owns Houston. Just for the record, he's still under contract for one more year. But,
So you have to extend him.
Yeah, I would be really surprised if he was on the team next year. And their favorite part of the State Fair is walking around trying to win something for a hot girl.
Which hot girl?
I don't know.
Just any random hot. You went. My son has decided. My middle son has decided he's going to go to the State Fair, and his plan is to ask every girl for their number until he gets one that he likes. That's what he's. Alex says, "I like it."
Hold on, wait. You said until he gets one that he likes.
Yeah.
Does that mean he'll get a couple numbers from girls that he doesn't like that are going to be excited, and he's going to be like, pass?
He's partially convinced that he's not going to get any numbers. He's like, I'm not attractive, and I'm like, oh my gosh, how many times?
Aww.
Yeah, he's one of those that, he's just crapping on himself sometimes. But this is his plan, and he was like, I said, what if you get a number early? And he was like, well, then I'll ask more, and then I'll pick between them.
Man, I would love this even more if he really kind of stepped into the social experiment part of it and told every girl that he was asking every
I'm
girl
going to ask her, by the way.
That he saw, and he was like, yes, I'm asking every woman here at the State Fair. I would be...
Is this going to work?
Yeah, I would be
interested
work
in his favor?
Yeah, from the 682. Cowboys will finish with a bottom 5 defense, and their favorite thing, look, this is this person, not me. Their favorite thing at the State Fair is a corny dog dip with the tears of UT fans that just lost to OU. Woo!
Boomer Sooners.
Icy.
Okay, so regarding the question you asked a few minutes ago, When I was a kid, ketchup on the corn dog was the thing because my palate was not grown up enough yet.
Is ketchup a more childish condiment?
I feel like it is. It's the easier.
Oh,
yeah.
man, there's so many people who are like, except for one person's like, no. And he won something.
It's our way of hating tomatoes, but also being like, ketchup is great, even though it's tomato. But then I got older and I tried mustard on it, and I was like, this is the way that it's supposed to be. So I think that is like a lot of kids start out with ketchup, and then mustard becomes the option later on. And maybe that's the same way for Australians.
Man, I like the idea that you're like, I've matured. Mustard, please.
He says thumbs down mustard.
Okay.
And that's okay. It's all right. You like mustard if you want. Red, yellow, doesn't matter.
Yeah. There's red mustard?
Well, no, there's red ketchup.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
What I'm saying, yeah.
All right, Alec. It is State Fair combo platter. Can you give us a sports opinion? And then your favorite part ever about the State Fair.
Sports opinion. Gentlemen, I hate to break it to any of the purists and counting number fans. My AL MVP is the Big Dumper.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. You are correct, Alec.
I don't know. Well, I do know, but like, there's some people that are so extremely opinionated on it that there's no way in the world that he should win this. But we talked about it, I think, last week, Kevin, when you asked us about it. And I said, when you start getting into the never before seen territory conversation, I don't care about the counting numbers at that point. I care about the job that he is doing at his position, which is the most taxing in the sport. He's catching a lot of the games, and he's stamping his name in those games that he's catching to one of the best pitching staffs in baseball. So it's not just the stuff, it's not just the 60 home runs, it's not just his prowess at the plate, it's the fact that he's doing quite literally everything to help keep this team relevant, and I think that matters to me. It really does.
And just for the record, Alec, it was probably because 60 is such a magical number for home runs in baseball. You have finally seen some spots where the odds have shifted into Cal Raleigh's favor before these final 3 games.
And this is the one time that I hope voter fatigue comes into play. I usually advocate against it. I say the best player wins every time. This is one time where I'm like, it's cool to see a catcher getting all these accolades in 2025 because it feels like they're slowly being phased out of relevancy just in baseball in general. So he's my AL MVP. And then my favorite part about the Texas State Fair, I'm a big fan of any, whether it's alcoholic or non-alcoholic, any of the crazy beverages that they have. Just any of the stuff that you see with all kinds of candy, sticking out, and the cool
corn dog beer with the mustard on the rim of the glass. It was actually better than I thought it was going to be.
Stuff like that. Anything that just really is eye popping. That's in a cup of some sort. That's what I really like. That is what I like. Any of the frozen drinks, any of the frozen desserts, like the shakes and whatnot. Give me that. Like I see they have something called the Yabba Dabba Doo Dirty Sprite this year.
Oh.
Which just sounds amazing, and it's in like a boot-shaped cup. Like any of that wacky stuff that like the cup is cool enough that you want to take home. Yeah, give me that.
Interesting.
The dirty Sprite.
Are you looking it up right now?
Yeah, it refers to a dirty Sprite. Drink with a tropical twist. Oh, is this the one that they have the Pop Rocks in them?
Oh.
Alec, is that the one with Pop Rocks? Because that's crack for you, basically.
Yeah, there's a bunch of candy, it says, in there. I do see some Fruity Pebbles make an appearance in there as well.
From the 2-1-4, Cooper Flagg will win Rookie of the Year, and the Mavericks will win the Western Conference. Woo! Favorite memory, they had one year, somehow their dad worked at a vendor booth and had unlimited coupons. Now, let me ask you just a follow-up question to this. He worked at a vendor booth and had unlimited coupons. Do you think he really had unlimited coupons, or do you think he was like, these coupons are mine now? That maybe didn't, like, really, really belong to him?
So you can carry over coupons.
Like salary cap space?
From year to year, yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah, if you have any left over, you can use them the next year, is what I've always been told, and I've done that before.
Should that be our first question to Steven on Monday?
Do you have any carryover coupons?
Yeah,
from the
or
last
did
2
you
years
know
of the
that
State
much
Fair?
like salary cap space, you can carry over State Fair coupons?
I like that, actually. That would be, I think he would laugh. He'd get a good laugh, and he'd go, I got to get down there and get myself one of those corn dogs with some ketchup.
All right. That will help distract from his multi-touchdown loss.
What are you doing?
What do you think the score is going to be? Didn't you say that the Cowboys were going to lose by 17 points?
That is multiple touchdowns.
All right,
Now
there
that I
you
think about
go.
it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, you can keep those votes coming in. Let's do NFL overreaction or reality. Gentlemen, I can't remember if I asked this question. I don't think I did. Overreaction or reality. A huge amount of fans will be cheering Micah on Sunday night.
I think they will. And it's kind of.
Would you?
Jerry, I'm not. Like, I'm laundry, not player.
Okay.
I cheer for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And I liked Micah a lot. There's just I was never attached to him.
Yeah.
I'm attached to Luka. You know, that's the difference for me in this. I got attached to that dude because obviously there was a lot of success there too. I'm attached to Corey Seager because we won a World Series. So that
Sure.
I'm attached to Adolis because of that. I never really got attached to Micah in that same way. So I wouldn't because I'm rooting for the Cowboys. But as I mentioned to Jerry this morning, and I expected him to kind of do the look. We don't care who's in our stadium because only 7% of people have ever been in stadiums before.
Right.
But that whole he didn't go that direction with it. This could be a split crowd. Packers fans travel. Cowboys fans are down on this team right now, already 3 games into the season. They're looking to sell tickets on this one. And they know Packers fans are willing to pay big money to go see Micah do something special against the Dallas Cowboys. So I think this could definitely be a favorable crowd for the Green Bay Packers. So it's going to sound like people are cheering, but it's probably going to be more Packers fans cheering for Micah out there.
So can I ask a quick question about that? And I want to get your opinion as well. I frequently disagree with Jerry Jones whenever we interview him. But one thing we were talking about today is, there have been lots of players who've been
That's
through
true.
here and come back before. Like, I know Micah was all pro, and he was excellent. But what did we do with him? So, I don't understand. At least with Luka, I got it. Hey, not only was he first team All-NBA, we made it to the finals. We didn't go anywhere with this player. Why are people acting like that's the difference between this and, we'd be 3-0 undoubtedly at this point?
Does it not feel like, though, that the most anger was towards Jerry for not trading him sooner and, setting up the team for success, having picks during the draft? That seems like where most people's anger was, not at that they traded Micah and they were hurt by that, but and a lot of people, I think in the national media, their whole topic was you don't trade this kind of player. Nobody trades this kind of player. But as Nico said, fortune does favor the bold.
I mean, look, if you also figured out a way that we got the number 1 pick, I'd be in on this. But I said this at the time, and I still believe it, is good for them for 3 games. I think that the Packers will end up regretting this trade and the contract extension that they gave Micah Parsons. Alec, good amount of fans will be cheering Micah on Sunday night. Overreaction or reality?
Reality, I think that there's a lot of people that are still bitter about how the whole thing went in favor of the player. And again, you're going to have to wait years to see what the full consequences and results of the trade are. So some people are still going to be bitter. But to Corey's point, that's a fan base that travels very well in Green Bay, so it might not even be Cowboy fans that are making all the upset there. It might be some green jerseys out there that are making a lot of noise. So I think he's going to get more cheers than anything.
Alec, I have a bonus question just for you.
Oh,
Overreaction or reality? Corey has appendicitis.
Oh.
He is very concerned that his appendix might burst. I don't know if we'll have to cut him open and throw it out in the air so it explodes away from the people, or what we need to do. Is that not? Is that not what you were thinking?
No.
You don't think I need to clear and just throw it out? I have to run out the front door of the Bueno and just throw it in the air?
Just throw him in the back of the Bueno truck and get him to the hospital.
Okay.
I'll say it was a reality moments ago. All right. Sometime this morning I was doing shoulder workout, and then somewhere in that area kind of felt a tug, and it's been kind of a dull pain all day. And I'm wondering maybe it was more hernia or growing, something like that. But I was like, oh, where is your appendix? And then everybody was pointing to where it hurts. So I'm a little concerned about that. But maybe my appendix is in a different spot.
Okay. Now back to Hey, you don't know how Corey's body works.
We're not going to just skip over that.
All right, what? Let me tell you. Okay,
Have you ever been inside my body?
Oh, dear God.
Thank you for that. That's...
The answer is no, Alex.
I'm just going to play.
Absolutely no.
I'm just going to play this.
You know Corey.
So.
Thanks, Bruce Bochy.
NFL overreaction or reality. It's still early, but fair for the Falcons to be concerned about Michael Penix.
Yeah, absolutely. You invested a lot in Kirk Cousins and then turned away from him.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of money that nobody else wants either.
Man, they really don't.
Nobody else wants to give up that many picks that you're demanding for him and take on his contract. So the success of Penix really is because I know you can bring Kirk Cousins back. He's not going to make a big deal out of it. He's an ultimate team player kind of guy. He really is. But you want Penix to succeed because you don't want to have to turn back to him for one.
Right.
Because he's also not the future of your team. Penix really is the future there, and so you really, I would be worried about it right now, and I got to get him right.
Now, Alec, I can throw some stats out there as well. 6 starts in 8 games for Michael Penix. During that time, he's completed 58.3% of his passes with 4 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. That's a passer rating of 75.2. The only regular starting quarterback lower than 79.4 last season was Anthony Richardson.
Oh!
And Anthony Richardson was also the only starter to complete less than 60% of his passes. By the way, think about that. One starter completed less than 60% of his passes.
That is
so
what a league this is.
I know. The question goes to you.
Hold on. We shouldn't be upset about the way the Cowboys are giving up passing yards. Then.
Yeah,
everybody's completing passes.
Yeah, it's a passing league. What's the big deal? So, Alec, with that in mind, it is fair for Falcons fans and ownership to be concerned about Michael Penix.
Reality, because that's a quarterback that I think they had to play quicker than they wanted to play him and start NFL games. I know you draft him inside the top 10, so everybody expects, okay, that guy can play right now. But that was never the plan. They gave the big money contract to Kirk Cousins for a reason. They thought they were going to get at least a full season to see maybe we have something going here. Maybe we can make this playoff push before we reset financially and reset in terms of age around the team. No, they had to force them in a little bit quicker than they wanted to, and I think that's some of the results you're going to get. It's totally fair to be nervous about a young quarterback that was thrust into a position that he might not have been ready for.
I think you guys might be on the same page on this next one, but let's check. Overreaction or reality, Emeka Egbuka is going to be the offensive rookie of the year. He is on pace for 79 catches for 1,026 yards and 17 touchdowns.
Wow, that is impressive. Look, man, with Mike Evans being out and Baker being the key to that offense the way that he is, they rely. That is one of those teams that you look at and you go, oh, it starts with Baker no matter what.
Right.
There are other teams where you're like, oh, and Bucky Irving, they have some good running backs there too, but it starts with him for sure. And this is one of those receivers, watching him on film, you were like, man, he might not be the fastest, he might not be the strongest, but that dude knows he knows this game. Dude, go back to the championship game at Ohio State when he was like, hey, this route right here, they're not doing it there. And then all of a sudden he's scoring a touchdown on it. This dude knows the game so well, and he plays it at a very high level.
Alec, what say you?
I'm going to go reality. I really like Emeka Egbuka.
You sound sad about that.
Yeah, because I often think, okay, it's a offensive award quarterback, easy. And I also thought Ashton Genty is going to light the world on fire in his first year. He hasn't done that yet. So, yeah, I'm kind of like, dang, it feels wrong to say, the rookie wide receiver that people knew was talented, but didn't really know he was going to have this much of an impact early on is going to win the award when it's typically going to the more marquee draft pick. But the production's there. This guy is unreal, and Baker Mayfield is the perfect quarterback, yes, in 2025 for him to be playing with right now.
Now, Derek Holland, if he's still listening, might weigh in on this. Overreaction or reality, Dylan Gabriel will be the Browns starter in the next month. I know Shador said
I think it's a reality.
Should be his job.
I think it's a reality. I do think that Stefanski he's kind of in a weird place right now where his job could be at stake. So that's why he was going with a veteran. A lot of coaches do that. You'll see that frequently.
Sure.
If I have any question marks on my job, I'm going to go with a veteran because there's no way I can get a rookie and deal with his mistakes and have that fall on me.
Until week 4, and then you'll switch the quarterback.
And then that starts to happen for a Dable. So I do think at some point Dylan Gabriel is going to be the starter for this Cleveland Browns team. Their defense is good.
Absolutely.
And they need to capitalize on that in some way, and they can't do that with Flacco right now.
Alec?
Reality, you don't progress with the veteran quarterback that is average or below average at this point in their career. It's kind of like what the Falcons did with Kirk Cousins. They realized this doesn't help us in any way by continuing to play him. I think they're going to get to that point, and they're going to say we may as well take a look at one of the 15 other quarterbacks we have on the roster at the moment, and Dylan Gabriel seems to be the guy in line, and that makes the most sense to get those reps.
One more for you. Raheem Morris said that Bijan Robinson is the best player in football without a doubt. Overreaction or reality, Bijan Robinson is the best player in football.
I can't say without a doubt because Saquon Barkley just was voted by the entire league as the best player in football. Where was Bijan Robinson on that list? Do you remember? Was he in the top 10?
I do not remember.
So the league feels that Barkley definitely still is the best football player. Myles Garrett is would you want to think about this for a second? Would you want to see Myles Garrett get a handoff from Joe Flacco and come running at you?
Yeah.
No,
as
come
a
running
fan.
at you.
No.
So I think I could put Myles
I would
Garrett.
just be like, gig him, and then he'd run me over.
I could see Myles Garrett being great on both sides of the ball if he really wanted to be. So I think there are other people, but man, Bijan Robinson has turned out to be everything, Kevin, that you said he would be. There were a lot of people that were very high on him. We were trying to figure out how the Cowboys could make trades to get up and get him, and he has turned out to be everything that we thought he would.
Alec, what say you?
Corey, I can say without a doubt that is an overreaction because simply to what you said, Myles Garrett exists. He still plays football. He's still alive. He's still healthy, and he's still dominating every offense that he sees line up in front of him. It's nothing against Bijan Robinson, but it's everything to give Myles Garrett his flowers because he is absolutely insane at what he does.
Did he just call him Bijan?
Yes, he did.
That's the correct pronunciation.
Oh my gosh. This is insane to me. See, this is weird because Trayvon Diggs told me his name was Trevon. And then everybody since then has said Trayvon. And I've been like, no, he said this to me. So I just go with Trayvon.
Kind of sounds like you didn't stand under conviction,
I gave in to peer pressure on that one.
Well, of all the things you're going to give into peer pressure for, I feel like saying someone's name slightly different is probably not so bad. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
What about drugs?
Okay, don't do drugs.
All right.
Coming up next, man, that caught a lot of people's attention. Do Taco Bell instead. Come on down, 57-48.
Bueno, yeah, for sure.
Well, it took a few weeks, Alec. I hope you've already taken me off the air because
coming up next, we'll talk with Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com.
Not me, I won't.
The more time. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, we're the K&C Masterpiece, and we're at Taco Bueno, okay? You didn't let me finish what I was going to say. It was going to be a knock against the competition.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
I believe you.
So I have said it enough. I also believe it. All right? So I think that you should just go along with that, okay?
Look, man, I've known you for as long as I've been married, all right? And
That's true.
Actually, a couple weeks more than I've been married.
Didn't get invited to the wedding, but
you know what,
Whatever.
Kevin? I was going to say something nice, but here we are.
yeah. All right, well, you know what? I really cost myself. So now he's like, oh, you sure effed up that last part of the show.
From the 214, can y'all please give a shout-out to Kyle for carrying us in our dodgeball championship 2 years ago from Alex. Is that one Kyle Yeomans that they're saying carried them in the dodgeball championship, or just a regular Kyle?
Well, let's find out right now. We bring to you Kyle Yeomans.
Kyle Yeomans.
See?
Kyle Yeomans.
How's it going, Kyle?
It's going great. Did they say dodgeball or kickball?
They said dodgeball. Hold on. Did you win a kickball championship for somebody recently?
Yeah, 2 years ago I won a kickball championship actually two of them. One in our office league at the Star, and then the other one where it was the Cowboys, Rangers, Mavs, and Stars. And they went to AT&T Stadium. We played on the field there during what they called the Kickball Classic, and we won that match. Won that tournament too. So
hey, Kyle, that's great. Sometimes people misspeak one word. All right, it happens. Okay, sometimes people mess up one word.
Listen, I'll play dodgeball anytime. If anybody needs a dodgeball ringer, I'll come play. But I think they meant kickball.
They just texted back in, Kyle, and said it was kickball. It was autocorrect. Mess it up.
Is there? Well, see, it happens. Is there any part of you that thinks that the Cowboys secondary sees the football as a dodgeball, and that's why they keep running away from it?
They just try and get out of the way.
Because they're great at that.
Yeah, it hasn't been good in that secondary, guys? Have you guys figured out a way to fix it yet? Because, I haven't found a way to fix it yet.
It feels like a great start to have some Trayvon Diggs and some Deron Bland action happening at the same time. That feels like something this team desperately needs.
Yeah, and I think the news just keeps getting better and better with those guys going into the weekend. Even Deron talking to the media yesterday saying, hey, I'm expecting to be out there on Sunday. So I think that's incredible news. And it feels like it just never gets to happen, where you've got your top three guys, no matter if it's been those two and then Jordan Lewis last year, or now it's those two and Kyer Elam, your top three corners available at the same time. I think it's crazy how it has not happened but just a handful of times since really Diggs and Bland came into the league together. So I'm excited to see that this week. Is it a be-all, end-all, fix-all with the Cowboys defense? Absolutely not. They're going to enter Week 4 as the worst statistical team, according to Next Gen Stats, against the deep pass attempt to start the season. They've given up more deep passing yards over the first 3 weeks of the year than any other team in the Next Gen Stats era. That goes all the way back to 2016. And you might say, yeah, they've given up some big plays here and there, the 30-plus yards down the field. But they're playing Jordan Love this week, guys, who since 2023 has more deep passing yards than any other quarterback in the NFL. So it's not a great matchup. So having those two guys back in the fold is going to be a big deal.
I recently started the rumor that I don't think that Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs get along. They're not friends, and that's why they've never been on the field together. Can you confirm or deny?
Deny.
Okay, all right. I appreciate that.
I think that's funny. Deron Bland doesn't not get along with anybody.
Gotcha.
I feel like that's just a double negative, but he gets along with everybody. He's one of the more well-liked people in the locker room, and it's not one of those situations.
Can you confirm or deny that all the Rangers in the locker room like each other? Because we've heard that for real too.
I'm not in that Rangers locker room. All we can see is the result at the end of the year. I don't want to talk baseball.
Yeah, I'm right there with you right now.
I'm sad with baseball.
We saw earlier Kenny Clark announced as captain for this game. What's been his the way he's been looking at this game this week?
Yeah, I think that's kind of all gotten lost in the fold with the Micah talk. And I was on a Milwaukee radio station a couple days ago, and it was funny. Hey, it's non-compete. We're in Dallas here. Okay, we're good. Well, I was on that Milwaukee station, and the first question they asked was not about Micah Parsons. It was about Kenny Clark, and I thought that was intriguing because just like Dallas was put behind the eight ball, losing a considerable edge rusher right before the start of the regular season, Green Bay is in the same boat in terms of an interior defensive line. I mean, they have not played well on the interior of their defensive front. So Kenny Clark has some confidence level there of saying, hey, he was traded late, comes in the fold, automatically your best interior defensive lineman, and arguably your best defender, most consistent defender over the first 3 games of the season. So he's, I think, more relying on that sort of confidence, in at least in the conversations that he's had with the media this week. He's not looking for the emotion of playing his former team. Now, they're not going to Lambeau. It's not in Green Bay. So it's a little bit different than the emotion side of it. For Clark, anyways, it's just another game, and I think that's a good thing for this Dallas defense. They need a steady hand in the middle, and he's been that for them so far.
Okay, so then let's talk about what they're going up against. How do you feel about this? It looks like configuration of the Packers' offensive line. They have some holes that was taken advantage of last week by Cleveland, but what do you think about the strength of this Packers' offensive line, and can the Cowboys take advantage in any form?
Yeah, I thought Green Bay struggled against Cleveland. Now, Cleveland's defensive front is pretty incredible across the board. I mean, they are very good. But when you look at Dallas and the need for a pass rush, you'll get some help with Jadeveon Clowney, but I think a lot of people are putting a little bit too much stock into Clowney immediately making a massive impact. If you get somewhat of an impact out of Clowney, that at least opens things up and builds a bit of a rotation there. I want to start looking inside to the guys who have been playing well, guys like Solomon Thomas, guys like Osa Odigizua, Kenny Clark. They may be the guys that have to get home as opposed to allowing your edge rushers to get home too. And I think it's going to be a struggle just because Jordan Love is so good with his pocket presence. He's so good at looking down the field. He has some weapons to throw the football to now. So even if they do slow down a guy like Josh Jacobs behind the line of scrimmage, it's not necessarily a foregone conclusion that this secondary is going to have coverage, because we've seen how that happens throughout the year too.
What is your confidence level in the ability to slow down Josh Jacobs? Because once again, not to pin everything on that Cleveland game, but Cleveland was very effective at that. And as you said, we all have been pleased with the Cowboys' run stop so far.
Yeah, I think even in the loss against Chicago, DeAndre Swift didn't really have a ton of success. I mean, this is a defensive unit that has played pretty well against the run throughout the season, and of course, you would rather have the overall success compared to what they've done here. I think they could slow down Josh Jacobs. I mean, Jacobs held to 30 yards in week 3. He's been fed the ball quite a bit. I mean, what is it, 58 carries or something like that, and he's averaging just over 3 yards a pop. If you could get that again from your Dallas defense, I'd feel good. But I'm not necessarily worried about the run game. I'm worried about slowing down the big play, the explosive plays downfield, and letting Jordan Love have all the time in the world to throw the football, because it doesn't matter if it's Caleb Williams, Russell Wilson, Jalen Hurts. If you're giving the guy that much time, they're going to pick you apart in the secondary, and that's where my number one concern is.
I was going to flip over to the Cowboys run game, but did you have something else on Jordan Love you wanted to hop on?
I was just going to say, honestly, whether it's Jordan Love or not, like you said, just listing off those quarterbacks, when you're scripting your first 15, do you I know they probably wouldn't go 15 pass, but do you not just pass until the Cowboys show that they can do any semblance of slowing that down?
Yeah, I think I would heavily. It's almost like establishing the run when you're not a very good run team. You have to make it a point to run the football and stick with it. I think until Dallas as a defense proves that they can stop any sort of passing game, if I'm Green Bay, I'm throwing the ball around. I'm getting it out to Romeo Doubs. I'm getting it to Matthew Golden. I'm getting it to my two talented tight ends. Both Tucker Kraft and Luke Musgrave are talented tight ends. I know Kraft has been dealing with a little bit of an injury these last 2 weeks, but I still think he's a capable target. I would pass the ball you talked about script the first 15. If they're not 10 passes, 5 runs, I'd be shocked, especially with what they've seen on film.
Yeah, and find the scrub in the passing game, just as we've been hearing for quite some time now. Now, the running game for the Cowboys, Kevin and I both agree there have been 2 significant plays in the running game that kind of really hurt the teams in Philadelphia, and then last week.
Mm-hmm.
Like that could have been a momentum setter, and it kind of changed everything early in that game. Otherwise, though, this has been a pretty effective run game. Kyle, what are you seeing on tape that's showing why this has been an effective run game?
Yeah, well, your offensive line has helped pave the way a lot, and you're going to miss Tyler Booker. He's been good in the run game, but if you had to pigeonhole the skill set of both Brock Hoffman and T.J. Bass, who are filling in for BB and Booker, respectively, what they do best is they go downhill. So running the football should not be a problem for those 2 guys. It's more pass protection that's going to be a question mark, especially against the front 7 with guys like Parsons and Gary on the opposite side. So I don't have a problem with running the football this week, or at least don't anticipate Dallas having a problem. And then the other thing I see is Javonte Williams, yes, the fumble was big, and it comes after a big gain. Mm-hmm. It was a really good play by Chicago to stick with it and to rip that football out and stay in bounds at the same time. I mean, It was a huge momentum shift in that first quarter. But when you've got Javonte Williams running in the same category as some of the other top running backs in the league, guys like Jonathan Taylor, James Cook, Kyron Williams, those are the only 3 running backs that have more yards after contact than Javonte Williams.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, that's 3 really good running backs, Williams, Cook, Taylor, and Williams is right there with them. So that's telling me that's after contact. So that has nothing to do with the offensive line. That has nothing to do with the scheme. That's just pure, I'm going to get past you and keep on rolling. A couple big broken tackles in that game against the Giants. You could see that on film throughout, too. He's running the ball with some extra confidence this year, and I think if he can continue that against Green Bay, that's the way you beat this team, is you take time off the clock, you establish the run game, and you remain physical despite missing a couple of your key offensive linemen up front.
Can we convince you to do the Stone Cold celebration this weekend or the next time North Texas is scoring touchdowns?
That would not take very hard convincing on your end.
Heck yeah.
I would do that anyways. Did you guys, I don't know how much, I know, Corey, you know, but Kevin, I don't know how much you've seen the social media side of that. Jared Mosley, the athletic director, prior to kickoff on the last home game for North Texas, did the Stone Cold Steve Austin in the middle of the student section with North Texas football, like as kickoff was happening, and then it ended up in a 59-10 North Texas win. So if they need me to fill in for that role, I would be happy. Jared, you know, you've got my phone number. You can let me know if you need me tomorrow.
Are you going to be at the game tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm actually taking the babies out there too. It's going to be me and my North Texas graduate wife Lorena, and then our 3 triplets. We're going to bring them all out there this week.
Also, I do believe you got a little bit of volleyball and soccer action happening this weekend. Because, Kevin, we also know that Kyle Yeomans, as great as he is as a guest, he's an amazing broadcaster as well.
True.
Thanks, guys. I'm blushing. I know I'm on the radio, but I'm blushing. Don't worry. Yeah, got some volleyball tonight. Got some soccer this weekend, both on ESPN Plus, covering some North Texas athletics. Not just the big stuff. We cover the Olympic sports too. So I'm excited about that. And both of those sports are getting into conference play too, so getting excited to see how they fare in 2025.
Go Mean Green. Go Mean Green. Kyle, thank you very much for your time today, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Talk to you again next week.
There he goes, Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com. As I said, calling UNT Charlotte, UNT ECU. That's the soccer right there. ESPN Plus. That'll be awesome. But again, go Mean Green. 4-0 on the season right now, going up against South Alabama. I'll take it.
By the way, it is a shout-out Friday. We haven't really done too much of that today.
We didn't ask enough either. That's on us.
I know.
That's on us.
Too much content. Shout-out Friday, Adventure Friday. The greatest tradition for my grandma and I is to spend every Friday with all of you guys at Taco Bueno to be gathered together with the greatest show in all of radio. Woo! More than worthwhile. Shout-out Napkin, Captain Napkin. And it said, P.S. I fact-check all your math.
Oh, really?
That's how I have him saved to my phone.
Oh, he's a
Captain
mathematician.
Napkin.
That's right.
Yes,
yeah, Captain
absolutely.
Napkin. I like it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'd like to try something just a little bit different if you guys don't mind. We'll wait for the football games that you care the most about until we chat with the Gag Nation. Instead, let's do some baseball nuggets. Are any Rangers in line to win a Gold Glove? Other award predictions and Masterpiece of the Week. All next, live from Taco Bueno in Arlington on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the pitch. Swung on and a high drive, well hit left center field. Hellman going back to the track, to the wall. It is gone. It's a 3-run homer for Buxton. He's driven in all the runs in the game, and it's 4-0 Twins.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to do some baseball nuggets and then hit Masterpiece of the Week as we're live at Taco Bueno, 5748 Southwest Green Oaks. But first, Corey.
Kevin, I just wanted to say this. I like Peyton, and I don't like taking shots at Peyton too often, all right?
Okay.
But I also support Alec. And one of the things I wanted to point out here is I love the way Alex says truck wreck attorneys. If you ever hear Peyton do that read, he says truckic attorneys, and it drives me nuts, and I've never said anything to him about it. Alec, one day I need you to go pull all the times that he says truckic attorneys, because it does. But you do a great job enunciating your words, and I'm proud of you, young man.
Thank you. You know, English is tough sometimes, but I try to, the words I do have to say, I try to get them right.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
And did he give you a young man at the end of that?
He is younger than me. He is a young man compared to me, Kevin.
That's right.
Okay. All right. From the 972, the 817. Shout out to my favorite show on The Fan. It really was something special meeting y'all today. Thank you for taking the little time you have to speak with me. I mean, Corey, I know you're good like this. Alec, I know you are as well. I mean, I always tell people, hey, thanks for making sure we stay employed. So I definitely want to take the opportunity as much as we can to talk with people whenever we can. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets.
Dip?
That's not, that's fine.
I don't know,
I suppose.
It seems like I needed to.
Now, Shohei Ohtani, he hit his career-high 54th home run last night. While we're in the midst of talking about the AL MVP, you have no doubt that Shohei is going to win NL MVP again, right?
I'd give it to Kyle Schwarber because it's a feel-good story, Kevin.
Okay.
Like Passon said about.
But if you had to pick one feel-good story, you'd go with Cal Raleigh instead of.
And Cal Raleigh's not a feel-good story to me as much as I think he's earned it. I really do think the work that, and Alex said this earlier about like they're phasing the catching out in some ways.
Yeah.
I started like imagining just a big net behind there, and you just throw it.
Just a backstop.
Since we're gonna have robot umpires, what do we need a catcher for balls and strikes? But he's got to field the position. But yeah, dude, Shohei Ohtani is. I mean, you're not doing what he's doing. Nobody is doing what he's doing, and doing it at the level that he does it at. It's almost impossible for anybody to surpass him.
Okay, I mean, look. The MVP's backed it up. He's about to be, I believe, either tied or outright second for most MVPs in baseball history, behind only Barry Bonds. Let's go from that to news on the Netflix front. So Netflix is going to stream MLB's opening game next year. It is the Yankees and the Giants. We talked about how they set up that 3-year package where they're going to carry the home run derby. They're going to have some non-exclusive games, both regular season and playoffs. But one of the things they get is they will have the first game of the MLB season. It will just be Yankees-Giants on opening day. And then the real opening day is the next day where everybody else is going to be playing.
Okay, regarding that, this is very much like Netflix did last time with the NFL. This is testing the waters, right?
Oh, 100%.
Like, because what would they would I don't know, would they love this? Because one of the things we love about opening day is it's opening day.
Yeah.
For everybody.
Yeah.
Like the whole sport is kicking off, first pitching, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's one of the things I love. Would Netflix want the whole slate, or do they like this standalone game?
No, and like Alec, I want to get your thoughts on this. I absolutely think they would, because I think that's one of the appeals of picking up Monday Night Raw, is not only do they get a product that they think could draw, but more importantly, or just as importantly, they have a product that you get 52 of them, and you get them every single week. Obviously, with baseball, you get an unbelievable amount of options. And so, Alec, I don't know about you, but I think that is a huge appeal of baseball for Netflix.
Yeah, more content equals more money. You know, even if the ratings aren't as strong as they are on cable TV or whatnot, if you're still getting even a small percentage of, the casual fans to say, you know what, I'm going to give it a try. The broadcast looks cool. That's more money for them, more opportunities to market the game too. So I think MLB would like that with all the like side shoulder programming that Netflix does, the docuseries and stuff. There's a lot of opportunities there.
Now, I don't want to add insult to injury, but the Rangers obviously eliminated from the playoffs. They'll finish up this weekend in Cleveland. You can hear those games right here on 105.3 The Fan. The predictions from MLB.com is that they won't win any Gold Gloves either.
Oh, who won't? The Rangers?
That's right.
Well, but Corey Seager was good. I mean, did he play enough games to qualify for a Gold Glove? What about Marcus Semien? He was good. He didn't qualify either, huh?
No.
Well, who was our first baseman this year?
Exactly. That's who it was.
Okay.
That's what it felt like.
It was
right?
It was a turnstile.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate because we felt you consistently had Nathaniel Lowe, and he didn't last with anybody this year. But
I don't know. If this is a breakup, I feel like we were all looking over at Nathaniel Lowe, except for his team that got him. They didn't feel good about it either.
Kevin, real quick, football update. Malik Neighbors is off the injury report and good to go Sunday against the Chargers.
So some wildly different injury news for the day in the NFC East. So Malik Neighbors good, both Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin out for the Commanders. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said list this.
Gentlemen, how's it going out there at the wonderful establishment that is Taco Bueno?
Good.
I'm jealous.
Yes, Bueno. That's how it's going.
It's so bueno.
Yeah, it's so good. And I will probably be going after the show just because I'm starving as we sit here getting ready for Masterpiece of the Week. This is the segment where we revisit the wild, wacky, odd, and oftentimes very concerning things said during this very program throughout the week. We have a tradition that usually includes like one or two people, but you got options today to pick on people who are not here to defend themselves, except two of them are sitting like 10 feet away from me. Your choices: Brian Broaddus, Gavin Dawson, Mickey Spagnola, or Mike Bassick.
Oh, man.
I'm going to vote for Bassick.
Let's start with Mike Bassick.
Mike Bassick. It feels like this is the segment he built. I know it existed before him, but it feels like he really brought it into the golden age.
All right, Mike actually has two. We will start with this very brief statement.
D. I'm the D.
Jeez, dude. How is it possible that he was on for 1.5 segments and he already has 2 Masterpiece of the Weeks?
Look, much like going into this game with Micah, you can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him.
True. That is true.
That is true, and that's why he has another entrant.
My head gets in the way of a lot of things.
Oh, my gosh.
And, I thought he meant literally, in the shot, but he's just saying, his thought process. You can see how I might have thought that, right?
Yeah, he was like, no, the stuff that goes on in my head. Yeah. It's like, well, that might be the most self-reflecting moment from Bassick in a long time.
Yeah.
But let's see. You know what? I'm going to take over from here because Brian Broaddus said this.
He would pee on himself and he'd play the game. He's dirty. He's literally dirty.
That was about Eric Williams. That was amazing.
That literally that changed that crosstalk completely.
It did.
Completely. And all I did was ask. I was like, hey, can I get a scouting report real quick? And he was like, I got your scouting report, Major.
I mean, talk about going above and beyond.
Let's see. I'm going to go to Mickey Spagnola here because this is quite the observation.
These guys just have bad eyes.
I'm sorry, will you play that one time? Because he seems so upset about that.
These guys just have bad eyes.
He's very invested in that.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know, the way he said that, he sounded like a character in a Disney movie, like one of the one of like Beethoven movies or something. I don't know, man.
Just a lot of inflection on it, a lot of attitude there. I like it. Yeah, 2020 or nothing for Mickey. And then Gavin Dawson said this.
It did look like at training camp, Trayvon Diggs enjoyed going for Micah's groin.
You know what's funny about that? Not out of context. That is, he might have meant it in a more competitive sense, but that's about right.
Yeah, we weren't out there to see that, but evidently there was a lot of wrestling going on between those.
Yeah, there was less groin play when we were there.
Okay, well, this is where I try to find a way to transition out of that, and I'm just going to say, Corey, you said this.
If you could be on one of the president's face, which president would it be?
How is that's going to win? I know what's coming up, but that's going to win.
That was in regards to Mount Rushmore, not just any president out there.
Because I'll still say the best shot you would have had was with Lincoln.
I know what you mean by that.
What did Eric call him?
I don't want to repeat that.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't.
I do not want to repeat that.
Sure you don't.
But you might.
Let's see. Kevin, you are not free either. You've got a couple options here.
Yeah, North Dakota is pointless.
That's a fact. I'm not embarrassed by that. It's like, hey, do you want to go to the place where Mount Rushmore isn't? North Dakota. Like, come on. We need one Dakota. That's it.
Well, let's see. You can hear Lucius laughing at them in the background.
He knows.
Kevin, you know what? Since that wasn't super incriminating, let's see what this one is. I forget what it even is.
You know, like the really long ones, and then you would finish them and there'd be all that juice in there.
Oh.
So
explain yourself.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm really thinking because
I know what it's about.
Sounds like I could have been the president.
I'm glad you do.
Wow. Right. You were talking about the popsicles and the plastic.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the push popsicle.
Yeah,
thing.
that you could get like that 80 pack for 49 cents or whatever back in the day.
Yeah.
Yes.
A bunch of different colors and flavors. They were never frozen. You have to wait until they get frozen.
Correct.
Yeah.
That might not be my worst
That's
one.
the winner
though.
right now, man.
Well,
oh yeah, and for the people saying this, I didn't believe you guys before, but I also now believe you that Mickey Spagnola is aware of this segment.
Yes.
And I didn't think that at first, but now
tries
I do.
to win every week.
Now
man.
I do.
No, because I remember vividly, guys, when you guys were out on vacation holiday season last year and I filled in with a revolving door of some of our weekend hosts, every time we had Mickey on, we had at least one thing that we're like, yep, go ahead and mark that. You guys weren't even here. But Corey, this feels like it could oddly tie into Kevin's thought process. Here we go.
That as a child, I would play with it all the time. I don't know how my dad left it out.
I don't remember exactly what I was talking about.
It is a murderer's row this week.
But I do remember when I started saying that, I looked at you and I was like, there's no way out of this either. Like, there's no escape route.
And he made it worse, and you go, I don't know how my dad left it out.
There was no escape route. I tried, man. That was brutal.
Yeah, it took you about 2 seconds to stop, and then you literally said, I'm never speaking words again.
Yeah.
But
here we are.
Yeah, here we are. It's the friends we made along the way, right, Kevin?
Exactly.
Gross.
Let's see. But Kevin and Corey, both of you in on this one.
Would you do anything for love?
I'll do that.
You would do that, huh, Corey?
Oh, I didn't know if there was more to that. I thought
you would do anything for love.
Hey, if you're at the Taco Bueno, I'll tell you off air what I think Meatloaf was talking about when he said, because it's not radio friendly, Alec. You should understand that. But
I do,
Meatloaf,
but
Kevin's version isn't radio friendly. Meatloaf's version probably is. Go Mean Green.
Yeah, we don't know.
Let's see, and then we will close out with this. Kevin has a very important statement to make.
Those other shows we have are trashed.
Oh, Kevin! We're about to crosstalk with G-Bag,
that
bro.
is taken out of context.
I
said
it sounded clear as day to me.
No, that is out of context.
Team
right?
player, man. Team player.
We were talking about that. You'll meet people who will tell you nice things, which is great, or they'll say nice things about the show, which is great. But sometimes you'll get somebody who's like, "Oh yeah, I can't stand the other shows you have. And I'm like, well, what am I supposed to say about that? You're like, oh, yeah, good point. Like, I'm not going to say that. So I will argue that is out of context.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Which I guess is the whole point of this segment now that I think about it.
Yep, that is true.
Yeah, I guess. Did you say that was the last one?
Yep, voting time.
Look, I am going to vote for Corey, and he wants to sit on a president's face?
Nope.
If you could be on one of the president's face, which president would it be?
Again, on a big mountain.
Corey's like 7 dudes ago.
Jeez.
Is that? I'm sorry, Alec. I don't know.
So yeah, Lincoln would be the one.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm going with Kevin's love for popsicles.
Oh,
dang it.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to beat.
You know, like the really long ones, then you would finish them and there'd be all that juice in there.
It gets worse every time I hear it.
I admit, that sounds bad.
It's like to the point where I don't want to vote for it because I don't want to hear it again, but at the same time, I know what I have to do. We have a winner.
You know, like the really long ones, then you would finish them and there'd be all that juice in there.
God,
deal with it.
That was with Mickey taking shots at people's eyes.
From the 817. Hold on, does Kevin hate his own station? No.
I mean, I can run that back real quick.
No.
Other shows we have are trashed.
Wow. Wow. You're lucky that we're here and not in studio right now, because I bet the G-baggers would be very upset.
Oh. I'm sorry for many things that I said in the past and today.
And hold on real quick from the 469, that dude laughing in the background is killing me. So whoever's got the laugh, you're making somebody happy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Ask them what football game they are most looking forward to besides Cowboys and Packers. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, Cowboys.
In the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Snap to Murray. Drops straight back. Looks left. Short throw to the left. Caught DiMercado 5. Breaks a tackle. Heads for the end zone. Touchdown with 28 seconds left. The Cardinals a point away from tying the game.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. I've had a blast out here at Taco Bueno in Arlington today. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is our time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
We're doing fantastic. I wanted to try something different today. Is there a particular college football game or NFL game outside of Cowboys-Packers?
It's a damn LSU game, Heggie. Get off it. Let's go, all right?
LSU and Ole Miss.
Jeez.
All right.
What are we doing? Let's go.
How are we feeling going into
Not
that
good,
LSU
Heggie.
game?
Not good. Not good. How do you feel about A&M and Auburn?
I feel actually pretty good about that for
All right.
sure.
That OU game.
Did you feel good last year when you went to Auburn and got beat by a backup quarterback?
No, I didn't, Broadus. I didn't say anything about you. Why are you trying to drag me down?
You're an Aggie. Come on.
My
you
team,
deserve it.
My team doesn't
suck.
have any
They
real
really
titles.
suck.
All right. What about
1939 John Kimbrough. Come on, let's go.
I know. All right. Outside of that,
You're
on
good
the
in tennis, women's tennis.
Damn right. We're good in track too.
Track good.
And on the NFL front, Eagles and Bucks, is that your lead game of the weekend?
Ooh, I would say, it's right there. Chiefs-Ravens, of course, is big. I guess a little shine off that game with how both teams have played to this point.
How much trouble do you think the Chiefs will be in if they lost that game, Eric?
A fair amount, because you get them at home, and the Ravens' defense right now can be had in a big way. Like if Kansas City can't prove that they could run the football versus the Ravens, they might be cooked. In particular, because the way the Chargers are playing, like the Chargers are the real deal, and the Broncos are at least solid. And so it just becomes an uphill battle. And I think if they lose this game, you're talking about them being a wild card team at best. Like chances of winning the division, I think are going to be pretty slim. But Bucks and Eagles is going to be a total blast.
Could be for NFC supremacy.
Watching Baker play is maybe one of the funnest things in football right now. Dude's just been awesome.
Does Colts-Rams do anything for you guys this weekend?
Yeah, I want to see if the Colts offense can they keep doing this. Like at some point they're going to have to come back down to earth a little bit because of what they're doing at such a high level.
Right.
But the Rams present a huge challenge, especially with that front seven that they have. The Colts offensive line's been really, really good. They're doing a lot of RPO stuff, a lot of play action stuff. So yeah, I'm interested to see can the Colts when is this just going to end, or is it?
I think it's a truth serum game for them, Chief, as you might say. I think with Baltimore, Kansas City, the Ravens are banged up. Matabuke and Van Noy have not practiced all week, so that's going to be an interesting injury report when it comes out. But, I got my eye on Seattle, Arizona. I just think the Seahawks have what it takes to win a close game late, maybe on a field goal after one first down, after a great comeback.
Arizona's had some trouble with the receivers. Their receiver doesn't catch the ball all the time.
You just don't make it in the landing zone.
Just playing a hunch, hot taking here on a Friday.
All right, so you got Seattle by about 3, would you say?
I think so.
Okay. How is the Ryder Cup a big player for you guys viewership-wise this weekend?
We suck at this thing, man.
We do.
We suck. We got all these players. We're soft as what. And,
Sherman soft. Corey.
I think we've won the last 2 on home soil.
It seems
We've
like
kind of righted the ship here in the last decade.
What are we doing right now?
Oh, are we failing?
We're essing the bed.
Day one was
bad.
Yeah,
We're warming up.
We're acting like, and we pick these courses that nobody can play. This Bethpage Flag. It's like, hey, if you can't play golf, you shouldn't play here. When we can't play golf in this thing sometimes.
No.
More of a President's Cup guy myself, Hagee.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's good to know. Eric, Zach, do you care much at all about the Ryder Cup, or do you think we're already doomed after that opening session?
Can't say I really give two bleeps. I'll be real with you. I'll pay attention on a Sunday if things get close. Otherwise, I got to pick and choose, man. I can't invest any time in golf, Hagee. I'll be honest with you.
You can only have so much fan with when you have a wife and kids.
Yeah,
right.
It's all football.
And when it's football. I think the Ryder Cup is doing themselves a disservice.
Yeah. Move
putting it
over.
at
We
this
got
point
South
in the
Alabama,
calendar.
North Texas at 11 o'clock tomorrow.
Hello.
They play it every 2 years, bro. I mean, you can invest a little bit.
Cool story.
No, but it's still it doesn't exclude the fact that when they are playing.
Okay, watch South Alabama, North
so
Texas.
much
I'll
monitor.
I mean, this is a great college football Saturday. Yeah. Football Sundays are always electric.
Who's doing the headgear picks now?
It's tough.
Makes a lot more sense in March.
I think it's
to your
Gundy.
point.
I think they're bringing Gundy in to do the headgear picks. He's the next Lee Corso.
Oh man, I could see that for sure. What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Heggie, thanks for asking. And we got Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock.
Outstanding. Roll home with the Gag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back with you on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say Taco Bueno, Kevin.
Taco Bueno.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Cell Phone Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day and welcome in on this epic Football Friday. Cowboys hosting Micah Parsons and the Packers Sunday night. Let's do this. We got 3.5 hours of sporting conversation coming up for you. General at your service. Eddie's there's Broad is the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion, the proud LSU alum. Lucius Alexander is over there in the Pin Cup here. Master Control 75 and Fitzhugh. He'll go 3.5 flawless like it's nothing. Looks like he is ready for the State Fair Classic in his black and yellow for Grambling. Got Woolchuck and Chiafalo here in the house. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. We will have a special edition of LA Live coming up at 4:20 this afternoon as it's usually 5:40, but today we'll be into that Rangers pregame show as they'll conclude the season in Cleveland. My question for you guys going into these predictions, Cowboys, Packers, go ahead, light it up on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. Let us know how you think the game's going to go. Who's in bigger trouble, guys? The Cowboys defense, which is atrocious so far, against this mid-Packers offense, or the Cowboys offense, no CeeDee Lamb, no Booker, no BB, against an elite Packers defense?
It's a super fair question, but I'm still just going to go with the Cowboys defense until proven otherwise, because they've had mid to below mid offenses really tear them up. And for as mid as the Packers are kind of playing right now, especially with all the injuries on that offensive line, I still think Matt LaFleur and Jordan Love, especially when they get into AT&T Stadium, it's just something happens to them, and they become the best versions of themselves.
Yeah, it would be quite a surprise if this is where the Packers AT&T winning streak and the Cowboys versus Packers losing streak reverses course.
5-0 at AT&T Stadium, 6-0 if you include their Super Bowl. But when they go up against the Cowboys, I think
sounds like they're due for an L.
They're always underdogs when they come here and play the Cowboys. This time, of course, seven favored by a touchdown.
Yeah, 7 or 6.5, I think, depending on which book it's in. Brian, with Booker and Lamb and BB out, should we be going into this thinking there's really no way to win this game?
I'm going on the desperate team theory.
Okay,
that's what I would do. This is Dallas will play for their food against teams that they should beat, and then all of a sudden they'll surprise you in a game where they're kind of like things are not looking great and everybody's against them and there's no way they should win, and then they find a way to win. So I'm thinking I should have been with you last week and picked the Bears because of the desperate team theory and all what they were dealing with. But and to answer your question, this offense. I mean, I know what the Cowboys defense is right now. I know what they are. I just worry about them. They're going to need to run the football, and Green Bay really right now statistically doesn't allow you to do that. And maybe because teams don't try and run the football against them. Cleveland had some success doing it. I think that's something you can kind of say, okay, that's a good thing. But no Booker, no BB, no Lamb. There just seems like a lot of things offensively that are going to be troubling in this game. I think a real key in this one is talking about running the ball. Can TJ Bass and also Steele, and we just seen the combo blocks? Can they find a way? The Packers linebackers are good, and so now it's how can you block down linemen and then get up the field to cut those linebackers off? And so that's going to be that very well could hinge for you right there at that right guard spot, because they keep getting pretty damn good play over there, especially in the running game.
Yeah, and I didn't do any film evaluation of those guys. I lean on you for that, but the PFF numbers do suggest Bass and Hoffman won't be complete dumpster fires in the run game.
No, and that's the thing is that, to me, this is kind of my hope as well, is that the fact that Bass and Hoffman really played together the whole training camp. I mean, they played, all 3 games that they had, they were either one was the center, one was the guard, or vice versa. They flipped it around. So hopefully they're working together. But man, the guy that's really going to miss Booker is Steele. Steele needs Booker next to him.
So much movement that they were able to create.
Yeah, exactly.
Follow-up question on desperate team theory. I saw Shoddy talk, and he said he had to restart Wednesday's practice because the guys just weren't locked in.
That's very high school of him to do.
Well, I mean, it's very Bush League of the players to do. You just got embarrassed.
I understand. It's sometimes you do that just to get the players' attention, but
run it again.
Yeah, or another thing is just to take the coaches completely off the field. That's all you need is a Wednesday practice or a Thursday practice, whatever, getting ready, and now you're starting practice over. Come on. I'm just.
Can we get a mulligan on Sunday night if things go haywire in the first 10 minutes?
I don't know. It just just
restart the thing.
That kind of stuff just kind of pisses me off.
So you're ticked off at Shoddy?
Yes.
So you'd rather them just maintain the bad practice?
You know what I'm pissed off about? The fact that he has to start the practice over.
Like, what does that say about you as a coach?
What he did.
Well, how about getting everybody effing ready to go? I almost said the word.
I believe you.
I was really, really, really close to almost saying that word.
You're spreading your podcast wings.
Yeah.
I got your back, bro. I got your back, bro. I would have dumped it.
Lucius,
but later would have played it for everybody else to hear.
I swear to God, I almost said that F word.
For the 5th time this year, G-Bag of the Day champion, Brian Ross.
Yeah. But I will say this, though. That right there, man, if your players, that's sad. That's sad that you have to start practice over because your players aren't locked in. That means they aren't locked in coming out of the meetings they were just in. What are we doing here?
Well, I mean, it just goes to the culture, the entitlement of the team. It seems to me like there's a lot of roster turnover that needs to be done if Shoddy's going to bring this culture to life.
Got to bring it together.
Well, they did a lot. They got rid of one of their best players.
Yeah.
That's just one step.
Now you need to get rid of some of your worst.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if Jerry knows who they are.
I don't know, but I do know Deron Bland's back, and the last time Deron Bland played, they only allowed 144 yards through the air. So I think Jordan Love's in the most trouble here.
Do you kind of feel like
I think Pick Six God's about to have his number, baby.
Do you feel
I like what Wolchuk's doing here, bringing some positivity to the program?
We got Diggs and Bland actually playing together. Are you freaking kidding me?
Well, at least to start.
Let me ask you this,
Clowney? Are you kidding me? Kenny Clark, a captain? Let's go. Give me 31-20 Packers.
Captain Clark.
31-20 Packers.
Yeah, I got 30-13.
Yeah, that was very Pat McAfee of you.
I was channeling.
This is simply.
Those are the things that I'm trying to just talk myself into possibilities. They're going to have to win inside. I think the Packers' interior offensive line is wounded. I don't trust these edges. I hope
that's
Clowney
the
can
problem.
Help. They've got the defensive tackles have been good though. They need Kenny Clark, Osa, and Solomon Thomas to make life hell up the middle, right in the face of Jordan Love. If they can do that, you get him off platform, you get him scrambling. Maybe you got a chance.
No, I like what you're doing over there. To me, but then this whole thing is they. Let me ask you guys this: you're going to go run with the lineup that you had against the Eagles that's in the secondary? Are you going to put Elam and you can have, if you go to the nickel, are you going to put Bland inside and go with Elam and
no?
Or are you going to go with Stewart as your nickel?
Stewart earned a right to have a chance, and I'm probably just going to rotate Elam and Diggs.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a great answer to it because of the way that Trayvon Diggs is playing, unfortunately. I mean, you're going to have at least 2 out of the 3 be, pretty weak points, most likely. If these Packers run it up and score 40 or 50, I'll just be done. I don't think there's there's any way of getting around that. And I'll probably end up picking the Jets to beat you, and maybe even the Panthers as well. I talked about it a month or so ago. The Jets have just they've I don't think they're going to make the playoffs or anything, but they have now a physical front, and Allen and Hall and Fields. I think will torment your edges, sort of like Jalen Hurts did week 1. Jerry Jones single-handedly juiced the TV ratings. I don't know if it needed to be juiced anymore, but he said, "Oh hell." He's about Micah this morning with KNC. Some plays it looks beautiful, but then other plays, especially running plays, you wish you had a different formation to be trite. We lost games with Micah. When I first read that, I thought I might be getting ball sacked here on a football Friday.
I know, and I loved it too because it wasn't even like he was provoked into something like that. It was just the initial question of like the closure aspect of everything, and relaying Dak's comments about that. Like the closure was when the trade was made, and then Jerry went to rambling and stumbled into taking more shots at Micah.
It's unbelievable.
He's a savage. He's writing checks that his bad pass protecting offensive tackles have to cash, and the quarterback, of course.
What's wild to me is the league is so anti like drama or confrontation, right? We don't want it on the field. We're throwing flags and fining guys for all sorts of hand gestures because that would be like disrespectful and confrontational. But and then the players, how they react to a player's media session or a podcast from Micah Parsons. I wonder if they're like, man, Micah, we can't have you doing a podcast. We're already up against it, dealing with the Jerry Jones distraction twice a week with what he says on his radio show. It's just not congruent with each other. I think Jerry wants to sell WWE style, and then the league wants to, try to turn all the personnel into Boy Scouts. So it's just, it doesn't match up to me, but I definitely enjoy the entertainment, and I think this is going to get even more people tuned in. I mean, this is like Jerry working games now and trying to get attention by any means necessary. It's like watching one of these boxing shows on cable or Netflix and lead up to a bout. Just a content goldmine there, Jerry Jones, so he's done it again. Cardinals comeback was on. Uniforms were almost perfect. I thought the dots were going to look good when I saw them on social yesterday, but on screen they just looked dirty. It looked like they'd been riding their bikes through a mud storm.
I thought they were playing a Candlestick the way it was looking for a second.
Right. Or maybe Feces Field in Washington. Okay. Tied at 20 apiece, though.
Hey, the merch on the sideline looks good, okay?
It does.
It did look good. The jerseys and everything didn't quite hit the same way.
Did y'all like the helmets, though?
I loved it.
I love the helmets.
I wasn't mad at it.
I thought the helmets was the best part of the get up.
And then the end zone. It was like the old school when they played in Tempe.
Yeah, there was a lot of cool visuals going on TV, and the end of the fourth quarter was great as well. There's a landing zone you got to kick it into. The Arizona kicker fails to do that, so Seattle gets it at the 40. One pass to Smith and Jigba, field goal, game over. The game-winning drive isn't quite what it used to be, but whatever the case, Seattle now moves to 3-1 on the year. Sam Darnold's got it going again. Commanders have announced McLaurin and Jaden. Yeah.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
It now matters where these young quarterbacks go play, right? It matters. Sam Darnold was a bust.
Yeah, we're seeing that more and more.
And now
Baker Mayfield was a bust.
Yeah, Baker Mayfield. It really does matter. It's not so much. It's not so much these players. It's where you get drafted to.
Well, and again, we're not developing them. It's like go out there and play. Like
not
I worry
coaching
about
them either.
Dart
Probably.
But yeah, exactly. Like now, you look at the Giants' schedule. Jackson Dart's welcome to the NFL, dude.
Yeah,
you're about to play against some really tough defenses. So Jackson Dart might not stink, but he might look really bad based on he's being thrown to the fire here.
Yeah, I feel like teams are about ready to give up on you after 2 years, and after 3 years, then they for sure would be. But, Jaden Daniels not struggling, but he's not playing. Either is Terry McLaurin. Marcus Mariota is going to be quarterbacking for the Commanders once again. He's throwing for about 200 yards a game in 3 starts for Daniels over the last 2 years, 5 touchdowns, no picks. 1 coach knockdown. And by the way, Dan Quinn getting a lot of love in Washington. I think that endeared himself to his players even more and the fan base with the bloody nose and the doing all right after getting slammed to the ground.
Just getting trucked.
Devontae Adams questionable to play against the Colts with his hammy. Jalen Warren questionable for the Steelers against the Vikings in Ireland. That's going to be at 8:30 Sunday morning, so you get 14 hours of football.
Beautiful.
and a great way to pass the time as you're waiting for the Cowboys on Sunday night. Malik Neighbors off the injury report. He's going to be good to go for the Giants against the Chargers. Tyrone Tracy is out.
Dude, Malik Neighbors has played in 19 games. He will be catching balls from his 6th quarterback.
Woo, that's crazy.
Wow.
How about that?
That's a good one.
Jones, DeVito.
Yeah, DeVito.
Yeah, DeVito.
Wilson.
Wilson, of course.
Who's their other backup? Was it Taylor? Terod Taylor, maybe?
Terod Taylor in that mix?
Yeah. He might have been their backup last year, and then he got hurt, and that's why DeVito had to play.
Okay, a little LeBron news. Story remains interesting as we get ready to tip off basketball training camps. Mavs would be the favorite if he decided to move on.
Ooh, Drew Lock as well.
Drew Lock.
Oh, Drew Lock.
Yeah.
Gross.
Yeah, I mean, and he's made them all look half decent one time or another. LeBron going into his 8th season with the Lakers. Coach Redick got his extension. Lack of a long-term pact with the Lakers, and the 40-year-old James, who in June picked up his $52 million option, is fueling speculation in L.A. today about the superstar's future with the team. I feel like he just likes his life in L.A. and everything is close to him, and it's maybe not the perfect basketball situation for LeBron anymore, but it's the perfect life spot, and maybe he's given up on going after another ring. But I don't feel like if he wants to continue playing after this season that the Lakers will want him back. I think they're going to move in a direction of trying to build more around Luka. Yesterday, the Rangers shut out for a 15th time. The story today in the morning news with Evan Grant, it's time to start talking about what happens next, as they had the best pitching, the best defense in baseball, the best in their team's history, and not even a playoff team. So Dolly, Heim, Bochy, the biggest question marks there with Evan Grant this morning in the morning news. You have Rangers Guardians coming up at 5:30 with the first pitch at 6:10, and Jack Leiter making his final start of the season. So that'll be exciting. Eric Nadel coming up at 4:40. Sands is going to join us at 3. Leiter trying to finish the season 10-10, and obviously with the next Rangers win, they will guarantee themselves a .500 finish. Stephen Jones is coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll probably get Sands on there as well as we wait for Steve. But G-Bag of the Day champion on the other side, then Woolchuck's top 10, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Happy National Pancake Day. I've got the top 10 best breakfast foods, courtesy of myself. That's next in the nation.
fan. It's a Football Friday. Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock. It's time for the G-Bag of the Day champ and Woolchuck's Top 10 segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If your loved one's injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at frankelfirm.com. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius and the champ.
Yeah. There we go. Juggling in here, baby. All right, G-Bag of the Day is presented by Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up this weekend if you see something that we should be playing for G-Bag of the Day. Not just every sweet thing that you see on the internet. I do respect that you see a lot of cool things on the internet. Some of you on the internet a lot. But yeah, I just need some G-Bag of the Days, though. All right, day 2 for this champion audio. We'll be going for 3 on Monday at 5:30. It's from the morning show here on The Fan, the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? RJ's favorite birthday experience right here. Favorite.
Well, my favorite birthday experience ever would be my first birthday experience in college.
21?
No, I was.
21.
I would have been 18. I would have been turning 18.
Okay.
That's when I had my first college dalliance with a lady.
On your birthday?
3 weeks into college. My first dalliance. We came home after a penny pitcher night. I had 7 pitchers of beer. She had 5. All right, so we were going back to I was walking her home.
Gosh, both of them just bloated.
Just absolutely just obliterated. And it took us an hour and a half to walk probably 3 city blocks.
Penny pitchers?
Penny pitchers. So it was $5 to get in, and then penny pitcher, a penny a pitcher.
Nice.
We went upstairs. We fooled around, and she kind of, sort of peed on me.
What the hell did you just say?
She wet the bed that night.
Not the way you wanted.
She wet the bed. She wet the bed.
Okay.
Why do you think she would be pissed off if you said it?
And then I told her, we wake up the next day, I said, you wet the bed. And she said, yeah, I figured I would. And I said, I'm sorry, what?
What?
And she said when she drinks, she would do that.
Wow.
She would wet the bed. So she had like rubber sheets.
She had like a rubber sheet.
She was prepared.
Yeah. And a massive drinking problem.
Man.
I think that's the first sign, maybe.
A 5-pitcher chick is
it's impressive. It's pretty
She
wild.
had like rubber sheets, bro.
All right.
Hey, what kind of beer you think they were serving? For like the pitchers to be that much for a penny? It had to be some trash beer.
He went to school. He went to school at Tennessee, right? Yeah, probably.
Stone.
Yeah, that was something bad. Yeah.
Pabst.
Pabst isn't bad.
Hams.
No, I was thinking of.
Pabst is bad.
Pabst is bad. I was thinking of the one up in the PBR.
Oh, yeah. PBR.
Is it that cheap though?
Yeah.
I don't. That's got to be a loss
like it
leader.
ran back
Are they
up.
charging $30 for a pizza?
Well, you did say Pabst, right?
Yeah.
But,
Pabst and PBR.
I was thinking another one like
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Hams. I was thinking of Hams.
Yeah.
Hams is a
Hams, the beer refreshing. With that a polar bear?
Bear, yeah.
Yeah. All right. It's time now for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 2:20. Here he is, Zach with an H.
Let's do it. Happy National Pancake Day. I believe you can get, I think it's $5 all-you-can-eat pancakes, Cracker Barrel. I think I saw that floating around social media today.
$5 all-you-can-eat pancakes?
It could have been a ball sack.
Mommy, give me some of them flapjacks.
Sounds a little too good to be true, doesn't it?
It really does.
Yeah, I don't know. But I think there are some pancake specials out there. IHOP usually does something.
Hold my calls and clear the schedule.
Good thing we're out at
Daddy's
5:30
got work to do.
Girls, I'm going to be home a little late tonight. I got some pancakes to eat. I will have my personal top 10 breakfast foods.
This is exciting.
Yeah, I did this last year. I think we were out at Twin Peaks.
So,
and it changes from year to year.
I was about to say,
it changes.
How much movement?
I think we've had quite a bit of movement. And I think I forgot a big one last year that I've added.
Sausage links.
Sausage will be on here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I am a links guy.
You are a links guy.
I am a links guy.
Yeah. Sausage in the morning smells amazing. It'll wake your ass up.
Undeniable.
Even better with its own gravy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sausage gravy.
That's the beauty of the sausage, too, though, because it pairs well with the syrup next to that pancake.
It does. You know what? You get a little syrup on that sausage. It adds just a little bit of good.
Syrup it up.
Now, I do have a question for you guys. Last night, my wife made herself some pasta.
My wife.
She left you?
No, not yet.
She made herself
just a matter of time, Brian.
And then she got mad because you didn't make the pasta.
Next week.
No, she's basically like fend for yourself. She's at this stage of pregnancy where I just try and be as quiet as possible and
stay out of her way.
Act like you're not even there.
Absolutely. I'm just. Do you need anything? Go F yourself is usually the response, and then I just kind of go back into my hole. Mm-hmm. But she put ketchup on the pasta she made. Now I asked her, said, "Is this a normal thing? I've never seen you do this." She said
she didn't want to make the sauce.
She did this as a kid. Mm-hmm. She's read, I don't know if this was a TikTok thing, that there are some pregnancy cravings. I don't know if this alerted her to the ketchup on the pasta, but I said, I'm going to ask this on the radio tomorrow. Like, is this a common thing? Are other people out there doing, I don't want to make any sauce, so I'm just putting some ketchup on the pasta.
That's what I think she did.
Noodles and ketchup.
What kind of pasta is it, by the way?
It was gluten-free penne noodles.
Okay. I think for humans maybe under 5, it's fairly common.
Yeah.
Kids love that ketchup.
I mean, I get it. Like she said, what if I just like the taste of ketchup? And I said, I'm not going to argue with you, but it's just not something I had ever done. But I'm not trying to shame you right now. If you like it and it's good to you, do it. Have it. But I had never seen somebody actually do that before.
You guys have olive oil in your house?
Yeah.
You have butter?
Yes.
Just a mixture of the two?
And she'll make herself like homemade fettuccine, like Alfredo
It might
sauce.
be a deal like with you say with
Vodka
rigatoni?
sauce.
With the rigatoni?
Yeah, and like I've seen her do it before where she will take the time to make the sauce. That's why
what I'm saying. She didn't make the sauce.
I was so put off.
She didn't want to make the sauce. That's why she went with the ketchup.
Not seeing a lot of feedback in terms of positivity or.
But you can get marinara sauce. You can make it real easy on yourself.
You always keep a couple of jars in the pantry.
I think.
Oh, you have it. So she just want to heat it up, right?
I guess not. No, she really wanted. It wasn't even like about that. She wanted the ketchup. She wanted the taste of the ketchup.
Pregnant cravings can get a little wild on you.
If she put it on like ice cream or something, then we got an issue.
It does kind of make sense because it's tomato.
Yeah, it's tomato based.
So I get it.
I'm giving this a 10-yard penalty. Okay. This isn't like totally unsportsmanlike.
What kind of
We're not gonna.
I was just Heinz.
Okay, because sometimes you could get like a sweet ketchup, so the sweetness of with the pasta kind of
could be
works. Good. I've never had gluten-free pasta though.
I think this
took a while to get used to, Brian. If you don't have to have it, don't have it. It's a little hard.
Quick search on AI says yes, it's actually common for people to start craving a ketchup during pregnancy because of the salt and sweetness combo.
That's what
there's good taste intensity to it. So I wouldn't be surprised if she gets into a ketchup groove here over the last couple of months.
All right. Well, I guess we better buy some more ketchup. I'll get the Whataburger ketchup though, because that is
the fancy. Fancy ketchup.
Fancy ketchup is definitely the way. But no, it's because she's actually a really good cook, and she does make sauces all the time. So I was just really like, what the hell are you doing right now? I mean, she wanted the ketchup, Gavin, to your point.
You could always go get a jar of that and doll it up yourself and make it even better.
Yeah.
I'm not disgusted until you start whipping out the Chef Boyardee. Okay. That's what makes me go,
I did
my
like
goodness,
that as a kid.
This is dog food.
I can't tell you when's the last time I had Chef Boyardee.
Yeah.
I tell you, the raviolis in a pinch.
Oh, out of the can?
Yeah,
the smell.
I'm just saying, bro. If you've had a Mardi Gras Brian night,
okay,
sure,
yeah, that's where you're at.
I mean, I'll eat. I would eat ranch hammered.
Sure, just take the bottle and.
Yeah, but yeah, I would wake up disgusted with myself. But
wow, what did I do last night? I love ketchup from the 214-325. Disgusting as hell.
On pasta, they like ketchup on their pasta.
214 said Mexicans eat ketchup on pizza. There are bottles of ketchup.
That's funny because growing up, we would do ketchup on tacos. Okay. And there was just there wasn't enough of the Tex-Mex influence in a part of rural Washington State.
Yeah,
my parents grew up in the Midwest. They just didn't know any better.
I put that ketchup in the ground beef though and mix it that way.
That's good.
Do it and then put it on the tacos. That's how I'd go with it.
Sounds lovely.
Said my son dips his ice cream in ketchup. They might have followed up that text with the disgusting as hell.
Yeah, that could be. You could accidentally do that if you're eating one of those Frosties.
But the truth about ketchup, it's a sugar sauce.
It is. The 214 said it's common. It's just a sweeter tomato sauce.
That's what it is.
But weirdest craving I ever had was peanut butter Oreos washed down with OJ from the 317. That is a weird one.
Ooh. You guys ever brushed your teeth and drank orange juice?
Made a mistake one time.
What the hell
is that? You never do it again.
What happened there? What did I miss?
Don't know. Just oil and water, man.
What did I miss?
But brushing your teeth and then taking medicine is a life hack. Like if you have any supplements or medicine, just brush your teeth first and then hammer them down. It takes at least 50% of the sting off.
Okay. I've never tried that. 615 said my wife ate pickles with peanut butter when she was pregnant. That was the weirdest combo. My wife hates pickles. She's like Jared. Hates pickles and tuna. I made tuna the other night for myself. She just about kicked me out of the house.
Pickles are the worst.
Bro, I love some tuna.
Yeah, well, like a tuna fish sandwich?
Yeah, some good bootsy tuna too, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Sauce it up, bro.
Yeah.
You put the hard-boiled eggs in it.
Yeah. Oh, now
the sweet relish or whatever.
relish.
Yeah, bro, come on.
Yeah.
What's your mustard to mayo ratio on the tuna?
I know you would go heavy on the mustard. I just do a little dash of the mustard. Just to give it a little flavor.
A little bite.
Yeah. But the mustard really will take over the color if you put too much. It'll just be yellow.
Yeah.
Anybody put celery in theirs? Their tuna
Absolutely,
fish?
yeah.
Makes
Put
a
that
little
all in
crunch.
there, yeah.
A little crunch.
Crunch.
Yeah.
I'm here for that.
Apples.
All right.
Yeah, I know people do the apple. People do like pomegranates. They like a little sweeter version. I want more of like a tartier tuna, I guess. Maybe like even put some lemon juice in there.
Some
grapes in there.
Toast.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Undefeated.
Like a tuna melt?
Tuna melt.
100%,
Yes.
dude. Big fan. 877-881-1053 National Pancake Day. I've got my top 10 best breakfast foods. Oh, the breakfast. The honorable mentions here.
Pop-Tarts?
Nope, didn't make the list, Brian. I'm an adult.
Okay.
Honorable mentions were the donuts, the kolaches, the crepes. I did put cereal as honorable mention, but I actually prefer cereal as a late-night snack. Oatmeal.
I do too, by the way.
That's weed. That's weed.
The perfect oatmeal is like a dessert.
Yeah.
You get that brown sugar and maple going.
And I got to respect the
Put
Jewish.
some walnuts in it.
Yes.
Put some honey in that joint.
brown sugar.
Some butter.
Yeah. Whip it all up.
That's a gut bomb.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, it's got some oats in it. You be all
Get
right.
you buzzing.
Yeah, it's healthy, right?
Yeah.
Hell no, it's not. You hear what
Slow
Lucius...
processing oats, too.
see
You
what
can burn
Lucius-
that energy all throughout the day.
You see how Lucius fixed his up? Yeah, healthy. What are you
But
talking
exactly.
about, man?
It's going to keep us going.
Yeah.
It's going to keep us going.
All
Sustain.
of that was good except for the butter. Everything was great. And the butter's good for you, too, at a certain amount.
Yeah, that's what they say, right?
Yeah.
I just learned that rice is supposed to be okay for you. I felt so good about that.
Moderation. Yeah, just not too much of
I'm the
it.
biggest Asian there is. Seriously.
How tall are you?
I am.
I
I'm
don't know, man. You
6'3".
see Yao Ming?
Yeah, me and Yao Ming are like I
Just rice
I'd be
buddies.
perfect in that culture. Perfect.
You would.
I mean, who doesn't love a good,
just rice
in general?
in the bowl.
Fried rice,
That's
white
what I say
rice,
when I see a
brown rice.
Latina, too, by the way. I'm like, I'll be perfect right there.
That's
Something
Spanish
about
getting
that.
really
That's
good.
my bag.
Number 10, I got hash browns, extra crispy.
Man,
Yeah,
doll those
bro.
bad
Love
boys
donuts?
up.
Yeah, I did. I mean,
Donuts were outside looking in.
I put the donuts outside looking in. I don't
that
get
was
them
gonna
as
be
off.
that was
as
going to be
often.
my second guest special: the donuts and the pig in a blanket.
Yeah. And,
You
I
know?
love them.
Dawson completely watchdogging you on them donuts.
Hey, it's my list, and they'd be number one probably on yours.
Is that number one on your list,
I'm just
Dawson?
not, I haven't
The
had
donut?
donuts a lot lately.
Yeah, I mean, donuts, cinnamon rolls, are they the same? French toast.
I'd rather have a cinnamon roll.
Probably my top three.
Yeah, cinnamon rolls are good.
Oof, so good.
9, I've got the breakfast sandwich.
Yes.
Define.
Is that sausage?
Define.
You
That's
can go,
sausage,
You
right?
can go sausage. You can go bacon. You can go ham on there if you want to. I usually don't.
How about I go ham
Is
on
this
the
a
sausage?
burrito?
Or all of them. No, it's a sandwich, Brian. We'll get to the burritos
Brian,
in a
slow
moment.
down.
I think it's the best thing Starbucks does. Oh, sorry, Lucius. You're talking? My headphone fell out.
Brian's going too fast. He's going to the money spot.
Yeah.
He's jumping way up the list here.
Well, I was just trying to clarify.
Brian, just give me a minute.
So it's the toast. Are you using fried egg?
Yeah. I'm using scrambled eggs.
Okay, so you got ham.
You can go fried egg. I know you wouldn't like that.
No. So you go scrambled eggs, cheese, ham, bacon,
sausage. Yeah,
sausage.
Honestly,
on toast.
Anything on toast.
Okay.
Bagel. We can do a bagel. We can do an English muffin.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
We could go. I know
now
you
we're
won't go
getting
croissants,
Texas
but I'd go a
toast.
croissant. Yeah, Texas toast is usually probably the preferred
Now
way.
we're going better here.
Waffles at 8. Just haven't had a lot of waffles lately, but I do love a good waffle. Sometimes the waffle will jump up and be way higher. You get a good waffle, it can be outstanding.
I don't know if the waffle's better than the breakfast
Waffle
sandwich.
at 8. Pancakes at 7. And I did get some really good pancakes a couple weeks back. Scrambler in Plano.
Kind of feels like you're being knee jerk on that.
Fluff. Yeah, this
Just
is
like, what have you done for me lately?
This is a current.
Yeah.
This is a current thing.
This is a here today.
I'm probably I'm going to
3 hours ago I made this list up.
Yeah, I did, Brian. But I thought about it for an hour.
It's called prepping for the show.
Why do you think I
bro?
texted you and said I might be a little late today? I'm behind. I'm putting my list together.
You stop off at the IHOP.
I had to stop off
some
and
research.
Eat some pancakes. Which one did I like more? I got some more. I got some waffles, and I also got some French toast. And French toast was the best. Came in at number 6.
Ooh,
with some challah. Challah French toast.
Let
baby.
me tell you this. He's all three of those are together. It's like stacking players in a draft.
Yeah.
He really wasn't sure.
I wasn't
the
touching
pancakes,
tabs,
the
though.
waffles, French toast were all together,
Yeah.
and he just kind of lumped them together.
They're in the
That's what he
same
did.
tier.
Yeah,
You're just not as good as the other 5 here for me, as of right now.
as of this moment.
As of this very second.
This very second, at 2:37 on September 26th. Number 5, I do have sausage. I think it's a breakfast staple.
Give me the
It
link,
is.
link all day.
I've got to have sausage.
I can't believe you guys are just anti-patty the way you
Not
are.
anti, just prefer the link. If you want to give me a patty, I'll take the patty.
You won't scoff at a patty.
Absolutely not. I'm not scoffing. 4 is
I've
bacon.
never met a nice patty in my life.
Really?
Patties
That's
are all-
because you haven't met my mom's best friend, Patty Joe.
Patty's all. Patty's. She has to have 2 names. She
Makes
can't
the
be
best
good.
pies, Patty.
No, it's her
So what's
cookies.
your name, Brian?
Yeah, Patty's like drinking scotch, and I got a cig hanging out of the corner.
Patty
of
Joe
her.
makes a mean cookie, let me tell you.
She damn sure does.
It's got like a marshmallow thing kind of in there. Unbelievable.
Baby. Bacon's at 4.
The only things that are good about a patty's a melt.
I started this, bacon was 1. Moved all the way down to 4. 'Cause
What?
Other things started to click.
Other things.
Other things started.
See,
Bacon?
Now we get to the other things. I can't wait for a croissant situation to pop up here on
Yeah, here
Broadus.
we go. Yeah.
Well, see, I actually like the croissant breakfast sandwich.
There you go.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be, Brian to just
With the
absolutely.
patty, with the sausage patty joint.
Yes, and
Yep.
some
Come on
cheese
now.
and some egg.
Yep.
And
It sounds
call
very
it a day.
bougie of you, bro.
Omelet at 3.
There you go, Mr.
Gosh,
Protein.
I have been all about, and honestly, and eggs should go with all of this.
Yes.
To me, eggs has to be. There is no breakfast without the eggs. That's just me.
I'm learning that about that corned beef hash.
Yep.
Got to have egg with a corned
And
beef
you know
hash.
what? Corned beef hash. Some people have been texting it in. I've had it once, and it wasn't good. Maybe
You
it was
haven't
just the place.
you haven't made it the right way.
Maybe it
or
was
somebody
just the
had made
place.
it the right
Yeah,
way for you.
I
Sounds
need-
like a patty cooked it.
I need to try it again.
That's a good like 28-degree day.
2 is biscuits and gravy.
Oh, should
just
be 1.
Sausage gravy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just love it. Biscuit. It's comforting.
Yeah.
I'm never going to turn that down. Now, some places do make better gravy than others,
Right.
and some places have fluffier biscuits than others.
That and fried rice are the most videos I've ever watched.
What's more
it's
important, the fluffier biscuit or the dominant gravy?
I think the dominant gravy.
Yeah.
I think the gravy gonna set it off. Shout out to you, Ben.
I tell you, you got good gravy. You could just take bread out of the pack and tear it up and throw it in there.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Number 1 though,
I make a
that-
thing called hamburger.
and Lucius,
meat
you might
gravy.
agree with me on this.
Yes, I do.
Is the breakfast burrito or breakfast tacos?
Yes, I do.
Boom! You can't go wrong because it's basically everything you love in breakfast all wrapped up together.
Yeah.
Go to have a party. in
That's
your
why
mouth.
the tortilla might be the single greatest food vessel.
Yes, sir. I would not fight you on that.
That's a good point.
Thank you, Woolchuck. The top 10 every
I did
afternoon
it.
at 2:20.
Proud of you, man.
Appreciate
Barely.
more into savories than the sweets.
Yeah, I am.
Learned something about you today. Okay, Chief, what are we doing next?
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some of those personal victories? That's next here in the nation.
Well, it's always a victory anytime I get to go and visit my friends over at East Dallas Diesel. Oh my God.
fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the Gag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock. Here's the Chief with your L's and dubs of the week.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
All right, here we go. Big dub to our guy Woody in the 214. Biggest dub got the trip booked for Denver for the 40th birthday. Congratulations. Happy early birthday to you, Woody. And he'll be up there for the game as well. So I guess that's the game. Must be when the Cowboys come to town.
Yeah.
And he's still going strong off the benzos and the opiates. So congratulations to Woody. Another dub-filled week.
Huge.
615. Huge victory. Me and the wife officially debt-free.
Oh, congratulations.
Wow.
That's got to be the best feeling ever.
Paid off the house and everything.
Incredible.
Unfathomable. 615. How'd you do it? Now, he also knows that he took an L because he got rear-ended by a youngster who was texting on the phone. But he says the kid had great manners, so kudos to the parents. And we're all a little bit dumb when we're teenagers, so he's filled with forgiveness right now, which is good.
Got to get him one of those newer vehicles with the collision detection.
Yeah.
Like that saved me right and left.
Really? When it starts kind of beeping at you or whatever?
Oh, yeah. It beeps. Well, it gives you a chance.
Pay attention.
It just kills me when I'm trying to get over in a lane and...
Yeah, that's a little annoying.
You know...
You're like, I'm clearly good.
I'm fine here.
But you correct back in. You're like, wait a minute, I'm fine.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only downside. But otherwise, yeah, those are clutch vehicles, man.
Speaking of driving, caught a big dub this week. About 3 years, I confided in you guys that I'd become afraid of heights on overpasses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like hyperventilating, right?
Damn near. And I thought 3 weeks ago, I was like, okay, I'm going to pass out up here and actually run into the barrier, maybe fall off the overpass because I'm getting so freaking worked up over it. So I put my foot down, I threw down the gauntlet, and I've been taking steps to get better. And I'm actually now not terrified. I might end up eating crow on this weekend because I got to drive down to Houston. But I mean, on my last drive to Houston, I had to pull over under the shoulder and say, honey, I can't do this overpass. Oh, can you imagine the shame?
Shame.
I can't even believe dump that, Lucius. I can't even believe you said that.
It's crazy. And I've always been bad at heights. Like I haven't wanted roller coasters. I grew up skiing and I was never comfortable on the damn ski lift. But I think I whooped it. Right? And we're talking about hours before a drive. I'm like plotting the course and trying to figure out how I can afford like 35 and 121 or 35 in Bush. Like I know where the most harrowing overpasses all across North Texas are now.
You'll never make it to the Chesapeake Bay or the Ocean City, Maryland bridge.
Okay.
Those right there will change you. They changed me. I wasn't even scared at that point until I got on there and I was like, wait a minute, man shouldn't be way up here.
See, thank you for being vulnerable because now I feel like a little
Google
bit less of a chicken.
Chesapeake Bay in Ocean City, Maryland.
There's one in Corpus Christi that might have set it off and started this for me about 8 years ago.
Yeah,
I can't imagine anything worse than that Corpus Christi bridge. It's like you're going straight up for 2 miles.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Now, you won't like this then, Dawson, but big dub to the rabid roller coaster lovers here in the Metroplex because Six Flags is going to be introducing a world record type roller coaster in 2026.
Oh, that's a nasty bridge.
It's called the Tormenta. Tormenta Rampaging Run. And this is like a world record, the world's first Giga Dive coaster.
A Giga Dive?
Whatever the heck that means. I was trying to read up on it, and I started to learn less the more I read. Innovative hybrid type of thrill ride that combines the extreme scale of a giga coaster, a complete circuit steel roller coaster with a height or drop between 300 and 399 feet. And then you have the dive mechanism of a dive coaster.
Oof.
So this thing, 309 feet, it's going to go 87 miles per hour, which is the fastest dive coaster going.
How fast?
87.
Okay.
Tallest vertical coaster loop at 180 feet. Longest dive coaster at 4,200 feet. Or longest dive coaster. The tallest portion of this is 309 feet. I don't know, but this thing just seems ridiculous.
Well,
but people are going to be all over about it, man. I don't do the roller coaster stuff.
No, we just had a guy die in Orlando at one of their new ones at Epic Universe.
Sounds like that might be a pretty big L,
That's a
huh?
big L.
Gosh, sorry
Kevin
to hear
Rodriguez
that.
Zavala.
Not cool, man.
Stardust Racers, man.
469 had an interview for a job that pays double what I do. Not a dub yet, but wish me luck. Good luck.
Atta baby.
469. We're pulling for you. Let us know. Another 469. Big dub to Marvin Harrison Jr. actually making TD.
Goodness.
After what was pretty
awful,
excruciating night for him.
Did I bench him in a fantasy league? Yeah, I did.
You could see the weight of the world come off his shoulders. Like it was like one of the most emotional touchdowns you've ever seen in your life. That didn't involve like a game-winning championship situation.
I got a big stat for you coming up at 4.
You kidding me?
I'm going to just tease a little stat for you.
You're going to tease me like that?
Just a little teasy tease.
Back that stat up right now, sir.
Oh, consider it done.
214 Biggest L. Wife broke her pinky toe. Biggest up. We celebrate a year anniversary today. All right.
What would be the worst toe to break?
Limping around. That pinky toe is pretty tough, but I think the big toe.
The equilibrium?
Yeah, it's just like the general balance factor. Size does matter when it comes to the toes. Everybody knows that. 903. Big Dub got to meet Bobby Roberto Belt this morning at the Firehouse in Enis. Biggest L, looks like my team is going to come in last on the quarterly incentive conversation. That hurts. Sorry to hear that. These quarters can get you sometimes, huh? Every once in a while, it's a quarterly celebration. Other times, not so much. Big L to a San Francisco community that has been viciously attacked by a squirrel, a rabid squirrel that's still at large.
What?
Nobody knows why. Squirrels are generally like as nice as it gets.
And scared as hell of us.
Yes, but now they are. I mean, somebody said clamped to my leg. The tail was flying up, and I was like, get off me, and this thing is like taking bites out of this person. Like, can you imagine dealing with a rabid local squirrel that is still at large, and they're saying like has been like simmered down the last couple of days, but it makes you think that maybe he's trying to like lull them to sleep a little bit, make them feel like, oh no, the squirrel's gone, and then he comes back for more. I don't know. That just feels
sounds like a neighborhood that needs a damn dog.
Yeah,
nobody has a damn dog, not one.
Get some Rottweilers
Greyhound,
out there.
Doberman. Maybe he's looking for revenge for his guy Peanut. You know, the New York squirrel.
If that's what this is, then I'll kind of lean more to the squirrel on this one.
I mean, you know, the orcas are out for their revenge.
That's true. That's documented.
Happened last week. Another one. The orca attacked the boat. Yep, just last week. Again. Shout out to those orcas. I see you rising, baby.
We used to be
Fist
out there
in the air for you, homie.
We respect the orcas here in the G-Bag Nation.
You used to be able to go out there in like a kayak or a canoe and just hang out with orcas. Now they're sinking large fishing
boats.
What's
going on? Weren't all those stats coming out?
What does this world come to?
The anti-SeaWorld people, which I get it. Like, I think SeaWorld probably does.
Anti-SeaWorld people?
SeaWorld.
Yeah. Oh.
But like no known orc attack has happened in the wild.
Word has filtered out. Word's filtered out from the SeaWorld.
So. Like, are we putting these whales back out there? Are these the whales attacking us? That was a stupid question.
Well, I mean, the whales at SeaWorld San Antonio, they actually go into this little pen that's connected to the ocean, so maybe they're communicating. We don't know what they're saying.
Right.
They might be highly intelligent.
Could be.
I believe they are.
I mean, we know
the way they
dolphins
hunt.
are.
Biggest L of the week, though.
Where's Aquaman when you need him?
Headline reads, smuggler busted in Texas with $13 million worth of meth hidden in a shipment of soft drinks.
Somebody snitched.
All them Diet Cokes Dawson's been drinking, baby.
I've cut back. Thank you, Chief. There it is, your L's and dubs of the week.
You got the withdrawals because of it.
That's the biggest L of the week right there. He's cut back.
I've been twitching a little bit here and there, but I'm doing all right. Stephen Jones coming up next here on a Football Friday. Cowboys Packers Sunday night here on the Fan with the pregame 4 o'clock hour with Chief and Broadus, and we're back with Steve here on the Fan.
All right, let's talk Trajan wealth, though, shall we? That's
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for our weekly conversation with Stephen Jones here on your home of the Cowboys. And good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Good afternoon, guys.
Hey, first question here, Stephen. It's kind of unbelievable looking back on this rivalry. Green Bay's won 9 of 10 in the series and some close calls along the way. Is this the team or the rivalry you most want to get right against going into Sunday Night Football?
Well, obviously, every game is so important, and don't get me wrong, the division games probably come first, but, when you get to games like San Francisco and Green Bay, especially, the experiences we've had over the last 10 years, we need to get those right. And certainly Green Bay's right at the top of the list. Hats off to them. They're a great organization. They do things the right way. They've had really great players from the Brett Favres to their right on down the line. And again, obviously, we get an opportunity here Sunday.
How confident are you in defensive adjustments after the last couple of games?
I'm confident. We just met with the staff, and I think they've done a good job this week of, doing a lot of different things in terms of, how we can execute better. We've got to do a better job. We're not getting the job done there, and they know it. Our players know it. Our staff knows it, and I think they've done a great job this week of, really doing some things that I think will make it easier for our guys to execute and play and, play at a high level.
How surprised have you been by the lack of production really from the edge group so far? I know we'd been talking about that this week. We thought you guys actually had a number of guys to kind of piece together a solid producing unit.
Yeah, I think it's, it's more than, I think at the end of the day, it's the execution, and we've got to go out and execute the things that we do best. We can certainly help that with pressure. I do have a lot of confidence in our players. Obviously, we did bring in Jadeveon Clowney, and I think he'll bring something to the, to our defensive unit as well. But I do think things are going to get better because, as I said, this was a group we had a lot of confidence going into last year. We had a lot of injuries, but now we've got them all back and healthy. And, just feel like we're going to get better as the season goes, but we also got to execute the defense. And certainly that starts with our coaching staff, getting those players prepared, and then the players got to go out and execute and make the plays they need to make so that we can get off the field. Third down's has been a big problem for us so far this year, and certainly, giving up the explosives is just not something that you can live with. We've got to cut those out, and certainly it starts on Sunday.
What are the expectations for Clowney making his Cowboys debut?
Yeah, we're going to use him. Certainly he'll get, 15 to 25 snaps. We'll see how he's feeling as the game goes. And as you said, we've got a good group there. Keep them fresh and hopefully keep them with their ears pinned back and playing good football.
With Deron Bland getting set to return, what does that do to the secondary? Does Reddy Stewart still keep that nickel spot, or does Bland kind of get that versatility factor continuing?
Well, I think we'll see Bland more outside. I think Reddy's doing a good job for us. Certainly, we also got Kyer and certainly Diggs. So we've got a good group there. We've just got to go out and execute the coverages and do the things that it takes to play winning defense.
Stephen, you've seen a lot of football through your career, and I know you ask questions of the staff and stuff. You came on our station and talked about Flus can manufacture pressure. Has he told you why they haven't been able to manufacture pressure?
Yeah, I think the bigger thing is we've been, because we're a little short in some areas in coverage, we've kind of not been doing a lot other than just sending forward. And, I think, we're seeing that we're probably going to change some of that, and we'll see how it goes on Sunday. But, yeah, we've talked about it extensively and, how we're going to do better. Certainly, as when you get pressure, it helps the back end. And, we know we're going to have to make some plays. And if we want to get off the field and stop the explosives.
Stephen Jones here with you on 105.3 The Fan. A touchdown at home is a big number in the NFL. We've been talking about, what's the path to victory look like? What do you think needs to happen here to get an upset against Green Bay?
Well, I think we got to start with what we've been preaching really since the time Shotty walked in the door. We got to start with running the football, controlling the football, and then playing complementary football, stop the run. And, the key is, which we haven't done, and we've got to stop the explosives, and we've got to get the ball. The other thing we got to do better on offense is we've got to protect the ball. You're not going to win many games in the NFL losing the turnover battle 4-0. That's just not sound, and we've got to protect the ball better offensively, and we've got to get the ball, which we hadn't done a good job of this year as well.
How's it changed without CeeDee Lamb here for a couple weeks?
Well, anytime you're missing one of the best wide receivers in football, you're going to feel it. But the great news is we've got weapons. And like I said, it starts with running the football. But Jake Ferguson did a great job. I think he tallied 13 catches. Certainly, I think George Pickens is going to I think at first it was a little shell shock to not have his running mate there in CD. But he's had a great week of practice. And then you throw in Turpin and JT, and I think Flo will go out and do a nice job. We've got the weapons to move the football, and think we will. We just, as we said, we got to protect the ball. And, I think obviously it was unfortunate with Javonte on the first turnover, which was in scoring position. Of course, we threw 2 picks in the end zone, which would have been points. So, we just got to do a better job all the way around of protecting the ball and protect it and then get the ball in the end zone.
Stephen, how critical are these few games without CD in terms of the evaluation for George Pickens and sort of his future here?
Yeah, I mean, George is a great football player, and I know he'll step up and do a good job for us. We're worried about game to game, and certainly we're great. It's great that we've got George. I think Turpin's done even better than most expected in terms of his explosiveness and what he can do for our offense. Obviously, Javonte Williams has stepped up. But we got to just take each week by week, and focus on that, and certainly starts with the Packers on Sunday.
Were you able to dodge the IR for both CeeDee Lamb and Tyler Booker?
We'll make that final decision when we get them out of the boot next week, and see kind of what we think the prognosis is. Short end or long end of how long we think it'll take for him to get back.
Stephen, your right tackle has really, really benefited from having Booker in there playing next to him, and especially in the running game stuff. The confidence level in Bass that he and Steele can continue to give you that presence, that physical presence on that right side, plus what you've been able to do with Spanford over there.
Yeah, I feel very comfortable that that Bass is going to go in there and do a great job. And strongest part of Steele's game is his run blocking. Yes. Yeah. And he'll continue to work at his pass blocking part, but he really comes off the ball great. Been used to doing it with Zach Martin. Certainly was enjoying having Tyler Booker in there. But I think Bass will go in there and do a really nice job.
Stephen Jones with us here on the Fan News today. The NFL's looking at a bunch of games in Brazil. Do we need to be making plans for Rio here in the not-too-distant future?
It sounds like a good trip, but no, we'll kind of see where it goes. But I've been to Brazil before, and it's a great place to go, and I'm sure it'd be a great experience to play a football game down there. But we'll kind of see how it goes as we move forward with the league.
Jerry on the Fan this morning asked about Micah, said some plays it looks beautiful, other plays, especially running plays, you wish you had a different formation. So to be trite, we lost games with Micah. Do you ever go like, Dad, he doesn't need any more motivation. They're coming in pretty hot here.
Well, we're worried about it. The Green Bay Packers have one hell of a defense.
Yeah,
they got
do.
great team speed. They obviously have great defensive ends. Their linebackers can run. They jump off the tape at you. They're a damn good defense. We've got to worry about the Packers, period. And whether it's their defense or whether it's their offense. They got obviously a great quarterback. Their receivers run great routes, and we've got our work cut out for us.
Stephen, how close are we to a Jaden Blue debut?
Well, we'll just go week by week right now. Obviously, our running backs are doing a nice job, and so it's hard right now for Jaden to break in when you got two veteran running backs really doing a nice job running the football like they did last week. But all those things come around at the right times, and I know Jaden will be ready when his opportunity comes, and we've seen a lot of things from Jaden that we're looking forward to seeing in a ballgame.
Thank you for your time, Stephen. Enjoy the rest of your Friday, and give him hell Sunday night. We'll be pulling for you.
Appreciate you guys. Great being on. Thank you.
There he goes. Thank you, sir. Stephen Jones here with you on 105.3 The Fan, sending you into the weekend every Friday here in the G-Bag Nation at 3 o'clock. Jared Sandler's going to talk about the Rangers' final series of the season coming up with us at 3:30 and where we go from here. I hope the defense has better answers, and I feel like that should be expected. Like, just drop the busted coverage. What do you think of the one-word calls that they're going there on the back end, Brian? Is there a benefit to be harvested? I know there's been a lot of jokes about it. Like, we got to drop it down to one word here now to not confuse the guys.
And really just one syllable from what I was garnering.
I think they just scream like, "Ka!"
Yep.
"Pa!" It's all about that first letter.
My hope is that, the communication, obviously, they feel like has been a problem, and so anything to make that alleviate those issues right there. But man, I keep saying, I think Feverflus is going to have to play a game he's not comfortable with. You've got to put pressure on this guy. And that's why I asked Stephen about that whole thing, he came on our air and talked about manufacturing pressure. Flus can do that. Flus has not done that. He hadn't done that. And I talked to a defensive coordinator the other day in the league, and he said, listen, if you don't blitz, you don't manufacture pressure.
You got to be able to do it all.
You got to be able to do it all. Like Green Bay is very fortunate. They have 4 really good rushers, and they do a good job with that. And sometimes you get away with that. And their secondary can play zone coverage 79% of the time because they have a good front 4. You've got to make adjustments here. And if you're going to sit there and just continue to rush 4 and play zone coverage with this crew, you get what you deserve. And if I'm Stephen Jones, I walk in there and demand that, like, listen, I've seen this now for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Week 1, you told me about this with Jalen Hurts, that zone coverage will mess him up. Well, good deal. We almost won that football game. The Giants game, we got lit up playing zone. And now we're in a situation where we let a second-year quarterback light us up too.
Yeah.
There needs to be some really hard and fast questions to this coaching staff.
Are we saying we can't blitz? Do you not?
Yeah, and you know what? Maybe I'm just going off here about something that Steven's already done.
Yeah.
Maybe, I haven't heard anybody in the organization say, well, man, you should have heard what Steven said. You should. There needs to be some really, really, really tough, like, listen, we like you guys as coaches, but damn it, you can't be giving up 415 yards of deep ball passing. Not with these guys, you can't.
No. If it happens again, I think that seat's warming up a little bit. The idea of hiring Matt Eberflus, I think, is great, but it might just be a horrible schematic fit. And I would be anxious to see what somebody else who was maybe more versed in the blitz game, what they could do. It's tough to add more layers of complication when you're having busts. And as Steven said, they want to commit resources to the back end. But if that's not working and they can't get it sorted to prevent the big play, there's really no use in having the extra guys back there. You got to bring the pressure. Okay, we'll take a look at the C note and maybe preview some of the other big games you need to know about here for this week 4 of the NFL season. And Jared Sandler's going to join us next as well. It's the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Saffron Squad?
Okay, here we go. G-Bag Nation. Sands coming up in 5 minutes. Let's do some C-Note here. Cowboys news of the evening. Every afternoon at 3:20. What'd you think about what everybody's saying about Jaden Blue, including Shoddy's quote from this morning with Sean and RJ? It's going very well. I liked how he was suggesting that Sean could get Wally pipped there with Bobby and RJ filling in this morning.
He's like, Bobby and RJ sounds like a pretty good name.
Show, huh?
It was great. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If your loved one's injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. We got Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30. He said that Jaden had a couple of great weeks of practice. In no way, shape, or form is Jaden doing things that would not allow him to be activated. It's been more the fact that we needed the numbers on defense. We were just talking about it at the break, guys. I feel like we all feel or believe that the Cowboys need playmakers on the field more than numbers should be standing in Jaden Blue's way. I just want to see him out in the field and see if he can make pro defenders miss like he did in college.
Yeah, I'm desperate for it. I mean, obviously we're not privy to the exact circumstances of what's really keeping him off the field. I like the way Shotty's talking about him right now, but Shotty's a positive guy, and he's always going to kind of say that about his players. But you would think in a game like this would be a no-brainer, especially the way, like Steven's talking about Javonte Williams and Miles Sanders running the ball well. And it's like, well, Javonte Williams is a power back. He's grinding it out, but he's not like a big play guy necessarily. I mean, the perfect complement to him would be a guy like Jaden Blue in a game where you desperately need playmakers with no Lamb. Seems like a no-brainer, again, unless whatever he's doing or not doing off the field, that is totally keeping him away. And I get that point, but all things being equal, man, it should be a no-brainer to have a guy that could make a big play for you in a game where you're desperately going to need it.
Yeah. Coaches hate change. They hate change. And it's hard for them to... you can make suggestions as the general manager or player personnel director or whatever you want to do, but coaches hate change. They don't want to, they feel like that, hey, they're, we're not risking our quarterback out there if we put a back that all of a sudden goes the wrong way or something like that. They got a veteran guy. And sometimes I don't know why they put Mozzie Smith in there. I mean, I really don't. I don't know why JT was doing just fine. A couple of times they put him in there. Mozzie wasn't terrible, but coaches hate change. And especially if it's one of those things that they feel like they probably can't trust the guy.
Yeah, that's the big word right there, trust.
Yeah, like I get it for the trust standpoint, but just to play a veteran guy over younger guys, why'd you draft him?
Well, but that's what you say, and then all of a sudden you draft him in the 5th round, and then all of a sudden you bring him in, and then there's like, and Glenn Smith talked about it, and that whole thing is like, oh, he's this, that, and the other, lazy. I don't think he's a lazy kid, but maybe there was some truth to that. Maybe there was some truth that he wasn't picking up things very fast.
I think it's very evident that it was true based on where we're at here. And like the fact that he can't get on the field in this game if he's not going to be active, then it exacerbates that theory even more. Like, God, what is happening that he can't get on the field?
Well, it's being able to probably take stuff from the classroom too, and they worry about putting him out there, and then all of a sudden he busts and Dak gets hit in the back of the head.
Well, I mean, hey, I'm not going to trust him in pass protection. Is there a way to have a back on your roster on game day that
tell to the defense? But yeah, I
mean, he's a very situational kind of dude, I would imagine.
Well, he plays special teams too.
Yeah, he does, and honestly, he should return for you over Miles Sanders. And I get it. They're talking about the numbers game, but I would put Blue back there before I'd put Tolbert or Sanders. Like he's a guy that at least has the playmaking ability and speed and acceleration to take that to the house, other than Turpin.
There's a lot of rookies that aren't ready, and I think for whatever reason, and it's hard to tell exactly what that is, but I'm with Brian that I'm interested in what else Glenn Stretch Smith had heard or knows, and if that storyline continues to play out, and maybe it's a great opportunity to try to get the guy into your program as a rookie while you have other veterans that can do the job, and hopefully when you need him, he's more ready as a result. But Pittsburgh's going through the same thing with a player we talked about in Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. Yeah. They're keeping him on the bench where less talented veterans are getting all the snaps. Brian Schottenheimer presser today interrupted by one Roger Staubach.
It's a pretty good guy to interrupt one.
Absolutely, anytime, Raj.
Witten's not making the rounds, but Raj is, and Shotty said, "Oh my goodness gracious." I will stop what I'm doing for this. Roger says this is my favorite coach, and he said I can still throw, and I'm such a Cowboy fan. Coach, I'm for you. So I think Staubach appreciates, maybe the lineage there with Shoddy, but I think he also likes his attitude and stuff. And he said, I still love the Cowboys. It's amazing how when I sit down and watch the Cowboys game, I feel like I'm out there right now. We're okay, but we're gonna get better. And Shoddy said, no doubt that is the plan. It is pretty interesting if you see Staubach throwing like at a tailgate or something. Like, I don't know, what is he, 84, 85?
He's an older gentleman, yeah.
He's up there, but I mean, he's just built so damn sturdy. He can still sling that thing half decent.
I love it.
Yeah,
I
think if you had an over 80 league, he'd be your first pick.
Yeah, he could absolutely. I mean, why not for the Olympic team? At least give him a chance to try out for the flag team.
Make a place for Roger the Dodger.
Come on now.
He's still mobile.
Yeah.
If you're Dak Prescott here, how much do you trust that George Pickens is going to be there for you? How much?
A couple weeks.
I mean, the drop. If I'm feeling pressure, I'm probably going to Jake Ferguson. He's not running routes, as Brian has told us. Like you're back to pass. You sense pressure. You're not looking for where Pickens is. That's a waste of a half second. He might be dorking off if he's not the primary option.
This will be the first week though where he'll be the lead dog in the sled. Last week Lamb got hurt 6 plays going in, so now he's knowing that like, okay, I'm gonna have to be this guy. And it happened early enough last week, but this guy doesn't move. I mean, when you say that in a way of like he doesn't motion and they don't do things with him that way. The guy that has a chance to have a really kind of a good day is Turpin. Because
Shoddy was talking Turpin up big time.
Because the way he does move, the way he does motion, the way you can get him into spots. I wish Pickens had that, but you run like 150 something routes and I think he's moved like 6-7 times.
Turpin's been awesome. That catch down the sidelines, that was so tough and so skilled. And Jared Sandler, not joining us now, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. But I have been, I guess, having to eat crow over what Turpin is capable of doing downfield. And, maybe Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore need to a little bit as well, because what he has been able to do is exciting. But I still do think this team really needs to find a legitimate third wide receiver and maybe a second after this year with George Pickens, as Sands joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, buddy, how's Cleveland? Are they all fired up with what's been happening the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, they should be a pretty good atmosphere. They got the Guardians, the WNBA's coming to Cleveland. The Browns just had a big win. Lots of great things going on in Cleveland. And this music is insanely loud. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yeah, you're cutting through pretty good there on the horn. We do got you loud and clear now. If Bochy is gone, is it a slam dunk that Shoemaker takes over?
I mean, I guess if he wants the job, if Bruce Bochy doesn't want the job, and Skip Schumacher does, then I would think that he would definitely be the heavy favorite. I don't know if that's the case or not, but Skip's been around for a year, and he's had an opportunity to kind of see what this is about, and then he also because he left kind of on his own terms. With Miami, there are a lot of people who love him. There are going to be potentially some other openings, but I would think that his son's playing baseball at TCU. I think there'd be a lot of reasons why he'd like this job for personal reasons, but also I think for baseball reasons, it's super appealing. And I would say that if Bruce Bochy decided that he didn't want the job, then Skip would, like I said, be the Vegas favorite. But I don't know where Boch stands, and I think there's a good chance that he might be back.
Jared, what do you know about what Shoemaker's role has been over the last year?
Yeah, he's been around in an advisory role. I think, listen, to his credit, he understands that there are a lot of people who think he's the next guy. And I think that, he's trying to be respectful of the fact that, like, it would almost be like, if whoever wins the fan phenom, Eric, is like, that's the guy who's going to replace Eric Chiafalo, and he's just lingering around. You're like, then why is this guy always around? Like, if he's going to replace me, right? So I think with Skip, I think he's been around a little bit. I think a lot of what he's done has been more in the shadows or behind the scenes, as opposed to being around regularly. Because I just think out of respect for Boch, he understands that it just doesn't make sense to be there every day. And he could be. No one would say not to be, but I think he just wants to give space, understanding what the stigma is about his presence and his role. And but I think he has been a trusted voice on a lot of decisions, or just given perspective. He did a heck of a job with Miami, and I think a lot of people around the league believe he's going to be a heck of a manager wherever he ends up next.
Jared, I don't want to put you in a weird spot with this, but do the Rangers need kind of a shake-up in terms of personality or leadership within the clubhouse based on just some of the stuff that's come out over the last couple of weeks? And we go back to Kevin Pillar's comments. I don't know what's been confirmed, what hasn't been confirmed, but you're around this team every day.
Yeah, I would say this. The World Series team had guys like Austin Hedges and Will Smith and Travis Jankowski and Brad Miller who played roles that were unquantifiably important. And, you've already heard this Cleveland Guardians team talk about the importance of Austin Hedges and, how he's really helped them in this turnaround. And I don't know, shake up or if you want to call it something else, but I think that, you got guys who are super talented, but the room matters. And, I think, having a room that's connected, is definitely important, or having some of those guys that can provide that guidance. Now, I know that there have been some comments made, and I would just say that, it seems like right now you got comments made by guys who are frustrated that they were on a team that didn't achieve at the level that they expected to, right? And I think that, we always hear that winning cures everything, and well, right now the Rangers aren't winning. They had said this losing streak, they're not going to make the playoffs. I think there's some frustration. But yeah, I do think that, there are all sorts of things you got to factor in when you build a roster, and the personality piece of it and the leadership piece is definitely a part of it.
Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Hell of a job with everything you did this year, man. Congrats on everything with the TV side as well. We just want to thank you for your insights, and suppose we'll be seeing you real soon there at Swinging for a Cause and all that.
Yeah, sounds good, fellas. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
There he goes. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's talk about these officials this week and then also have some questions for my guys. We'll do that next.
Tolos, if you're ready to transform that bathroom into a dream space, Zintex Remodeling Group has you covered. Since 2001, their family-owned team has been turning outdated bathrooms into modern masters.
get something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
That's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
DFW Kickoff Flagtober 2025 is proudly presented by DFW's #1 garage door repair company, Tolbert Garage, and the station that will be all over DFW in October, planting the G-Bag flag. 105.3 The Fan. Flagtober 2025 is also presented by Bearded Monkey Sports Bar and Jake's Burgers.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on a Football Friday, and it's time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you playing that. Thank you, Dawson. Appreciate that. Thank you to Reliant for being a part of this as well. All right, have you guys? Do you feel like just before we get started, the referee for this week's game? You guys feel like the Cowboys have done a pretty good job with penalties overall?
Yeah, I think that's a big win for Shoddy.
Yeah, it's of the Giants game.
Yeah, the Giants game was.
I think week 1 and last week were much better from what, and especially for a 3-week sample size, what we've had under Mike.
Yeah, I just feel like that game against the Giants was a weird one.
It was a weird one, but they also were very flag happy.
You caught a crew that was probably trying to play the letter of the law.
Yeah,
and then they're throwing flags, right and left, and like, oh wait, we've got this. It just seemed very.
It was very stop and go.
And usually, and I mentioned this usually because Bill Vinovich and that crew usually is pretty good about letting you play. So, but I think for the most part the Cowboys have done a pretty decent job. All right, they're about to have a guy this week that's not very friendly to them, though.
Oh no, not good.
Yeah, this Ron Torbert.
Not good.
This Ron Torbert is not a friendly guy when it comes to Dallas Cowboys games and stuff like that.
He's no Tolbert garage door.
Not at all. Not at all.
Friendliest Tolo out there.
Yeah, he's not open to anything except for throwing flags. But
well done, sir.
Yeah, he's the thing, and I'll say this about him: we've had a couple officials already that have officiated 4 games, and he's only done 3. He's only called 3. He's still second highest.
Wow.
When it comes to there's an official that's gone. Kemp is the first official that is he's officiated 4 games. So you understand why if they have one more game, they're going to have a little bit more. This guy's ranked second behind him as far as like the number of flags that he's called. This guy, matter of fact, what's interesting about him is he hates the road team. He absolutely excuse me. Let me back up. He hates the home team.
Oh, no.
He hates the home team.
Establish
He's a troll.
dominance quickly.
Yeah, he hates the home team.
He's playing heel out here.
Loves the visitors. Matter of fact, this season alone, 30. This is a wild number for me. 34 home calls, 20 away calls. He's had games this year where there's been penalty yardage of 151, 179, and 150 already. That's ridiculous.
That might be the biggest trend you got to reverse to have a shot on HE double hockey sticks this weekend.
Yeah. Well, this like I say, this guy will probably do you no favors. Where he is big, as far as him and the crew calling penalties. Tell me how much you worry about this one. Offensive holding.
Oh, very worried.
Is this a
with
game?
Micah in a Packer uniform?
Yeah.
Drawing all the laundry.
Guyton, you get him off balance. He can get grabby on you. You got two backups and Hoffman and Bass in there. Absolutely.
All right, over under Cowboys holding calls.
2.5.
I would set it at 2.5, and I'd probably take the over.
Yeah, I think if you do hold, you got to hold like Tyler Smith and just tackle the dude.
His
make your money's worth.
If you're gonna get the penalty, make it worth it.
If you want to look at metrics that way, home penalties for holding is 2.33. Away is 1.33.
Well, you nailed the
2.5
GTS on that one. Well, Chuck, I'm taking the over. I'll get 3.
Yeah, I'm probably looking at the over.
I'll just be the homer and go under.
A lot of inexperience out there.
I'm just trying to. Gosh, dang it.
That's the
Tyler Smith and the jobbers.
The penalties are the one thing that kill this team, right? The drives.
Sleephole did the 2023 wild card game.
Damn it, Ron.
He did the Packer.
He did the Packer Cowboy wild card game. Ooh. Last 2 losses to the Packers at AT&T Stadium. He did.
Hey,
Dawson.
That might need to be pulled for the laugh bracket, right?
I just
that was
like
a little bit of an evil bribe.
I'm just sitting there thinking like you're going to fight a pretty good football team, but now you're going to have to really fight this guy.
Okay, did you see the special teams note?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Is that maybe positive for us?
Go ahead.
Packers not good at it.
Packers maybe not good at special teams.
Rich Bisaccia.
He calls the 3rd most special teams penalties
This
so
is
far
true.
this year.
This is true.
Oh, I like that.
I mean, you're going to need to win the turnover margin by 2 and get a massive special teams play to have a shot. It's really, it doesn't follow logic that it's just a 6.5 point line, Brian.
Yes, you did. You miss Bones Fossil for wheels off potential fake stuff happening.
With how bad this defense is right now, I do.
I don't know. I'll take Fossil back as long as we can pick our own kicker and he can't do trick plays.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. Wheels off trick play guy when your team's.
We can use it this week. Yeah.
Far away.
I think you want to go flea flicker. I think you want to go double reverse. I think you want to bring it all out.
The minute you run that double reverse, it loses like 18 yards.
Yeah, don't
and
like
an ankle
reverse.
Dawson's just going to be MF and like, what are we doing?
I think Brian Anger's got a hose on him, though, doesn't he?
Didn't we have one throw that wasn't very good from Brian Anger?
What'd you say?
I meant a good arm.
Okay.
As a term from the 80s.
Okay.
He's one of the longest Cowboys.
That's crazy.
I can't. Maybe we should ask the missus.
They call him the fireman.
Yeah, they sure do.
All right, so we got holding. That's
Aubrey's got wheels. Have him take off like Chris Jones once.
Can you imagine doing something and all of a sudden Aubrey gets hurt?
Hey, stop now.
All right, never mind. Don't do that, guys. That was reckless abandon by me.
You pitch him the ball and he's running around the edge. And just gets
games.
punished under the bench.
Yeah.
I'll take Buddy crossed the plane and we got points. I would cut the lead to 30
God.
for the Packers.
I mean, anything.
Shut up, bro. Shut up.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it either, but I'll take any result other than Dak Prescott injured at the end of this game. Okay. That's what you can't have.
You definitely can't have that.
Offensive holding.
Never go full Joe Milton.
That's big for this guy. Like I say, offensive holding, that's 11 of those. 7 for the homes, 4 for the aways. False start is big with this guy. That's a penalty that he really
Get him officiating Philly games.
Yeah.
Crying out loud.
No kidding.
Can't believe they made such a big deal out of it, then they did it again.
Here's defensive pass interference is showing up.
Ooh, let's go.
Pickens.
Go GP3.
Pickens.
Might be your best play.
Yeah.
Down the field, but he's got 2 for the home and 2 for the aways. Illegal block above the waist. This is a special teams penalty.
Okay.
4 of
All right.
those.
Dang.
Watch out for those.
Dawson, watch out for this one. We got a clock watcher.
Ooh.
Delay of game.
You don't want to be playing games.
All right, listen, how about this one, delay of game? Do you guys worry about a little bit about Packer fans being loud and we might have to go silent count in our own stadium?
Yeah, I can't wait to see what the ratios are.
Yeah, I think this might be as big of an away crowd as we've ever seen.
We've seen some big ones now. San Francisco. San Fran.
Just a sea of red.
Houston was a big one time. I could see this one being pretty boisterous.
Yeah, and Packers fans are fired up. You know, they think it's their year, and then you have the Cowboys fans. They're going to be, hate booing Jerry, I think, through this whole deal. It's going to be a totally surreal deal.
So we got a clock watcher delay of game. They've got 3 of those. Actually, the away team has been hurt on this one of the 3. 2 for the aways, 1 for the homes. Unnecessary roughness 3 times. He's trying to make sure that he gets the number of the mandate. Let's not have any unnecessary roughness. Defensive holding, another one that could benefit your wide receivers right there. And then defensive offsides are your other ones. Only a couple of the illegal formations. That's usually the guys lining up maybe deep in the backfield. So we need to be a little bit aware about that one with Steele.
Well, and the Packers got a lot of pre-snap penalties.
Good. Yeah. And they got some backup linemen playing.
I think Pickens could be the best wide receiver ever at drawing these. He is so aware, whether
of how to get his body in the way.
He can just pay attention to multiple things at the same time, unlike other players. Other players really got to focus on the football. He can just take a look, and there's something that allows him to track it and still know where the tacklers are going to be. So he's almost working to avoid the tackle while he's receiving the ball. He can be receiving the ball and planning his first move in a fight. So I would weaponize this. I don't know if coaches pay attention to it as much as fans do, but I'm thinking against this defense, we don't have that great of a chance to sit back in the pocket and dice up their secondary from the pocket. So let's take a quick 3 to 5 step drop and let that thing go multiple times throughout the game, especially on 3rd and long, and see what George Pickens can manufacture, because he will put himself between the player and the ball and then flail and sell it.
He's good at it.
Better than anybody I've ever seen.
One more, if I could. Keep an eye on this one. He does have an illegal downfield call that maybe Shoddy gets in this game, and all of a sudden you're trying to run some screen stuff and things like that. Make sure that the linemen, but they do have one, and that you kind of worry about that if you're going to try and run some stuff where it is screen, but the play gets messed up, and they maybe have to throw it downfield or something.
You guys going to be on that Miller Lite Plaza Sunday night?
We will be there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, we will be.
Starting about 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock.
Broadus and Chief, 4 o'clock on the dot. Cowboys pregame show. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40.
Thank you, man.
Of course, you'll be back on Monday with film takeaways from the contest. Hopefully, we're talking about a big old Cowboys victory. All righty, coming up next, we'll chuck a Football Friday mixed bag.
Yeah, let's do it. We, of course, will get you with some of the best NFL news. Man, is Russell Wilson playing his way out of the Hall of Fame? Wilkes responding to Baker, and this Cal Raleigh story is better and better. That's next.
All right, we're into the weekend. Look at this. Congrats. We made it to Friday. If you don't have energy to go crush your weekend.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 3 of the Nation. We're under 90 minutes now to Rangers pregame. They're going to take on the Guardians tonight, and Eric Nadel will join us coming up at 4:40. We have a mid-afternoon edition of LA Live coming up in 20 minutes. If you never get to get LA Live at 5:40, you're lucky, because today it's a little bit early. You'll get that coming up in 20 minutes. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, I promise you sat of the day earlier about Marvin Harrison Jr.
You did, and you
I will. Here it is. And shout out to Marvin Harrison Jr. And I was thinking, my gosh, how many Arizona fans are still believing in Kyler Murray? With how bad that offense looked, him and Marvin Harrison Jr. just had a terrible connection. Then they have a massive comeback in the second half. Marvin Harrison Jr., a big reason why they come up short, 23-20. You have the big special teams penalty, Seattle wins. But through the first 20 NFL games of their careers, Marvin Harrison, senior, Hall of Famer, had 1,026 receiving yards and 9 touchdowns. Marvin Harrison Jr., through the first 20 NFL games, 1,027 receiving yards and 9 touchdowns. Nearly identical stats.
Just one yard away.
20 games, literally 1 yard away. How
3 feet away, Wolchuk.
Father and son.
36 inches.
That is wild.
I guess.
Because 20 games is a pretty large sample size.
If you're a Cardinals fan,
that's optimism.
You're taking solace in that.
Absolutely.
Now you're just Peyton Manning away.
Yes.
From really having his career take off.
Just go get your Peyton Manning.
I mean, how hard is it really? Just go get one.
There's like Peyton Manning throwing on trees.
How tough is it to literally know what you need and then just go get it?
Okay, could it be? They hang on to Kyler just long enough.
I know where you're going with this.
And we do get an Arch Manning in Arizona, and we get Manning to Harrison 2.0.
Then you'll just be a Reggie Wayne away.
Then the football gods will really have formed here in a freaky-deaky way.
That would be super freaky-deaky. Power of the story.
Man, that is absolutely bizarre.
Is it fair to pull for that?
I'm rooting for it now. I mean, if Arch ends up being good, I'd love to see him in a Cowboy uniform, but that would be the next best thing. Manning to Harrison Jr.
I mean, football is cyclical. We've heard that.
All right, let's get some updates here. This is also a bad stat. Bland Diggs, just their 5th game together in the last 3 seasons.
Yeah, there's something.
5 games.
Football doesn't want those two to be on the field together.
The football god's not on our side when it comes to this. It's amazing what they're doing for the Harrison family. Beautiful.
Right.
This is ridiculous. What is going on?
And no indictment on what they're doing with the Harrisons. We just want it too.
Yeah. We just want a little bit of, can we get some Diggs and Bland together at the same time and playing well?
I keep trying to tell you, I don't think you want to hear it, Wolchuk, but the worst thing that's happened for this team over the last half decade is just injuries. Just completely decimated. I think it's I think it's the most downplayed story of the century for the
Cowboys.
Cowboys.
The years don't. They were healthy in the years that they had a chance to do it. Diggs did miss. Diggs did miss
Till Tony Pollard broke his leg when he was the only thing you had going against San Francisco.
Yeah, that sucked. Yeah, and that was a big reason why they lost that game, 100%. But they were healthy, like going into the playoffs. That was McCarthy's, at least in 22 and 23, and then 24, all hell broke loose, very hurt. And the first year of Mike, 2020, really bad year health-wise. But Diggs is hurt. He's dealing with the right hamstring issue. It's not the shoulder. It's the hammy, according to Calvin Watkins. That's what's going on there.
I thought it was the knee.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Man, that's brutal because it makes me feel like he's having a hard time staying healthy.
Yeah, no kidding.
Once you start getting a collection of stuff.
And then it's just, bye-bye. You just got to cut ties if that's going to be the issue. And I don't know how much salary cap space you're going to have to eat, but hopefully there's...
And I don't think anybody's going to want him. Like, no. His level of play is maybe 60% of what it was.
Yeah, 2 massive knee injuries, and then if you're just struggling to stay healthy on a week-to-week basis, now how much does he want to be here right now? Maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe Green Bay welcomes a trade.
So there was no actual injury on that hit. I knew it.
He got hit in the side. I watched the tape, and I stopped it. He got hit in the rib area. That's where it wasn't like in the shoulder or the head, and I was wondering.
Well, now it's a hammy.
Yeah.
Tony cracked a rib and punctured a lung, went in there, threw it to Jesse Holley.
Damn right he did. That's toughness. The Packers, though, are going to be without Zach Tom, Aaron Banks, and they might also be without Anthony Belton. We'll see. But 2 starting offensive linemen at least, and then Belton's one of the backups for Tom. So you do have a Packers offensive line that is going to be without starters. The issue is, as we've talked about, can you take advantage of that? And I don't think there's a lot of hope the Cowboys can. Clowney, who knows? And then the defensive tackles need to step up big in this game moving forward. We'll fingers crossed here.
Get a breakout from Ezeraku. Get that week 1 Neyland game. He was up against a good tackle. Like, it's possible. I think because of the return of Deron Bland.
Yes, and
the Packers don't have great wide receivers. I mean, you're having to contain 600-700-yard guys.
Yeah.
There's nobody special over
there. But they don't need a wide receiver 1. I mean, that's what Matt LaFleur said last year. Maybe Golden will end up emerging as that guy. I hope it doesn't happen on Sunday. Let's go to Amazon Prime's Thursday Night Football broadcast. And this was Tony Gonzalez, Richard Sherman. Tony G is a Hall of Famer. Don't believe Richard Sherman is, but certainly he is qualified to talk about Russell Wilson. He played with him quite a bit in Seattle. Russell Wilson taking over, getting benched in New York. What do they think about this? And Tony G, do you want to see him again?
Honestly, I hope we have. And I say that because just looking at him and his career, his legacy, like you talked about, if ever there was somebody who played himself out of a Hall of Fame, it's Russell Wilson.
Really?
And I say that because look at what's happened ever since he left Seattle. When he was in Seattle, he was the man. He was making these good plays. He won a Super Bowl, went to 2 of them. But as soon as he left there, he went to Denver, signed that big old deal. They paid him $39 million to leave. He goes to Pittsburgh, plays there 1 year. He's out of there. Now he goes here and has 3 games. I just don't know if it's going to get any better, and I don't want to see him on a sideline holding a clipboard.
So you're very much under the "what have you done for me lately" thing in taking away the first decade of his career.
Absolutely, and I just don't think he's done himself any favor since he left Seattle, and I don't know how's it going to get better. I don't know.
So I agree. I agree. I think you got to judge his career off when the Legion of Boom was there. He had a legendary defense, an all-time defense, and how much success he had. And then without that legendary defense, the success he had. Without that legendary defense, he's been 4-11, 7-8. 0-3 to start with the Giants. He was a winning football player in Seattle, and people said, hey, winning is football player, all this good stuff, all these accolades, and now you get to go on your own and you get to prove, hey, I'm this great quarterback, I'm this guy that's going to be dominant, and it just hasn't worked out that way.
I think the last 5 or 6 years in Seattle, he carried that team, and he wasn't just a passenger on a team. He was a perennial contender there for 4 or 5 years. You're looking at 2012 through 2021. Putting up a 4-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio with passer ratings over 100. Like, that's some revisionist history. It's been bad. He did not age well, but that's a normal type of deal for a guy that relies on his athleticism. You're not going to play well into your mid-30s.
Yeah, and to your point, I mean, Richard Sherman was done in 2017 there, Chancellor in 2018, and then Earl Thomas leaving effectively ended the Legion of Boom era in 2019, and they went 12-4 in 2020. I don't think there's success. I mean, there's Super Bowl success, absolutely.
Yes.
But Russell Wilson had them, and it turned to he's carrying them post Legion of Boom, and he played really well.
I mean, you could say the same thing about Patrick Mahomes right now. Oh, look at this. When he had the best defense, he was in the Super Bowl. And then when their defense didn't get good and he didn't have Tyreek Hill and a prime Travis Kelce, well, yes, you're going to need a lot of good football players on your team to play at a Super Bowl level.
It's just crazy. He had the drop off at 33 years old. His whole life changed as a quarterback. He went from like a 60 QBR, and he was always well above the 60s, to then 38, 50, 47, and now 54.
Well, it's also
a cliff.
It's very,
and if it wasn't for that Cowboys game, that 54 would probably be more like a 24.
It's also very evident just how much his teammates, though, at least his ex-teammates, hate him. Like, Richard Sherman played with him, won Super Bowls with him.
Yeah.
And he's talking about he's played his way out of the Hall of Fame. Like, he's not defending his former teammate. He's roasting him and throwing him under the bus.
Would he be the
Marshawn Lynch constantly talks crap about. Like, he might be just a horrible person.
Well, I think he's annoying. I think he's a nerd.
Irritable.
I do think he's
a bad teammate. Horrible teammate.
Has anybody ever played themselves out of the Hall of Fame that was clearly a Hall of Famer and then sucked so bad in the back nine that we revoked the Hall of Fame decade? I love that interaction. Was that Melissa Stark or Whoever that
that was a great follow-up.
Clarissa Thompson.
Clarissa Thompson. Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah. You're just
thinking about what have you done for me lately, and not the decade of dominance.
Yes. Tony G just didn't even skip a beat.
Absolutely, I am.
That's exactly it. All right, let's get to Steve Wilkes here. He is replying to Baker Mayfield's comments last week about how personal that game was against the Jets. And Steve Wilkes was the interim head coach at that point of Carolina. Baker says he cut him. Steve Wilkes, what do you have to say about it?
A lot of respect for Baker. Tremendous football player. And he's doing a hell of a job with those guys down there. So nothing really to say beyond that. I don't know how long you've been doing this, but I'm sure you're quite educated on it. I don't really think an interim coach has that much authority over personnel. If that's the case, I would have never gotten rid of our best player, Christian McCaffrey.
That's a great point.
Just dead face. Dude,
Baker's got some weird takes when he leaves. Remember when he left Tech and he felt like he gotten benched? And they were like, well, actually, we hadn't benched you, but I think he's overly sensitive guy.
Yeah, and he feels like he kind of needs that. He needs to hate somebody.
Is that the Michael Jordan thing?
A little bit,
Colby, those guys that always have to create somebody.
I took that personal.
KG, Brady.
Yeah.
I see you recruiting a quarterback. That's it. I'm out of here.
Yeah. Oh, you want this Mahomes guy over me? Bleep yourself.
Yeah, I think if Jordan had left when Pippen arrived, Pippen's on the all-rookie team, I think an analogy plays, but I think Baker's pretty toxic. It's gotten better, but still the young, petulant Mayfield appears.
Yeah.
But it helps fuel himself and his team to victory, whatever it takes.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I love the Carolina memes of him and Sam Darnold walking off the field together, and the Panthers fans are just like, what have we done?
Can you imagine?
No, I can't. And I hope we don't have to.
It just sucks because there are situations where a quarterback saves a bad team. And it's like, oh, look at this. I guess a good rookie quarterback can step in here and have success. But so many teams are moving on too early from guys now.
Yeah, it's what have you done for me lately? I guess maybe Tony G's got a point there. If you stay for 3 years, you suck. On. That's just what you are.
Wish those teams had moved on in the early 2000s. We couldn't get a quarterback.
Yeah, we could have taken one of them.
Jeez.
100%. The final thing here, let's dip back into baseball. The Cal Raleigh 60th home run ball story. It's awesome. A man catches it, ends up just handing it. I mean, it was the opposite of the Phillies, Karen. He says, here you go, little kid, Ethan.
Here's 6 figures of ball.
He didn't want to be internet shamed.
Gives him the ball.
Was it Bill Gates, for crying out loud? Who's got the kind of financial wherewithal to be gifting stuff like that?
It's a great question. The Aaron Judge 62nd ball went for a $1.5 million at auction. So he definitely did lose out on quite a bit of money. But it is still a beautiful story in sports.
It is.
He says, screw this. He celebrates for 15 seconds. He hands the ball to a young fan. He went back to the game the next night, and the Mariners hooked him up with getting to meet Cal Raleigh and do a whole visit there, which is pretty awesome.
Got to lay eyes on the big dumper.
Yeah, he got to really hug the dumper.
Wow, that was part of it.
Intimate exchange.
It was. I mean, there was pictures.
As long as it was consensual,
it happened, man.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. There it is, a mixed bag for you on a Friday. We got an hour and 13 minutes to go.
Want some more?
Well, it's time for LA Live.
No, don't worry.
You good? You got the rest of the story here
that
for
bag's
us?
Empty, pal.
Yeah. Nice job, Zach.
Gosh,
the dumper.
Lucius, what are we doing next?
Yeah, man, it's a feel good Friday. Don't crash out this weekend, folks. I have a weekend warning for you next.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
All right, prize picks. And it is the last 3 days of the Rangers season. Jack Leiter's on the bump. You want to go more or less strikeouts for the Jack Leiter case, okay? Let's go ahead and enjoy this while we can.
What are those walks looking like?
There isn't one for the walks, Eric. There's not a play for the walk.
Viva? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. Right, but I feel like this is your hair. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. It is a Football Friday, and we have Nick Harris coming up at 5 o'clock. Star Telegram, help preview Cowboys Packers. It's time now to stay in that Pimp Cup over here with Lucius Alexander and LA Live.
Oh, yeah, it's a Feel Good Friday. Let's get into the good vibes right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. That weed. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Here's my main problem with barbecue restaurants. It's the only business where it's just fine for them to not have the stuff that they say they're going to have. Like, they're smug about it. They're not sorry. Like, they're smug. They'll be like, can I get some ribs? You want ribs? You want ribs at 3:30 in the afternoon? Son, we ain't had ribs since 11:05. They line up for these ribs.
Yeah.
You can't just come in here in the afternoon looking for some ribs. I mean, they line up for these ribs. Billy, we got a boy out here who says he wants some ribs. I don't know who's going to bring it to him. Maybe Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny.
And there's quite a few little spots like that here in the DFW.
Yeah.
I was telling Carter, what's the name of it? Boots Burgers in Rockwall. It like opens up at 11:30 and it closes at 1:30 in the afternoon. Like 11:30 in the morning, 1:30 in the afternoon.
Wow.
Some of the best burgers, if you can catch them, some of the best burgers you've ever had.
He's got a huge line.
Huge line, and you do not have a lot of time, bro.
It's by the doors being, by that window being that small, he creates demand.
It really does.
It creates demand. My Uncle Sonny did it at Sonny Bryan's Barbecue back in the 80s. In the 70s. I mean, he did it where he'd open the doors at 11, and he knew how to cook just the right amount of barbecue to be done by 3.
God, they run out.
They run out.
Genius.
He would just run out. And then
run out.
And that's what you do. You cook just enough, but you make the demand so strong that it brings everybody in. So you get overrun, and then when the run's over, then you're out of barbecue and you leave. My uncle figured it out way back in the 70s and 80s.
What's the name of that Rockwall spot, Lucius?
Boots Burgers. Hey, I believe that's the name of it. Hey, this is LA Live for Friday, September 26, 2025. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live. Another wild-ass week of 2025 in the books. Can you fellas name some wild-ass things that happened this week?
Man, the Dallas ice thing.
The Dallas ice shooting.
Holy cow.
There
Going
was
after
no
the
rapture.
Asians and shooting immigrants.
No, there was no rapture.
There was no rapture.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was shooting anybody, and everybody had moved.
Surprise.
Jimmy Kimmel was back.
Oh, yeah, Jimmy Kimmel's back.
Tylenol took a hit. Tylenol took a L in the streets.
Yeah, these moms are wild.
Yeah, we had the Flower Mound Karen.
Oh, yeah, Flower Mound.
Flower Mound.
Is the Tylenol thing
Flower
real?
Mound stand up.
Man, I'd be hot.
Is the Tylenol thing real?
I mean, it's real as we're talking about it.
I mean, I saw a tweet. Tylenol had tweeted out like back in 2017, like you're not supposed to take this while you're pregnant.
Oh, wow.
They had tweeted that out years ago.
Wow.
Crazy stuff, bro.
What if it's not the vaccines? It's actually just Tylenol. Oh, my God.
No, it's not the Tylenol. What's the active ingredient in Tylenol?
The acetaminophen.
Yeah.
Tylenol's the only one that uses that.
Acetaminophen. Hey, let's enjoy this weekend safely, y'all. It is a State Fair weekend. Oh, it is here, finally. I seen a video of your boy Cooper Flagg eating a turkey leg.
There you go.
Yeah, big old turkey leg, probably about 40 minutes ago. So I figure he's asleep. He's asleep right now. And somebody else said they renewed their wedding vows out there on the Midway today at the State Fair. Yeah, that's the type of love I have for the State Fair too, there, man.
I didn't know how they put big techs up. I saw a video of how they raised him up to put him in position.
Yeah, wasn't he like popped up last week, right?
Yeah, he's
here, baby.
He's got this crane, and it just kind of lifts him up, and
He's awakened.
And then he rolls, and then the wheels catch, and then they roll him right into place, and they lock him down.
Howdy, folks.
He's got some good threads.
Yeah, he does. Luke Casey's.
Yeah, you got
nice stuff. Avoid the law dogs this weekend because if you get arrested tonight, you will not see the judge until Monday. We don't want to crash your whole weekend out like that. Mind your speeds. Please do not drink and drive. Keep your emotions in check. Every time I say do not drink and drive, I think of those cops that text the fan text when I say, can you have an open container? It's like, oh, no, it's fine. You're all right. This is a wild place, Texas. Keep your emotions in check this weekend. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner. In other words, do not crash out. I'm going to clear this folder out. Speaking of crash outs, remember I watched about 4 or 5 hours of city council crash outs. And I want to get these out of my folder real quick. So let's go to city council crash outs for a second. Yes. El Monte, California. El Monte, California. This dude was talking about college football, and he brought one of those things that they've been throwing on the courts and fields as of late.
Oh, no.
To make his point.
UCLA football sucks. Kind of like this one.
Oh, no.
Oh, was it bright green?
Jeez, bro. No, it's flesh colored.
Oh, okay.
It's flesh colored. Where did he get that? I don't know. But he had it on deck right there. Hey.
Just a little nightstand. Probably swung by Choppy's house.
Swung by Big Chops. Yeah, let's see what else we got.
Just after medallions.
Bring your plastic sheets.
Yeah.
Rubber.
Rubber sheets.
Let's go to LA City Council. Now, this is the highest paid council of all the land, so they can take a little bit of abuse. I do not know why they have the microphones there for these people at this point. This one started off kind of crazy, and it ended that way, too.
Hong Kong, Cheech and Chong.
Oh, here we go.
Chong Wong.
Adrian Broner.
Okay, so this is not on the agenda. You need to stick to the agenda items, or I'm going to move you to general public comment.
We need harbor environmental. We have this issue here regarding the mayor. What did she do about the 405 freeway fires? Where was her concern of safety then? The black mayor was doing caca. I'll translate that. Google.
Come on. Come on, bro.
She hasn't done just like the rest of you worthless piece of
I can't believe this.
This is not on the file. It's the same referee guy, right?
I can't believe it.
That was great.
The referee guy?
The same referee guy. Oh, this is not on the file.
Yes.
The same guy. That
poor dude looks so beat down in the face.
He goes to lunch. He's like, what am I doing?
Beat down, dog. I feel bad for him, man. City council meetings.
We'll have to move this to another area. Thank you.
All right, so we needed some help into this little school district. We need to bring some money into the school district. We have a beer vendor and Democratic candidate right here for Wisconsin governor, Ryan Stenott, I believe that's his name is. He has an idea how to bring some money back into the school district. Let's see if you guys agree with this one.
You say quality education at all levels. What does that mean to you?
Money needs to go into school systems. We could think out of the box here. How about selling alcohol at high school sporting events?
What?
I think, one, it would be rude to the kids, unfortunately, who aren't old enough to drink, to see adults drinking, but that purchasing of the beers at high school football facilities is actually going in to the schools. And we also have to be careful on some liabilities. What happens if someone is driving back from a high school football game and gets into an accident? I know it's a bold decision to make, but hey, that's revenue.
The streets got to eat, dog.
That's revenue.
Let's sell alcohol at the high school games. I feel bad for the kids that are going to watch us drink.
You know what? Screw it, right?
I mean, he covered all the bases there.
He covered it all.
You got to be worried about the DUIs and the kids' feelings, and probably the hammered parents trying to run onto the field and fight the opposition, like our guy Jake Ferguson experienced in middle school.
That's right.
I can imagine the arguments in the stands, but hey. Yeah. You might really make up some budget windfalls that they could figure out ways to waste over the next decade.
I can't imagine how much Frito pie I would crush if I was also boozing.
Yeah, you know what?
I mean?
That would be another layer to that.
I would just be wearing Frito pie.
Right?
I think they could be sold together, like a combo platter.
Like the
Frito
adult
pie
Frito
and a
pie?
beer.
Yeah.
And a beer.
You got to have an adult in there making those beers. You know, we got the kids always in the concession stands.
Yeah.
I don't want no foamy-ass beer, kid.
I'll tell you what, Lucius.
I had to lean in that cup for your boy.
I had to do it. I had to work the concession stand for, like, every parent had to take a turn.
Yes.
And I was working with the other parents.
Was it Greenville?
I guarantee they thought I was an idiot. I was like, hey, I'll stand back here and make pretzels. I'll be the pretzel guy.
The nerve of some of these educators are, I mean, how much does Green Hill cost? And now I got to work in the concession stand?
Oh, yeah. There was times where,
that's
like,
wild.
I missed.
That's like I got to pay $500 to get into a Cowboys game and taxes build the stadium.
I had to miss like half the game. They signed you up for a half. So a half of football a year is what they did.
Camaraderie.
Yeah. Let's see what else. This right here, this dude. It's LA City Council. They have a celebrity, apparently, in the midst of them.
council president discrimination issues that my friend Dana said that she only likes our 24-inch city attorney and she does not like 3-inch shrimp. That really hurts my feeling. And I believe in the city of Los Angeles, and I believe that nobody should be discriminated just because I'm transgender, just because I'm illegal immigrants, just because I am a 3-time transgender recipient award, whatever, transgender of the year, whatever you call it.
3-time transgender of the year award winner. What?
Whatever you call it.
4 times in a row. What'd they give you?
That they them is on a heater.
Can you just keep swapping?
I don't know, man. 4 times in a row, 3 times. You need to give it up for somebody.
Every time, just a bigger act of bravery.
Oh, brother said this today, and I think it's so funny the way you say it, brothers.
That's sad.
That's sad.
That's sad.
Sad, man.
That's sad.
Sad.
I'm sad.
That's sad.
I'm sad.
I'm sad. Double that A up for you, Lucius.
Sad.
Sad.
Sad. How about this one before I get on out of here? Because I'm definitely up against it. Now, they've got some weird thing going on. So when you did PE, did you change your clothes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Called it dressing down.
Yes, and you have like certain PE clothes you're supposed to wear that match kind of like school colors or whatever.
And they would be stinking by Thursday.
Yeah, you had to take them home at the end of the week and wash them and bring them back.
Yeah.
You didn't wash your clothes
Them
every
little
day?
T-shirts were funky, boy.
Yeah,
Them
you wash the same
T-shirts
one
got
every day.
funky.
No, we didn't take the clothes home until the end of the week.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. That's for like you wore them for like 45 minutes. I don't know.
I hear Fred would take them home at the end of the year.
In hindsight,
That's hard to believe. Well, you're okay. I understand Dawson being in the Pacific Northwest, but the rest of us being Texans?
I took mine home
every day.
Almost every other day and brought some new ones back.
Every day I brought
I could see that if they were soaking. Yeah, but we had a lot of indoor
I was a big heavy set guy.
50 degrees.
Yeah.
It's hot out here.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Well, they're protesting changing clothes for PE. They don't want the kids changing clothes for PE because in California, the liberals, you can pick your own gender.
Okay.
So her parent was like, wait a minute. So she decided to go ahead and strip naked during the board meeting. Well, she stripped down to her bikini.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Yeah, a little protest.
I just thought I would show the school board what does it feel like to change into your PE clothing. And I had a bathing suit on, so everything was covered as far as my body.
Into different bathrooms just based off of their...
No, you cannot.
I have my bathing suit on. Excuse me, this is allowed.
We're going to recess.
Yeah.
I'm going to finish my comments, or you are violating my First Amendment right. I'm
meeting
sorry,
is
but
recessed.
this is a bathing suit.
You know, if the adults don't feel comfortable watching someone, and I'm a 50-year-old woman, change into an outfit, how can they expect the girls to feel comfortable doing that? So I just thought I made a really good point.
Hey.
We need a recess.
Yeah, strip.
Just calls recess immediately.
Right to bear arms.
I don't know how to handle this. We need a recess.
It must have been a horrible view. All right, that's enough.
There he
Closes
goes.
MF for up.
LA Live, Lucius Alexander.
I'll be black, Lord willing, on a Monday, Lord.
Yeah.
You know, creek don't rise and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
See you at the fair this weekend. Peace, holla.
There he goes. My bad for stepping on the
You're all
dismount.
good, fam.
Lucius Alexander, most nights 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Wanted to give you a little early because it's Friday. We got Rangers baseball coming up at 5:30, and Eric Nadell joins you next here on The Fan. I want to chat about Permapure Foundation Repair, though. These are the guys to go.
right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3. The Fan Rangers baseball is coming up at 5:30. We have Eric Nadel joining us here, brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care and TXU Energy. The Eric Nadel Show every Friday here on The Fan, and we'll get to Eric in just a second. Looking forward to chatting with Nick Harris here coming up at 5 o'clock. And here's what I want to get Eric's thoughts on, and maybe your guys' thoughts right here. Looking at this Micah Parsons thing, that's the big focus. And then looking at TJ Watt and Myles Garrett, not only their salary, but how good they are against the run. Like, they're up in the upper quadrant of all these charts that are posted. Yeah. And, I don't know about you, but as we see the proliferation of the run game back in the NFL, I think it actually just makes good business sense and team building sense to do what they did.
Amen. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I think I said in the postgame show, I don't think any defensive player, especially one that's not like an amazing all-around player, is worth $47 million. I think only quarterbacks are. That's a lot of money to pay one guy.
All right, we'll get Eric Nadel here in just a second. What do you think about that, Brian? Like, could it be worth?
I was trying to think
about $45 million for just rushing the passer and average run defense. I don't want to say Micah's bad at it. That would be bad at journalism.
I was just listening to you talk about it, and it was kind of. I knew you said it in the postgame show too, and I was just sitting there thinking. But I was thinking, how do you stop these quarterbacks then? How do you stop?
Yeah, and
it's fascinating. If not, you've got to pay these guys.
You're right, but if you look at the highest paid defensive players, for whatever reason, at least just ends, their teams either didn't make the playoffs or they don't do a whole lot of winning, which is just bizarre. Like Max Crosby and the Raiders didn't make the playoffs. Myles Garrett and the Browns, how many times have they made the playoffs? Twice.
He even went back. He took more money and went back.
He threatened the trade, and they offered him the highest paid defensive money in history, and he said, yep, thank you, I'll sign that check.
I think with Pittsburgh and Cleveland, the thing there is they just haven't had good quarterback play.
Right. TJ Watt, very capable, but I don't think his playoff numbers, as much as we wanted to knock on Mike, I don't think his are great either. He's never won a playoff game.
Eric Nadel, brought to you by Tylock George Eye Care and TXU Energy, and a good afternoon, sir. How the heck's Cleveland today?
Hey, I'm doing great. How are you?
We're doing wonderful. Thank you. What'd you think about what Marcus Simeon said, that they got a lot of work to do to get out of the funk they've been in?
Well, they do have a lot of work to do. It didn't really address what kind of work. I think a lot was left to the imagination there. Clearly, they've had two bad offensive seasons in a row. I think it requires a change in philosophy offensively, where they need to get back to being able to put balls in play. They need to be able to get one run when they need to. They need to be able to hit the ball to the opposite field. I don't know if that's what he's talking about or not, or if he's talking more about the character of the players. He didn't really specify, and whoever was doing the interview didn't really follow up along those lines.
Yeah, I guess the only thing he suggested was they need guys that are hungrier. Do you think they showed enough fight here this season?
I think they've shown plenty of fight. I don't think that's been the problem at all, but I do think the lack of the so-called team at bat has been a major problem and a major reason that their offensive performance as a team is so far down, and why their record in close games is so poor, because they've been unable to get one run when they need it in the late innings of games. And I think that goes back to the philosophy of home run or bust, which seems to be the way a lot of teams, including the Rangers, have approached things in the last couple of years.
Is that what they were trying to fix when they brought Brett Boone in? How'd that go?
Yeah, I think that is what they were trying to fix, but I don't necessarily know that they have the players, to do that. And I don't think it went that well, honestly. And maybe if you start in spring training and you give Brett Boone or whoever's going to be overseeing the hitting next year the opportunity to start right at the beginning in February and establish a philosophy of team at bats, that you can have a lot more success than what they've done this year. Bringing in a guy a month into the season and then asking guys to change their whole approach.
Looking at the roster, if you changed out 2 or 3 spots and you brought in highly disciplined players with good leadership, would that be enough, or do you need like all 9 plus the bench participating in this?
No, well, you need everybody participating, but you don't have to change all of those spots, and that's above my pay grade. That's for Chris Young to determine, who are the guys who can become that type of hitter. And if, in fact, that's even what he thinks, I don't know. He hasn't really spoken to that. But, that's my feeling is you've got to have the right guys to be able to do that, or at least guys with the right attitude to be willing to change the way they've been approaching at-bats for the last few years.
Eric, years and years from now, when somebody asks you about the 2025 season, how will you remember it?
I will remember it as a season of frustration in which the Rangers underperformed offensively and wasted the best pitching that they've had in the history of the franchise. I don't think there's any way to get around that. It's been tremendously frustrating to have game after game after game where we talk about how great the Ranger pitching was, but too bad they didn't win because they didn't score enough runs. Or, Jacob deGrom had another great start, or Tyler Mahle had another great start, but, they're basically a 500 club with those guys on the mound, despite how good those guys have been.
Well, Jack Leiter will be getting the ball for the last time tonight. What did you think of his 2025 campaign? Was that a bright spot?
I think it's been a real bright spot, especially the way that he has learned to limit the damage. Last year and early this season, when things would start going bad, they would spiral out of control for Jack, and that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. I think that's the biggest improvement that he's made, in addition to the repertoire where, he went to the sinker and the changeup more in spring training. He really hasn't used the sinker much for it to be a factor, but the changeup certainly has been. I mean, he's using the changeup now almost 20% of the time, and it becomes a real factor at that point. So I think there's been major improvement there, too.
Eric, I'm sorry about this question, but here we go. Do you expect Bruce Bochy to be back?
I fully expect him to be back. I do. I've spent some time with him in the last week. He has not addressed the question directly, but all indications to me are that he still enjoys it, that his wife enjoys the fact that he's here in Texas and it's only an hour, 15-minute flight from Nashville, where they live in the off season, where she lives most of the time during the season. I think I'd really be surprised if he's not back.
Well, that's great news here with Eric Nadel, brought to you by Tylac George Eye Care and TXU Energy. Do you think they'll have really good pitching again next season as well?
I think their rotation will be fine. I mean, you look at what they've got. They've got Cody Bradford coming back, and you add Bradford to the three that would be your nucleus, and that would be Eovaldi, deGrom, and Leiter. You have Bradford as a fourth guy. I believe very strongly in Jacob Latz as a starting pitcher. And I think right now he would slot in as the fifth guy. And I'm sure they'll go out and sign a couple of veterans in the offseason so that they have some depth. They have a Jose Corniel as a possible backup to those guys. The question is, how are they going to put the bullpen together again? The bullpen basically as a whole is a free agent, with the exception of Robert Garcia. All the guys who pitch in the high leverage situations are free agents. Sean Armstrong, Phil Maton, Chris Martin, Hobie Milner, Jacob Webb, every single one is a free agent. So how they put the bullpen together, for me, is going to determine how good their pitching is next year, because the starting pitching is going to be just fine.
What you drinking? What you thinking?
Well, it's the last weekend of the season, and I'm tempted to be drinking tequila when I do these games. But they are very important games for Cleveland, so I'll probably stick with the hot chocolate that they have in the Keurig machine up here. And what I've been thinking is that there are some incredibly good concerts that are coming up in the next few weeks, and I'm really looking forward to them. And I'm very sad that the Rangers are not in the postseason. But at the same time, I'm looking forward to spending a lot of time at the Kessler, a lot of time at the Longhorn Ballroom, and seeing a whole bunch of shows. So I invite everybody to come out and support live music, and hopefully I'll see you at a show somewhere.
Well, we love supporting whatever you got cooking, man. Thank you so much for all the insights and entertainment throughout this year, and we look forward to seeing you this offseason and back in Surprise, sir.
Thanks. Been a lot of fun.
Cheers. There he goes. Eric Nadel, Hall of Fame voice of your Texas Rangers here on 105.3 The Fan. It's a Football Friday. We're busy. We got pregame coming up at 5:30, and we're back with Nick Harris of the Star-Telegram doing a heck of a job on the Cowboys beat, and he's with you next on The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go, Hour 4 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now to continue our Football Friday experience as we get you ready for Cowboys and Packers with Cowboys beat writer from the Star-Telegram, Nick Harris, here with you on The Fan. And how the heck are you, buddy? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, doing fantastic. How are we doing, fellas?
Doing good. I was just talking with the guys about, did the Cowboys make the right decision moving on from Micah Parsons? And I approached it from the metrics and the tape of T.J. Watt and Myles Garrett playing the pass and the run with equal dominance. Is Micah worth 45? What do you think?
I think from his pass rushing, prowess and how it opens up the rest of his teammates, I would say yes. You see what he's been able to do in his time with Dallas. Not only that, and then now you pair it with what his time has looked like early on in Green Bay. The leading NFL sack getter is Rashawn Gary at 4.5 sacks, and I am not saying that would be possible if Micah Parsons was not there, but I'm sure it would be a lot less likely.
What do you think the last couple of weeks would look like different if Micah had still been on the team?
Yeah, I think if you look at a game like New York, right, where Russell Wilson was able to just sit in the pocket and find those big passing lanes down the middle of the field, if Micah Parsons' pass rush was on display, then maybe they get home a little bit quicker. 3 sacks in 3 games, you would have to think that the pass rush would have a little bit more of an influence on these last couple of results than they have had. And I think a guy like Micah Parsons would have certainly helped in that case.
Now, how much of the guys here, the coaches, the players, figured things out this week? Do you have confidence the defensive performance will be better?
Yeah, confidence is weird, right? Because they're saying basically all the things that they said last week. The only difference is, they are taking the communication down from multiple word calls down to one word calls. And, they've been talking about changes all week, and they haven't hinted if it's going to be personnel or scheme. So I am interested to see what exactly those changes do look like. Something is going to be different defensively, though. They have been preaching that. And, I feel confident that they're going to follow through on that word. It's just, how big is the change? And honestly, if you're asking me, unless there's a starting lineup change with one of the guys in the secondary, I'm not sure how much more of a difference it could make.
All right, Nick, I'm kind of giving up on the edge group for right now, and I'm thinking if I look at Green Bay's offensive line, you can beat them in the middle. And I'm hoping Kenny Clark, Osa, Solomon Thomas. It's a revenge game for Kenny Clark too, Nick. What do you think? Am I off base here? Can we win it and get some pressure in the middle?
No, I don't think that's off base. The Packers starting left guard was just ruled doubtful earlier today. So it looks like there's going to be an opportunity in that interior. Zach Tom, their starting right tackle, I think there's going to be some opportunities on that side as well. He's out with an oblique injury. So, not only are the Cowboys working without two starting offensive linemen, but so are the Packers. So I think there's going to be opportunities for these defensive line, but, it's just about getting home and finding those opportunities. They've been able to generate pressure around, top 10, top 12 in the league, but the sack totals just haven't been there. They have to finish these pressures.
How big of a situation is it right now for George Pickens over these next few games without Lamb and the idea of just his general future with the Cowboys? This feels like it's pretty big for him.
Yeah, when this trade was made and we asked Jerry Jones, hey, are you going to go ahead and give him a contract before the season, or are you just going to let it ride out this 1 year? It seemed that everybody was in agreement that, one season for George Pickens to kind of prove his value was beneficial for all parties. And, if you're looking at it from Pickett's perspective, this is the time to really establish his value, because if, let's say, we look up at the end of the season and he has 800, 900 yards, but 400 of those came in the time that CeeDee Lamb was out, then that's really going to show that his value is there. And it's saying hey, he can be a wide receiver one when he's given that type of value. And then when he's not asked to be that wide receiver one, he's still opening up CeeDee Lamb enough to where he's still able to get his. I mean, we've seen that impact over the course of the first 3 weeks. Even if George Pickens' numbers haven't quite been there statistically, you have seen CeeDee Lamb be able to pick up consistent targets, consistent target share. And that's a product of just having a little bit more freedom in the secondary. But you hit it right on the head. This is a time for him to really establish that value. If he wants north of 30, 33 million per year, he's going to have to really show out these next couple of weeks without CeeDee Lamb.
Hey, Nick, to me, I always look at this, what's the path of victory, and I'm a big believer in the desperate team theory, but I just want to know if Dallas, how is it, do they try and run the ball here? Do they try and shorten the game? What's the plan you have? Or is it just try and protect, max this thing up, and see if you can get Pickens and Turpin and those guys involved and kind of get some points that way?
Yeah, that first point is exactly where I'm looking, Brian. I think if you can establish the run game early on and get Javonte Williams going, I think it's going to allow you to, again, shorten the game, win the time of possession battle. That's going to be huge just to keep this Packers offense off the field and allow play action to open up for Dak Prescott. If they can open up the play action, then that's going to take away that really fierce Green Bay pass rush a little bit more. It's going to allow you some opportunities. And there's not a better quarterback in the NFL right now statistically in the play action than Dak Prescott. Jordan Love is close behind him. We'll talk about that side of the ball in a second too. But I think if they're able to do that and really establish the run early on, load the box up, it's going to allow George Pickens, Jake Ferguson, Kevontae Turpin, some of these guys to get open. This could be a really big game for Jake Ferguson. This Green Bay defense is allowing the third most receiving yards to tight ends through 3 weeks. We've seen what Ferguson has been for Dak as far as a check down security blanket here in the first few weeks. I think it's an opportunity for him. Also for Brevin Spanford, maybe he gets a couple of targets as well.
Yeah, Trayvon Diggs with the slip against Chicago, the big plays against the Giants, getting beat deep. Where is he in his career? Did he come back too soon? Is this going to take more time to recover from the injuries, or can he? Have they just worn him down too much?
Yeah, he was dealing with a hamstring last week, and he's been dealing with it a little bit more this week. But he said it feels good and loose now, and that he'll be ready to go for Sunday. But you do have to look at the injuries, because it feels like the injuries have started to catch up to him for sure. And back-to-back major knee surgeries, it's never positive. And then when you see him make a mistake like the one he had in that first quarter against Roma Dunze, you have to look at, his recovery timeline and how, he was not rushed back to the field. I'm not going to put that on the Cowboys training staff. I think they do a fantastic job of getting their guys ready to play. But I think it was, such a good target to get him back for week one. And it felt good. And it was great to see him out there against Philadelphia. But then when DaRon Bland went down going into week two, it was like, okay, you need to play a full target. You need to play the full share of snaps. And, he was thrown out there. So it wasn't really like he got a full ramp up. He didn't play in a game environment until he went out there against Philadelphia for those 20 some odd snaps. And so you're going to see those little bit of lapses of ability at times just because he's still catching back up to speed. With a knee injury like that and back-to-back knee injuries like that, it's tough to imagine you'll see a fully fledged Trayvon Diggs until about 10, 11 games are under his belt. That's just my assumption, though, looking at guys who have had similar trajectories in the past.
What's your expectations for DaRon Bland's quality? And then it looked like Overshown maybe was doing more in practice this week.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like there's going to be many limitations for DaRon Bland. He missed that first week with that foot injury. The second week I think was probably more precautionary. Had it been, a late season situation where this team was probably like fighting for a playoff spot or something, I think you maybe would have seen DaRon Bland last week. I'm just kind of comparing that situation as far as what it would be in a different type of game environment. But, heading into this week, there's no limitations for DaRon Bland. Everyone feels pretty comfortable about what he's going to be able to provide. And then, DeMarvion Overshown, it was funny. He put on his helmet and did very, very light ball drills yesterday at practice. And we caught him coming off the field. He was like, that was my first time putting my helmet back on since I had the injury, which was last December. So I think we're about a month away from starting to talk about Overshown getting close to a return. And then he's going to have a little bit of a ramp-up period to get ready to play. But I'm still looking at early to mid-November. That's the timeline I've been sticking to during this process. I think it remains that way.
How ready are you, and how ready do you think that locker room is to be able to put this Micah storyline behind them?
It's just another storyline on this Cowboys saga, right? I mean, it's always going to be something around here for sure, and it's never a dull day. That's actually a blessing in a lot of ways. This locker room, I think you ask some guys and, they're embracing this storyline. I think Dak is embracing this storyline, but everyone is also understanding the problems that they have, defensively right now, some issues offensively that they're going to have to work through as far as injuries. I will give Brian Schottenheimer credit and his coaching staff credit. They've done a good job of getting this team focused on the game, not necessarily the storyline. They know Micah Parsons is going to be on the other side. They understand the challenges that are going to come with that. But, I think Dak said it best yesterday. He was like, as far as closure goes, that's for Jerry and Micah to worry about. For me, the closure happened when the trade happened. We had to move on. And, I think most of the locker room is taking on that same approach.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram, excellent work as always. Enjoying the podcast with John Owning as well. The cross chop there.
Thank you, fellas.
You got it, buddy.
Thank you, fellas. I really appreciate it.
Keep crushing it, bro.
Have a great weekend. Yeah, keep crushing. We'll check in with you next week. Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram, with you here on your home of the Cowboys. We're just about 20 minutes from Rangers pregame as they're finishing up in Cleveland. Jared Sandler have the pre coming up here at 5:30. Let's take a look at what the Packers are saying is their keys to success and where else they might be vulnerable coming up next year. But it's quitting time, and if you're heading home, you find yourself the unfortunate victim of somebody. All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I got keys from a Packers perspective that might reveal where they're vulnerable here with you. Pregame Sunday night, 4 o'clock with Chief and Broadus. And then postgame afterwards with Broadus and Wolchuk. And, of course, you don't want to miss out on Krusty's Corner Monday at 3:40. Well, Brian will give you his instant film takeaways. So that'll be fantastic. But this segment right here brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Of course, LA Live was earlier. We won't be able to get to it tonight at 5:40 because we'll be in the midst of Rangers pregame. But LA Live is brought to you every night by Greystone Roofing, and salute to those guys. And salute to Tolbert Garage Door, sponsor of this year's Flagtober, which is underway next Saturday at Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite, right off of 30 there. And the all-new Texas-themed G-Bag Nation flag. It's one of a kind. I believe it is the best flag ever. Let's go to Packers Wire. And they're talking about Kenny Clark leads the Cowboys in pressures, and talking about which pass rusher will have the bigger impact. Will it be Micah? Will it be Clark? And they're talking about how Elgton Jenkins, piano player of an offensive lineman for them over the years, is now playing center and struggling. He was much better at guard and tackle. And do you think Clark has a legitimate shot of out pressuring Micah here?
No.
Wolchuk?
I mean, I do think that is their path to success based on the way the edges have played. I don't know that they'll be able to take advantage of a banged-up offensive tackle, but the inside has played well. So if they're down some starting linemen, I just can't envision any world in where, like, pass rush-wise, Kenny Clark has a better game than Micah.
No.
That would be shocking. That would absolutely be a stunner because, like, Kenny Clark's been a good pass rusher for the Cowboys, but he is thought of as a run defender.
Yeah.
Micah's one of the top 3 pass rushers in all the NFL. He's probably going to be the one that has the stronger performance.
They can hunt matchups with Micah.
Yeah, lots of good ones. And in his time in the league, he leads the NFL in games with 8 pressures or more. So he could easily eclipse Kenny Clark's pressures through 3 games in one game.
Right.
It'll be just a matter of how intent they are of not letting him specifically disrupt. And if he gets going, I think you're going to have to send extra bodies and just hope for the best. But the way through this is to run the ball and run it incredibly well. Number 2, the deep passing game all but disappeared last week in Cleveland because the Packers could not protect, but it could come back in a big way against the Cowboys. They've allowed a league high 13 passing plays of at least 25 yards, including 11 completions alone for over 400 yards on passes that traveled over 20 yards in the air. So obviously LaFleur wants to test Bland, Diggs, Hooker, Wilson, and you're getting back now what you imagined is your starting secondary, in a secondary that's been halfway decent over the years. So if this doesn't go right, I would expect our guy Eberflus to be getting quite a bit of heat, maybe even some national heat here by the time we get to Monday morning.
And another banged-up offensive line, but he's got to find a way to get pressure. We asked Stephen Jones about that. Manufacturing pressure, that's something that they have just not been able to do. The 4-man rush, the blitz packages and stuff, we just haven't seen it. And then you've seen it, you haven't seen it with any success.
Could our special teams have a day? Rich Bisaccia's Packers special teams ranking 26th by DVOA. They had a number of gaffes last week against Cleveland, so I suppose that's a path to victory if you want to win the turnover battle and get some special teams plays. That could do it. But speaking of turnovers, the Packers have only 1 takeaway through 3 games, and their DC is confident that they're going to get that remedy, but the Cowboys have 6 giveaways in 2025, so they're hoping that sways back in their direction as it did in their playoff game back in 2023. I mean, it was 14-0 coming off of turnovers before you knew what to do. And then the first-round pick factor. The last 3 first-rounders for the Packers, Lucas Van Ness, Jordan Morgan, who's not starting at guard, but I guess he is going to be starting this week.
Yeah.
And then Matthew Golden, legitimate deep threat. But neither one of these teams knock it out of the park. The Cowboys, obviously, Guyton, Smith, Booker. Only Guyton has a chance to factor in Sunday's game. Got to draft well. if you want to win big. And obviously the 23 and 24 drafts continuing to have an impact in the Cowboys' failures. All right, Rangers pregame coming up next. Thanks to Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup there at Master Control. Like I told you, 3.5 flawless, like it's nothing. Got it stuck on automatic. Thanks to Wolchuk and Chiafalo as well. And, of course, Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can watch us every day at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Please like and sub. I'm Gavin Dawson. Until Monday at 2, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation. Addies.